also playing here at the Day2.
Yep.
So essentially we're sending 24 people to Worlds.
And the most important thing of today is that the Masters players will be finally playing best of 3.
Best of 3.
So they are practically training for the World Championships, right? Because World Championships, they're also playing best of 3.
That's true.
Out.
Yes, that's true. I think this format here is a nice, refreshing reset for our region, right? So the overall format has evolved over the years, and I think that's for a good cause. We now let people play best of 3, and then we also talk about the single elimination top 8. So we have, I would think, one of the most competitive regions in the world with such a dynamic format, and I'm so glad to be here in Singapore with you, Nick, to showcase Singapore's best players.
Yes, welcome to Singapore, Mr. Edmund.
Thank you. So let's go through the format for today. So yesterday's day 1 qualifiers were essentially Swiss rounds, best of 1. The last total that we got was like almost 800 Masters players playing in the day 1 qualifiers, and about 50-ish in juniors and seniors as well, respectively. However, today we're talking about the day 2 qualifiers, and we have 142 players who made it with a X2 record into qualifiers day 2. That's an amazing number.
Yes, it's a big number of players, and they're all going to be battling their way through BO3. Wow, it's going to be something new for a lot of these players, right? And the way the scores work is also different, if I understand.
Yeah, so you are rewarded in a best of 3 Swiss qualifiers for day 2 by winning 2 games out of your 3. However, if it's a 2-1, you essentially share some of the points with your opponent. So even if you're losing 2-1, you actually get some points. But for Swiss, how it works is that from round 1 onwards, or round 8 for today, you are essentially randomly paired with people of the same record. And then for round 2 onwards, you are going to be matched with people of the same record across the board. So think of it as I will only be playing with someone that I have equal standing with. There might be some pair downs, pair ups. There might be due to math, statistics and whatnot.
Odd numbers of players.
Odd numbers of players. But essentially, you are going to be playing with people of the same record, and you're going to be fighting for the spot in top 8.
So again, you were saying about BO3, right? They have different points. So if you have 2 out of 3 wins, you get 6 points.
Yes. Essentially, if you're talking about the point scoring, if you win 2-0, you get a full 6 points. If it's 2-1, you get 5. Your opponent gets 1 point.
Okay.
Yeah. So here at single elimination, the best of 3 system is what we are going to be seeing for top cut. Right? So once you get through your last 4 rounds of Swiss here, you're going into a single elimination bracket in top 8. It's a winner-take-all situation. Only those who go up into the top 8 will be playing this single elimination, and the bracket essentially will look something like this, without names at the moment.
Later on, we'll put the names in.
We'll put hopefully some new names, hopefully some veteran names as well, to make it a very spicy, very interesting top 8 cut.
At this point, there's no more points, right? So if you 2-0, that's it. You're going next round. If you lose, you're out.
Exactly. If you lose your match of a best of 3, you're out. So that is key. And what's up for grabs are league points. You mentioned yesterday it's getting very competitive at the top. A lot of these players are vying for only 10 available spots. However, they might be up to maybe 15 or even 20 people potentially still in the running for one of those places.
Yes.
It is so key for them to do well today.
Some players unfortunately didn't make the cut today, so they're out of the race. But there are a number of them still fighting for their chance for the World Championships, which again, I might add, there are a total of 24 players that will be qualifying for this year's World Championships in San Francisco.
Yes, and it's also the 30th anniversary of Pokemon, so it will be one crazy weekend for Pokemon fans all around the world. I would love to be there, but hey, we got to get through this job first, Nick, before we talk about going to Worlds. So 24 players, a huge upgrade from last year. 4 more players going in for TCG in Singapore, and I am excited for today. However, instead of just talking about Worlds, let's talk about today's Master Ball League. What can you expect from the Master Ball League Day 2 event today?
There's a lot of things happening today compared to yesterday. Even more stuff that's open for the public.
Yes, so a lot of side events are already up and running here in the venue. If you're interested to take part in some of these side events, come on down to Suntec City Hall 404. Yes. I mean, Suntec City's Convention Center is amazing. There's so much of stuff going on here, and what better to have Pokemon as part of the convention center's lineup. I am excited for Mesastar. I'm excited for a Gym Leader Challenge.
That's the first time we're having that here, I think.
Exactly. The first time in Southeast Asia, we have Gym Leader Challenge as part of the agenda. I also think we also still have point get battles, so a lot of prizes that you can get from that, and here is the full layout. So not just do we have the juniors, seniors, and masters TCG ongoing, we also have a bunch of side events and the Metastar area. If you're just keen to view what's going on, there's a nice little viewing area here where you can, just lay back, just watch some Pokemon being played, both TCG as well as VGC, which by the way is using Pokemon Champions. However, my fun thing over there, Nintendo Switch Experience Gallery.
Oh yeah, you can play some Pokopia, I think.
Yes,
and some
but
Pokemon.
Pokopia aside, that is what people came for yesterday, I would think.
Yes. So all players who played in the TCG division all got this Pokepad card in round 3.
Oh wow, so this is the participation promo card. It is an exclusive for our region here in Southeast Asia, and I'm excited for it. However, for day 2...
Today...
Look at that. What is that?
That is such a sick playmat, and all 140 plus players in the Masters division, all the juniors and seniors players who are also playing today will get this playmat. Very sick. Imagine you walk up to your local gym shop playing this with this playmat.
Even better if you're playing one of the cards on that playmat. Imagine playing a Greninja deck.
Oh right? Yeah, for Chaos Rising.
But here we go, the top 4 prize, the pinnacle of today.
Yep.
The Mega Lucario stamp, Basketball League stamp promo, only 4 given out to each of the divisions alongside the trophy and the Pokemon Home Medal. It is the highlight of today's competition.
But everyone is fighting here for today, right?
Yes. So, in the sense, we're talking about all these prizes, but at the end of the day, the key thing that we will be giving out today, that we will never give out anywhere else, any other event throughout the year, no promo card, no playmat, but we're talking about the World's Championship Invite and Travel Award, reserved for only 4 people in the TCG division, the top 2 masters, the first place seniors, and the first place juniors, all go home with an invitation to the World Championship and all expenses paid. All expenses paid.
So your flight is paid, your hotel is paid, everything is paid. So as both of us have been to Worlds before, let me tell a little bit of the experience of World Championships.
It is an amazing experience. It is one of my best memories ever going to Worlds. It is also, I feel, the highlight of your career as a Pokemon player. Right? So you can go to Worlds as a spectator, you can go to Worlds as a staff member, but achieving a Worlds invite on your own merit, going all the way, working hard all season long, and eventually getting to represent your country and yourself at the World Championships, that is a highlight of anyone's Pokemon TCG career, and I'm excited for who's going to represent Singapore.
I'm also excited to see, and it will start today with the remaining 4 Swiss rounds of BO3.
Yes, indeed. So with the last 4 rounds of Best of 3 happening very, very soon, we will then have the top 8, and from the top 8, everything is on the cards, right? Everything's on the table. Only those who progress to top 4 and then to the finals will get that automatic invite and travel award. Everyone else scrapping for points.
We got a very fun matchup for our first round, though.
Yes, tell me about it.
It's gonna be Edmund Koo versus Ryan Tan. Both are very well-known players in the Masters division.
It's almost like a celebrity matchup.
Maybe a little bit. Ryan has played in the 2022 World Championships in London.
A veteran player.
And Edmund actually finished in 17th at the Fukuoka Champions League very recently. So 7,000 players were playing that one.
That is amazing. So we have 2 very highly recognized players here in the Singapore community for our first round. I believe they're 6-1 record, so not the 7-0 score. However, every win in day 2 is worth twice as much of day 1. So both these players here are already in the game. We're already seeing Ryan, I think, just attach and pass. We will get the overhead cam very shortly. But most importantly, these players are trying very hard here to get into a spot for top 8. Tell us about the decks, Nick.
Right, so Edmund is actually playing Enzora. It's a deck that he really likes to play. He didn't play on day 1, actually. So he's changed his deck for day 2. This is the same deck that he played at the Champions League. So hopefully making us proud with this deck as well, because he actually used his deck to beat Shintaro Ito on stream at the Champions League. At that Champions League match. Ryan will be playing Dragapult. We see a lot of Dragapult yesterday.
It's a lot of Dragapult. Looks like a Fazendipity, though.
Yeah, it looks like a Fazendipity. It could be any deck. But he's playing Fazendipity. It's a more straightforward version of Fazendipity with a 1/1 line of Dance Pass.
Okay, so he's opted to, or maybe it was Edmund that went second, or maybe Ryan chose to go first. I'm not too sure here.
Because so it's Edmund going second and Ryan going
not sure who would choose this, though. So maybe Edmund actually won the coin flip and said, you know what, I'm not going to let you go to have a Budutan. So giving Ryan going first. And unfortunately for Ryan, it's just an energy attachment to the active and a handheld fan. That's it. Edmund, though, 2 Zoras in play, 3 retreat pivot in the active, Serrano for next turn, and passing with a very solid board.
That is very interesting though, because even if like oh, I just had to open a crushing hammer, did it get hits? Looks like it was a tails, I think.
Yes.
So, okay, normally in this situation with a really bad hand and a bad active Pokemon, you'll be like, oh no, BO1, it's over. But this is a BO3 tournament, so there's always a second chance that he can. Now I believe Ryan is just using these couple of turns to see what Edmund has in his deck.
Yes.
Like give it a little scout, so in case if he decides to scoop this turn, then at least he's got a little bit more insight going into game 2.
That's true. However, Edmund here is essentially 1 card away from winning, or 2 cards away from winning this game 1. An energy attachment and Zekrom will be game here for Edmund, and Ryan will go down 1 game in this best of 3. Night Joker there, an iconic attack for Zorok as a whole, because you're copying other Pokemon's attacks. And Zorok can only copy end Pokemon's attacks. So I think a little bit more of a control version of the old Zorok GX, right? So we had trade the ability coming back here. We see a Darumaka on the bench for Edmund. Maybe just try and get it out from his hand, and maybe a Lily's termination.
Looking for Ultra Ball here. Maybe he's going to find the end Zekrom probably.
Oh, he's missing that energy.
Oh, he's missing an energy card. Yeah, he's going to find the end Zekrom though and put it down.
All right.
Ryan is no slouch here because he also he was the 2023 Singapore Championships runner-up, so the equivalent of Master Ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the runner-up of that tournament as well. So it's no slouch here. I think he's just bidding his time for Edmund to just see what cards he does have.
Okay. So what Edmund here was doing, trying to thin out the deck as much as possible for the least elimination. So an energy attachment here will be game. I don't think there is an energy in the discard pile, so maybe a ends PP up will not be an out here.
Yeah, he's going to get a Petron as well to retreat.
Oh, it's a free retreat on the Yveltal.
Free retreat Yveltal, yes.
Yeah, so free retreat Yveltal. Energy. Do we see it? There it is.
There we go. This is scooping over game 2. Let's go to game 2.
That was the fastest game 1 I've seen in a long time. I feel just about under 3 minutes, and now Ryan will be on the back foot immediately. Edmund sitting very cool here with that 1 game win. And he's 1 game away from going 7-1.
Yes, so going shuffling up for game 2 here. Pretty fast game 1, I would say, our first game 1.
Yeah, let's talk about the decks a little bit. So we know these 2 players have picked very strong decks. And Zorok, obviously a strong deck. Anything in particular that stands out for Edmund's list here? I think
we're going to talk a bit about Yveltal, right? The clutch card, right? We've seen a lot of Pokemon which has that attack, which locks your opponent's Pokemon in the active spot. It sounds like it doesn't do much, 20 damage. Your opponent cannot retreat, but as we saw yesterday with a Pokemon paralyzed in the active spot, they can't retreat. Usually a lot of players don't play cards like Switch or any form of ways to retreat their Pokemon, right? It's like Pitcher and EX, for example, which allows you to switch between Darkness type Pokemon. So that lock could be very interesting against Ryan's Dragapult if Ryan doesn't play any form of retreat.
That is true. I mean, most of these decks now also lose access to things like Professor Turo Scenario, a card that's been rotated out.
Ooh, yes.
There's no like scoop up net or things like that, which are from the past. Also, even super scoop up in the format at the moment. We also have seen a dip in Prime Catcher as the ace pack of choice. Now everyone's opting for things like Unfair Stamp, and essentially, you're right. If Ryan has a Pokemon that isn't able to get out of the active very easily, maybe a Pheasantipity even. Edmund has a different way of winning here.
Yeah, he could just slot Ryan in place and then set up his board to finish him off later on.
Exactly. So on Ryan's list here, this looks like a very cookie cutter Dragapult list, or I should say Hammer Dragapult list.
Yep.
Nothing too crazy. I did see the double handed fan. We saw that as well in a match yesterday. It's primarily, I think, for matchups where you could tank a hit or even potentially just get energy disruption on your opposite side of the field. I don't see anything too crazy. I like the fact that he's running a very high count of Crispin, 3 Crispin there, ensuring you have energy attachment since you don't run Blaziken, right?
Pretty crazy stable. Just showing him. Ryan is just showing Edmund that I started a Bidou for this round.
Let's look at the price card. Okay, so on the left there for Edmund, the Darmanitan might be interesting. That's probably the only Darmanitan in the list, I presume. However, it's a Zekrom. He runs 2 Zekroms, so I think that's fine. On Ryan's side, not great seeing a Dreepy and a Drakloak.
I like the Ultra Ball though. That's one of my favorite Ultra Ball arts. The one with the League Cup stamp on it.
Yes, but that's only the Dunsparce, by the way, on Ryan's side.
Oh yes, it's only copies. So and it's very high up the price pile. He may not be picking it up until very late in the game. Well,
That's
he'll
true.
be checking with Buddy Poffin right now to see what cards have been priced. He's going to be surprised to see that the Dunsparce is in the prizes. We're not going to play out the Dunsparce very early on. He's going to have to rely on Recon Directive for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and I think Ryan chose to go first here because I felt that maybe he wanted to prevent Edmund from being able to evolve first.
Yep.
So even though you have a Badu start, which I think is why he was showing the card even before the game started, he would value having Dracloaks up and ready first. Because if not, if they're Dreepies, there is a potential of a Darmanitan coming in for Edmund, sniping off Dreepies off the board right away. With I believe it's called a Flame Body Cannon. Yes,
Flame Body Cannon.
However, we know that Darmanitan is in the prizes.
Yes. And again, Edmund only plays one copy, so both players with one stage one, very important stage one in their prizes. Pretty fair, I would say, for game 2. But let's see if Ryan can come back from this match here. Edmund starting with an N Zekrom. Not too bad, I guess, to have that in the front. Of course, you're hoping to have like something with a future like Yveltal earlier, or even you want N Zorok to start.
Yeah, the cool thing about this Ants deck is that they run Ants Castle, so you do get free retreat on your Ants Pokemon. Not the best, starter optimally because you want to have a Yveltal, but not bad here in a sense.
I want to shout out that Edmund's also playing a copy of Acerolas Mischief. What the? This card is choose one of your Pokemon in play. During your opponent's next turn, you can prevent all damage from any effects of attacks done to that Pokemon, your opponent's Pokemon EX, which means that Dragapult EX won't be able to deal damage that turn.
Yeah, it's a nice little tech card for a lot of these decks that wants to buy a turn, right? We saw this card being played even in the Malaysia Master Ball League. Shout out Jason Wee on that one. He was able to buy a turn with Acerolas Mischief. Edmund here probably sensing that if I can buy a turn with an Anzorok in the active, I could get multiple prize cards with the same Anzorok. But here on Edmund's side, 2 Zoras, a very good start, and then a Lease Termination. We also saw an energy attachment. He also rocking the Umbreon Darkness Energy from Huggle Soul Silver. Oh, nice. The Buddy by Poffin.
Well.
Yes, indeed. So at least getting him a deck search, and he will probably realize he does have access to the Ends Darmanitan.
But he's going to play out his hand here. He's trying to get out all his items before the item lock turns active.
That's true.
Hoping to hopefully get Zorak. Maybe he has Enzor's EX in hand already. Playing his Pokemon all as well.
Okay,
so,
yep.
And we're seeing the prices again. Yep, one of the Ends Darmanitan, but it's in the middle, so there's a chance he could pick it up later on. But I don't think he's going to play out. He's still going to pick out the Ends Darumaka here.
So here's the cool thing about Edmund here. He's grabbing the Darumaka, which Ryan thinks, okay, well, that's the ideal Pokemon to pick out here because you want to use Flame Body Cannon. Ryan doesn't know its price.
Yes.
The Ends Darmanitan. So Edmund here is signaling that I'm just going to use my game plan. I'm assuming that Ryan knows this is the best Pokemon to take out right now, the best attack to copy right now. And I'm just going to bench it here and see if Ryan takes the bait. Because essentially for Ryan, if you are able to potentially go into like an early Dragapult, you want to go after threats. Yep. The threats can be in the form of, Ruas, or if you're going to put damage on Darumaka, it's actually just 3 damage for Edmund to absorb.
Yes. This is Ryan's second Tales of this best of 3 already with the Crushing Hammer, unfortunately.
Yikes. Yes, it is.
He's going to play a Least Determination and refresh his hand.
Oh, no energy attachment, I believe. It's just the first one from turn 1. Okay.
So hopefully, he can get one from there. That Edmund is doing very well this season, right? Not only did he do well in the Fukuoka Championships, he also placed 4th in the Premier Ball League at the start of the season.
Right, that puts him in a very good spot for league points, I would say. So
that's why he's before Worlds, right? I think a couple more wins should give him his top cut. Enough league points for him to get into Worlds for a second year in a row.
Nice.
Wearing his Anaheim 2025 shirt.
Right there it is. So Rhino, let's see. Will he draw Dracloaks here? I saw double Dragapult, another Crushing Hammer, but I don't see a Dracloak. Oh, that's another
Tails. Okay, I have to mention, right, in locals, we know Edmund to be a player with an insane amount of luck.
Okay.
Right, in his luck. Like sometimes, right, you get a top deck boss or top deck Lily, right, and you think, oh, your opponent is so lucky, right? But Edmund he usually gets it like 90% of the time.
Okay.
Yeah. So just warning you, right? We'll be able to see something very exciting later on this match.
Yeah, maybe a 4-leaf clover in the pocket there for Edmund. But for Orion's side, he did find an Ultra Ball of that 8-card Lily. However, with only a single Dracloak, I want to also remind folks here that Ryan's playing a Dragapult deck that doesn't run Rare Candy.
Yes.
So this is a much slower build, not so aggressive, but it also gives Edmund time to set up. And so these decks are probably going to be staring at each other for a while. Ryan now has a Dracloak, looking for another Dracloak with a Recon Directive. I don't think he found it.
Yep, he picked up a unfair stamp. It was an unfair stamp and a boss's order. It's not cards you want to see it so
Yes.
early in the game, though.
Oh, Ryan's going all in on the Dracloak here. I don't actually like this because of the fact that you're putting all your energies in one basket, but I would have preferably seen that energy onto the Dreeper. But maybe Ryan is planning or assuming that it's going to be a flame body cannon. We know it's not going to happen.
Yes.
Ryan is assuming, okay, well, the Dreepy is not going to survive a flame body cannon. Let me just put all energies on a Dracloak.
Okay, we're not going to see Acerus Mischief this game. It's going to get discarded
Oh,
right
just a
now.
pass. So Edmund has no retreat.
Edmund can't retreat here, so Ryan has bought another turn.
Okay, so
There we go.
Acerus Mischief already played here.
Recon Directive. He wants to get another Recon Directive if he can. He got a Lily's Determination though. Ooh, he's thinking right now, should he pick up a Darkness Energy to attach to Monkey Dory since he's already got a turn? I see he also has another copy of Fire Energy in his hand.
Oh, I think you have to go Lilies here because your hand is rather dead at this point. So you
Go
have
for
to go for the
Lily.
Lilies. Now the question is, whether do you evolve the Dragapult now?
He's
does.
going to go for it. He's going to
So
go for it.
aggression coming in from Ryan at this point. I think he's saying, you know what, I'm not going to give more time away. You just played Acerus Mischief.
Yep.
But again, there's no attack, no damage, right, from the Acerus Mischief coming in. He will be, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe he will be able to get damage on the bench,
Yes.
but he will not get a knockout onto the end Zekrom using Dragapult.
Yes.
That's going to be an interesting situation for Ryan. Again, no access to a boss's orders after playing that Lily.
Let's see what he gets from this couple of cards. He's hoping to get a Dracloak though. Let's see if he does get one. I see another Dragapult EX. Okay, I think he picked up a Dracloak. He got an Ultra Ball though, so that's for sure. There is a Dracloak in hand for sure.
Okay.
So it's going to be another Recon Directive, immediately dropping that down. Don't know if you're going to play. Go look for more GPs here with this Buddy Puffin. Look for 2 Pokemon.
Yep. Unfortunately, it'll only be 1 GP, but he will likely grab the Dunsparce. Maybe thinking that, all right, if I want to just thin my deck here further, I'm just going to bring everybody out. But no, leaving the Dunsparce in the deck, I think that's heads up play for Ryan. Allows him to have access to things like a Pheasant Deputy if needed.
Yeah, he's keeping that bench spot open. So let's
Or
see.
me out. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So
Will he Itchy Pollen or will he go for the
oh,
attack
the
this
boss.
turn?
Okay.
There's a boss's hand, but he's not going to be able to play it this turn. He's going to for next turn for sure. Also, there's the Risky Ruins in his hand as well, considering whether he wants to start playing Stadium first. He's going to go for the attack right now.
Okay.
And Zekrom's going to get knocked out. And
Oh wait,
gonna
was
be-
the Acerus played earlier?
it wasn't played early.
Okay.
This discarded it for
For trade.
Yep.
Okay, got it. All right, there you go.
An
So
Ultra
2
Ball.
prizes. I
Oh, an
missed that.
Ultra
I
Ball.
thought it was played. But yes, so we will see a knockout here for Ryan taking the first prize in this game 2 and already getting scatter damage onto that end Zorok, which by the way is going to be quite key here because of that Monkey Dory.
Yep. So I think both players have access to this powerful card. So you could, as long as they both play Darkness Energy.
Yep.
Yep. So we might see a bunch of Adrenal Banes flipping back and forth right now.
Oh, I don't miss the days when Gardevoir and Dragapult
Yeah,
would
would play
have
each other.
Monkey Dory, and it's like just throwing Adrenal Brains left, right, center, and it's all about who has more Monkey Dories.
Comes as Cyrano,
Oh,
quickly
yes.
pulling out all the EX Pokemon from his deck. 2 Zora EX and 1 Fezandipity EX coming out. Edmund will be able to use Fezandipity's draw tree, flip the script, as well to pick up his hand size. He's going to get a big hand size. He's going to be able to draw 3. All his End Zoras EX also has the ability trade, which is discard 1, draw 2. He'll have a
Yes.
big hand size.
Yeah, I think for Edmund here, this is the setup that you're hoping to get, right? You want to get multiple and Zorok in play. However, one thing that I'm still missing on his side of the field is an attack to copy.
Yep.
So he still needs to find an end Zekrom if he wants to deal 250 damage, or I don't know. That's actually the only out. there's no access to end Darmanitan. Yeah, so that's the only issue.
And there is one Darmanitan in the price, right? So it's really be tough. He did discard an Ultra Ball, so likely he does have an attacker in his hand. He's getting a Poke Gear as well.
Okay.
Get 3.0. Is he going to play out for Zendipity, or is he thinking that there's going to be a price liability later on?
I mean, he has to draw something. He has to draw a Night Stretcher at least, because if not,
Go for it.
he has no attacks to copy, right? So that's the
Representative
problem here
here.
for Edmund. He lost the attacker last turn. He has to dig for one because End's Zorok EX has no attack to copy right now. That is meaningful enough.
Okay, he has a big hand size. Being a little
Yeah,
bit
Night
cautious
Stretcher.
right now.
Night
He's
Stretcher
gonna play
and
Night Stretcher
Zekrom.
and,
Yeah.
and Zekrom right now. Is he going to put it out? He's going to play Darkness Energy onto that Enzora EX. He's putting the tokens away. He's going to pass right now. So Ryan has another free attack right here.
Oh, this is the problem here with the Ant Zorok EX. You can get a good setup. You can get your energy attachments. You can get all these Pokemon evolved, but you have no attack to copy. That is going to lose your turn here. Now Ryan has a free attack, free reign on this Ant Zorok EX. Now, do we see the Risky Ruins play? That's what we want to see here. A Risky Ruins Darkness Energy on the Monkey Dory will guarantee a knockout on the active Ant Zorok EX.
Pokepad first. He can pick up the Dance Pass if he's still in the deck. Should have a 4th GP as well.
Oh, another Monkey Dory.
If he can Monkey Dory, combine that with the Risky Ruins, then he can fling 20 damage onto Edmund's side of the board. Let's see if he decides to go for that play or not. Only if you have Darkness Energy as well in hand.
Yeah.
Darkness Energy for Monkey Dory's Adrenal Brain effect to work. So you can see on the screen right now.
And I think that's a handheld fan. Yeah, just handheld fan. Nothing there yet. So
second one. Another handheld fan.
Psychic Energy though.
Gonna keep the Psychic Energy, I think.
Will Ryan have another way to find that Darkness Energy? He has the Risk Ruins in place, so he can go for the turn now if he chooses to.
Yes.
To at least set up that 20 damage on the bench. And then
if he did have it, he could take out this Zova EX immediately, and now it's looking a little bit tough. So handheld fan going onto this Dragapult EX.
It's quite key there. It ensures that if this Dragapult ever gets attacked into, Edmund has to trim down his has to be wary about where the energy goes.
Yes. Another energy going onto the second juggler on the bench. It's gonna be a backup Dragapult ready and online. And a boss's orders. Who's he going to target? He's going to go for these Fazendipity.
I like this play here.
It's going to be a non-knockout right now.
He's not taking a knockout, but he's setting up potential knockouts for the next turn. And with that Risky Ruins play already in the hand, all he's needing is essentially just another boss and a Adrenal Brain for next turn.
This is some we're seeing some Dragapult masterclass right here. This is basic Dragapult of how you should be playing. 200 going onto the Fazendipity, and he's spreading it around so 20 to all the Zova EX. So he's got one Zora EX right now with 200 HP remaining. The other two with 260 HP remaining. Presently only has 10 HP remaining. Susceptible to a Adrenal Brain later on. So here goes the first trade. Again, he's just missing an attacker right now. And Zora itself cannot attack because the Night Joker needs to copy another Ends Pokemon.
That's true. But technically you can, but you're going to copy Darumaka.
Yeah, you're going to copy Darumaka, which you're going to do...
20, I think, or 50. Flare for 50.
Yeah, but you don't want to do that because you don't want to leave damage for Ryan to fling back at you with the...
Oh,
he's going to scoop.
Edmund scoops it up. It's tied to 1-1, right?
We're going to go to game 3 right now. Again, so as you mentioned earlier, if this adventure winner, which they're likely is going to be at this point, because both players scooping very early, right?
It shows experience.
It shows experience, and they both know that, okay, we're not going to prolong this game any further. Likely the winner here will be receiving 5 points, and the loser will be receiving 1 point because it's a 2-1 result.
That's true. But we have, I think, the most amount of time I've seen for a best of 3. 31 minutes to complete just one game for game 3. I love this because we can probably see a masterclass of a matchup between both these players. It felt like Ryan had everything in game 2. Edmund had almost nothing because of that lack of attacker.
You're just missing that one attacker, right?
But it felt so bad. It felt like the deck just couldn't function. So losing the End Zekrom so early there just put Edmund on the back foot. He couldn't find next stretcher. He couldn't find another attacker. The Manathan was prized. It just didn't go his way.
Pretty tough right now. So we'll hopefully in this match, both their one-offs won't get prized. We're going to see a good game right now. But again, because it's Pokemon, right? Any card could be in your prizes. It's going to be stuck around there. Let's see. I believe Ryan is going to be going second here.
Yeah, I was about to say. First. You notice that? So Edmund has finally chosen to go first.
And it's a decent start here. 2 Buddy Poffins and 1 Enzora. On Ryan's side, Ryan also has a Buddy Poffin and a GP.
So both these players will have an ideal start. Edmund wants to go first. He will get multiple basic Pokemon in. Ryan gets to go second. And potentially, with an energy attachment, can go into the Budew lock right away.
Yep. Ryan deciding to start with the Monkey Dory. Hopefully, he can get a Budew for a lock next turn if he decides to do so. We did see in yesterday's match, Junior, I believe, was playing Dragapult and decided not to go for a Budew play. This going all out with like 4 GPs going to 4 Druglocks later on. So there's always that line of play.
Yes, indeed. So let's see this players now going to game number 3 here in round 8 of the Singapore Master Ball League, where the best of 3 qualifiers, these players in 6 and 1 are in a very good position to get into top cut
Let's
provided
go.
they take wins here and not end up in any of a double game loss situation that we don't want to see.
Don't
So
want to see that.
Edmund leading with a Zorua.
Gonna go for double Zora, I believe, here. We haven't seen what's stuck in their prizes yet. I'm just hoping that it's not any one-offs. Edmund doing a quick deck check over here now.
Yeah, we haven't seen the prize cards yet. So once we have that ready, we will be able to see what is prized. We'll also then see. Oh!
Oh my gosh, that's 2 double Makas and the Dimension this time around. This is rough.
And this is such a key card for Edmund because he going first gives him access to the Flame Body Cannon,
Yes.
but no longer.
Oh, this is rough though. Okay, I remember I mentioned earlier about how Edmund has a lot of luck. I think that might be changing on
You
the
gotta
stream
take it back. You
table.
gotta take that
I
back
gotta
right
take that
now.
back on the stream right now. Let's
Oh
go,
my
Dallas NG and
God.
pass. So,
So-
Ryan's turn. I think Edmund is going to be. Edmund just is playing. Is really coy here. He knows that his entire Dimension line is stuck among there. Oh my gosh! On the other side, we have Dragapult stuck in the prizes.
What's going on?
What is this match?
Okay, it's not as bad.
Yeah, not bad because Ryan still has one
There's
Dragapult.
one more.
Yeah, Ryan still has one Dragapult, and there's one of the. Oh, the first Dragapult's in the middle line of the prizes.
It's
so.
not horrible.
Not horrible.
But still, what are we seeing here in this game 3?
Yeah,
Both
yeah.
these players having quite a few key cards stuck in the prizes. For Edmund, no access to Flame Body Cannon at all.
Nope.
In a matchup that you would love to see it because you could snipe off all these low hit point 3Ps. For Ryan, he's looking to the sky here. Where are my Dragapults?
Where did they go? Huh?
Yeah, what's prize here? It's so weird. I have everything, but I feel like I have
Nothing.
Like something is missing. And I think you might see it already. Well, that's why you play 3,
Yep,
but
yep.
we know some of these Dragapult lists only play 2. So
Yes,
that
yes.
was my first impression. But thankfully for Ryan, he will have access to at least one.
Yep.
Provided then he takes, 4 prizes in time for him to get another one. Of course, there's still night stretchers and whatnot, so we still have to take those into consideration. Ryan not opting to get the Badoo,
Yes.
which I think is because he doesn't have an energy attachment.
Yep, so he probably can't retreat this Monkey Dory here. Let's see if he. Oh, he's going to touch energy to the back. He has 2 Draclokes though. And he's going to bench the second Monkey Dory. He's considering it and he's letting go his
And that's
hand
fine.
and passing. Let's go. No energy cards, so Edmund has a turn that he can still play items right now. Ryan's going to be wary for a triple Draclok, possible triple Draclok next
Just
turn.
a pass!
It's just a pass! It's just a pass. Oh my gosh. Ryan here evolving into his double Draclok. So we go Recon Directive. Energy card coming as well. And release determination. So
And
I don't think.
Look at the mirror of a turn. Edmund
Yeah.
just passing right away after top. Just a card draw. No support, no energy, nothing else to play. Ryan immediately slamming down 2 stage 1s, energy, and the best supporter in the game right now.
This is like a mirror of what happened in game 1, except it's reversed.
Oh, it's rough to see.
Hopefully, Edmund does draw into an Ultra Ball or an Enzora EX to proceed with his game, though.
Oh boy.
He has the boss's orders, I see. I remember he has another Buddy Poffin as well, but there's no point playing it. He's one to dig through to get another, because there's no more double markers for him to get anyway. Looks like Ryan's first Recon Directive is going to be a Meowth EX to the hand. The second one is going to be a Dunsparce, which can evolve to Dunsparce this match, actually, thankfully,
Yes.
for him.
Yes. Ryan's, I would say, resources are essentially still intact because at this point you don't even need a Dragapult, so you're fine.
And he can see that Edmund is stuck, so there's no point playing a Budew at this point. Keep
Yeah,
going. Let's see if Edmund gets stuck a second turn in a row here. He's looking at his hand.
We need Serrano. We need okay,
Guys,
Buddy.
He's gonna play his
Poffin.
second Buddy Poffin right now.
Curious. He had the Buddy Poffin in hand. I
Yeah,
believe.
he had.
Would it have made sense to thin out one more card, one more Zorua?
Yeah,
if you
probably, right? You would have drawn something out
Yeah.
of there, but
could? Or was the fourth Zorua price? I don't think so.
the fourth
Oh,
Zora
it
was
was Zora's price.
priced.
So-
Fourth Zora was also
So it
priced,
didn't matter
so
having the Buddy
yeah,
Poffin.
I'm
Okay.
just gonna use the Buddy Poffin, but it's not able to get anything right now. I think it's gonna be a pass. And Ryan is just gonna go in Steamboat right now. If you get a Psychic Energy and a Dragapult, he will be able to retreat though, so I guess
You would need a Crispin.
yeah,
you would
still
need a Crispin.
Crispin. If you get a Crispin though, you'll be able to attack.
So Crispin here would actually slam the door shut very quickly on Edmund's side of the field. A couple of attacks and that's it. Ryan now, can he find the
Directive?
cards?
The Buddy and it's an Ultra Ball.
Ultra
That's an
Ball is Dragapult.
Ball.
Ultra Ball is Dragapult right there. So now it's all about finding the Crispin.
Let's see, you're gonna go for a second Recon Directive here. The ability, it's a Bosses and a Psychic Energy is what he needs.
Okay.
Hoping to get a Crispin, as you're saying.
Yeah, the Psychic Energy here actually does nothing here
So
because you want to attach 2 cards, right? So actually,
Probably the Ultra Ball, maybe you want to go for another Druglock instead.
potentially.
Attack.
Or the Dadan
Go for
Spars.
this pass
Yeah.
as well. Go for draw 2. Yes, I
has
already
it
have a
already.
Dragon Ball in hand anyway, so
Okay.
doesn't need to do that.
You see the
But yeah,
Crispin.
I believe there's a Meowth EX in hand also. Because Ultra Ball can be played here.
Okay, so I think what Ryan's digging for here is the Crispin because there's the only way for him to attach extra energy, and there is no other way for him to retreat that active Monkey Dory. No air balloons here, no switch, and so he's hoping to find the Dracloak.
Be the
Off
third
the top.
Druglock right now.
Sorry, the Crispin using the Dracloak off the top if he can. That's why you see him discarding the Least Termination.
Yes. Probably playing another supporter instead.
Oh, there we go. Cards are flying everywhere, but
There we go. It's going to be the third Recon Directive right now.
we see Crispin.
It is a Crispin.
Crispin
It
off
is
the
a
top.
Crispin off the top.
Crispin off the top. Ryan.
Wow.
There it is.
There is some luck there.
So not only can he retreat here, but he's going to put so much pressure on Edmund's side of the board. Taking a knockout on the Zorua. Even going for
Look,
the
a Crushing Hammer. And this time it's a hit. It's his fourth Crushing Hammer. Practically sealing the match right now.
I think
Crispin's
so.
going to be here to attach an energy to Monkey Dory, retreat it. And then he can keep another energy in hand, probably the Darkness energy that he can use
Probably.
for next turn if somehow Edmund's able to attack.
Now for next turn though, if we might see a wipe because he could go for the Risky Ruins play. You
Yes.
could bounce the Dadan Spars back to the deck, bench something else, Risky Ruins, and then you just take a knockout on both Pokemon
And win the match.
and win the match in the series. So this is going to be huge for Ryan. He's going to get the Crispin, as we talked about, retreating the Monkey Dory. Phantom Dive, the first
Phantom
Phantom
Dive.
Dive
Oh,
today. No, not really today. Was it today? Yeah, because
Yes,
they
yes.
scooped game 2 very quickly, right? So Phantom
I
Dive,
mean, he did attack with Phantom Dive last
at least
game,
once.
yes.
Okay,
He
so
did
we have
attack
Phantom
once.
Dive counted 2 right
Yeah,
now.
When he hit the Serendipity for not knockout yet.
Yes.
But this is like the first true knockout.
The first true use of Phantom Dive. And here we go. He's going to put damage everywhere. 30-30 is, yeah, I think that's pretty much safe here. Edmund, what do you have?
What's the top deck? Is it anything? It is a Serendipity, so he's able to draw 3 here.
Okay.
I don't see anything. He's keeping his cards close to his chest right now.
This is going to be such a rough game for Edmund after
Yeah.
taking such a commanding lead. All right.
Oh, and Zorak is here.
It's not over yet.
One and Zorak. No energy though. So
The
it's going to be
trade,
the first trade of the game.
Edmund hanging by the ropes here, staring down the full setup board on Ryan's side, just missing maybe a couple of Darkness Energy attachments.
He'll need a lot, right? He's gonna need N Zekrom, he's gonna need N's PP up, he's gonna need he could go for a clutch lock here if he can get Darkness Energy.
Well, there is a line here. If Edmund goes for a Dracloak and clutching the Dracloak, or
Yeah,
goes for a
gonna
Monkey Dory.
lock for Monkey Dory
Fair
instead.
enough, fair enough.
There we go, nice touch attack by the Darkness Energy. Attaching it to the Yveltal.
We talked about this. We talked about
We
this.
talked about this before
Yes.
the match. I just mentioned that this is going to be a key card here. It's going to buy Edmund some turns. So clutch coming in, clutch. Ryan has no way to retreat, I believe. So it's just going to be 20 damage and just going to hold. Ryan does have a Darkness Energy though. So he's going to be able to fling that 20 damage back onto Edmund. It's going to be 40
because
for
of
the-
weakness.
40
Do
because
you
of
want
weakness.
Do you want to get the damage off?
Ooh. Because you want to get rid of the Monkey
clutch,
Dory, right?
yes, you might want to get
let's
rid
see
of
how
clutch.
it goes. Let's see how it goes.
So this is gonna be a weird thing for Ryan here to navigate, right? You can actually go for knockouts with the Monkey Dory because you can have a Zora target on the bench. However, it means you're not attacking with the most powerful attack in your deck,
Yes.
Phantom Dive. So this is gonna be a little interesting. Or Ryan could go for potentially more crushing hammers, maybe buying more turns.
Could go
For
for
him.
He could go for a Monkey Dory attack as well.
Oh, true. Mindman is online.
Yeah, my
Oh,
man's
wait, no.
online with
Yes,
Crispin.
yes, with the Crispin.
With
Thanks.
Crispin, my man's online.
All right, so. And then it's so weird because then Edmund has to figure out a way to go to get like a Pecharon to then renew the lock.
Let's see how it goes here. Or he could gamble. He could gamble. So it's going to be a Psychic Energy onto the Monkey Dory
There it
from the
is.
Crispin and then hand attachment. The Crispin Energy goes to hand, attach it to the Monkey Dory. Let's see if he decides to use. He's going to use Adrenaline Brain first. Move it onto the Enzor onto the bench and then go for the Mind Bend. That's 60 damage and confusion. That means if Edmund wants to attack with his Yveltal right now, he has to flip a coin. And if it's tails, he takes damage and won't be able to attack.
So if you're Edmund here, you're looking for potentially a Pecharon.
Yep.
Potentially another Enzorok because I was going to say one other very cool play that Ryan could have done was that if he had access to both Darkness Energy that turn, he could have just moved the 40 damage and knock out the Zoro on the bench.
Yes.
So, but he didn't have it, so that's fine. Now we do see Okay, Serrano's not bad. That gets you both the Enzork as well as the Petron.
Yes. He's pulling out the Petron right now. So we have a game.
We have a game.
Yep.
It was weird.
It was weird. Edmund was on the back burner, but as I mentioned, right, these two players have played at the highest level possible. So you never expect it. You think that you're winning, and then suddenly a clutch comes to play, buying Edmund some turns. With the Petron, Edmund's be able to attack with Yveltal once more. It won't knock out the Monkey Dory, of course. Ryan could knock it out next turn with another Mind Bend. So, but at least he's bought another turn.
Well, Edmund could try also dig for a Monkey Dory of his own. So
Yes,
he has
he
one
could.
Monkey Dory here. He could fling the damage around. But then Ryan is just another Adrenaline away from taking a knockout and removing the threat of this clutch, buying Edmund turns.
Decided to discard the Ultra Ball via
Okay.
trade to draw 2 cards. So he's gonna opt to set an energy on Enzora instead of a Monkey Dory. I think he's expecting to just pass.
Just passing.
He's gonna pass here. Ryan can just discard the Psychic Energy to
I would
retreat and
have,
keep the energy.
Okay, I think the reason why
Would you have flipped for?
I would have
would you do
tried
a coin
because
flip
if
for
you hit tails,
Yep.
you do 30 damage to yourself and you're at 90.
But then because if you take, I think 90.
90 is
yeah.
inconsequential because there's a 10 damage counter on a Monkey Dory. You won't get a knockout through Adrenaline Brain
Yep.
unless there's a Risky Ruins play. But if there's a Risky Ruins
It's
play,
20 damage as well,
it's the
right?
same thing. Yeah, it's the same situation. I would have tried that if I was Edmund. I hope I'm not missing something, but in a sense, it's done now at this point.
So Ryan here using one way draw, opening a bench spot here. He can play his Meowth right now if he wants to play a supporter card. I think that downside is going to get targeted though by another Crushing Hammer if he has it. Wow, somehow after playing one away draw, he managed to pick up the Dunsparce once more and
back
a
home.
Pokepad as well.
Yeah,
So he could evolve it next turn if he decides to play Dunsparce once more.
it's an interesting choice to include the Dunsparce in Dragapult. I think whoever came up with that was really thinking ahead because you already have such a good consistency ability in Recon Directive. You're just adding more with the Dunsparce.
Because Risky Ruins is coming down now, so 20 damage going onto the Dunsparce who's being played on the bench. Boss's orders on to Edmund Zolrak.
Going to see a big turn here for Ryan, I would think, because with this retreat, he'll be able to get at least 3 prize cards on both these Enzork EX as well as the bench Yveltal, and get some sprinkle damage elsewhere as well, putting the Serendipity within range, putting more damage on the other Enzorok. So there's a lot here, and I think this is a misstep here for Edmund. Putting the Darkness Energy on the 60 damage Enzorok EX might have been a misplay here, because he could have put it on the other Enzorok EX and preserve the energy attachment.
Right, so he's going to go leave the residual damage onto this Serendipity, which is perfect. That single lone 10 damage would mean that Ryan just needs to take a knockout on this Serendipity to win the match. Edmund just immediately pushes out that Serendipity here. He does have a Petron in hand though, so he can be able to retreat that Pokemon.
So in what world here would Edmund be able to take a win? He has to go into energy attachment.
He needs PP up, right, to attach to the benched
Binding Mochi.
Binding Mochi as well.
There's a lot required here for him to reach 200 or 320 damage.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. 250 plus the 250 plus the Binding Mochi will add another 40, so 290 damage.
It's a Black Belt's trading turn.
Black Belt's trading as
It has to
well.
be Black Belt's trading. There's no other way. He has to have everything. It's essentially a 4 to 5 card combination here for Edmund to stay in the game.
Alternatively, if he uses Monkey Dory, which should have 20 damage from the Risky Ruins, then he could also pass the energy, but he needs 2 ends PP up, right? If he wants to do that. So it's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Asking a lot.
It's asking a lot from Edmund here. And it's really that one energy attachment. If he had the energy on the Enzork EX, that play we just talked about is more achievable. But right now, it's very, very far away.
The force speech straight here. Draw 2 cards. I mean, this doesn't seem like he found an answer right now. He's looked through 5 cards, getting a Darkness Energy onto this Monkey Dory, which means he can move that damage counters away. It does have double SPP up, like I mentioned. Okay.
All right.
So now he just needs N-Zekrom. He's Binding Mochi. Yep, that's the 20 from the Risky Ruins.
Okay, so with this play, you don't actually need the Black Belt trading
But
anymore.
he still needs a Mochi, right?
You need a Mochi
and a Petron.
which you had in hand. And then you have the Adrenaline Brain to the active.
Yes.
This is an interesting turn here for Edmund. He's found a line.
Yes, here we go. He's Binding Mochi. So everything we just mentioned, he already has it in hand.
It's there.
And he has Zekrom. He has everything that we just mentioned.
And
That 20 coming onto the end, Zcom,
and
which
look at
also helped
Ryan-
Edmund.
And look at Ryan's side of the field. No energy on either of the Dracloaks.
Yes.
Two Crispins played, only one remaining.
Here comes a Night Stretcher as well. Going to be the end Zora coming back onto the bench. Just when we thought it was out again,
What
the
is the
second
turnaround?
time. This is Edmund.
This is
This is
Edmund.
Edmund, I'm telling you right now. This is as I was Edmund's luck is just insane, guys.
If any one of you thought it's not over, it's over. It's not.
It's not
It's
over
not
at
over.
all. I think just checking on the
Yeah, the players are just going to double check
Yep.
everything with judges for something. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
should be
It
good.
looks
Should be
okay.
good.
Yeah, it
It
looks
looks
alright.
So if Edmund will later use Pecharan to move this end Zora EX to the active spot, should be able to take a knockout onto the Dragapult EX as well.
Yeah, no, this is,
Two energy came from SPP. I'm just I think letting him know. They just draw 3.
yeah,
there
no,
we
I
go,
think everything
yeah.
looks fine because
So there we go. So he's just saying that or how he took a knockout earlier. It's like explaining that the Whiskey Ruins moved the damage counter.
yeah, no, I think Ryan's explaining how exactly he got enough damage to put on everywhere.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think they're just making sure that because every damage counter counts.
Yes, correct,
I would say.
correct.
So we're going to try and make sure that
Especially that one damage counter on that Fazendibidi would lead to Ryan winning the match, possibly. Yeah, he's just going to explain like how he took a knockout earlier that turn. Yep, so there was 5 on that
But
Yveltal.
it should be 6 on the Yveltal.
6 on the Yveltal.
Yeah, because it was a mind bend.
Mind bend, yes, so mind bend, so 6 damage on the Yveltal here. So Ryan just explained how he took 2 knockouts. Yeah, there we go, there's the 6. So then the Phantom Dive took a knockout on the Yveltal on the bench.
And 10 onto the Vanzibly. So
Yes.
we're fine. We're fine.
Yeah, all good, all good. The
All
players got
good.
it. So let's continue back the game. Edmund
Let's-
does have a Poke Gear as well.
What are you going for? Okay, Least Elimination will fill a hand here. Now, the one thing that I want to mention for Edmund, he did not go down the route of playing Unfair Sam in his deck. He's
Nope.
playing Secret Box.
Yes. I think that would help him in his consistency, especially early turn. The game you want to get out
Exactly.
all your Zulvas, you want to get the end Zekrom that you need. If you need a stadium card, because you need to retreat, then you got that option as well.
His only way to find Binding Mochi.
Yes.
So it's a very, I would say, consistency enhancer inclusion. However, it just means that right now he doesn't have any way to disrupt Ryan's hand.
Yes.
And we know for a fact Ryan, drawing 3 prizes earlier, would have drawn 1 Dragapult. The question now is, where is Ryan's remaining Crispin?
Yes. Also notice that Edmund did not play his or this card is Ace vs Mischief, so he could play it later on again if he survives next
That
turn.
is true.
Because remember, you can only use this card if your opponent has 2 or fewer prize cards remaining, and Ryan does have 2 prize cards remaining exactly.
Oh my gosh, it's going to be closer than we expected because Edmund here with this knockout will be able to get back in the game.
I believe Ryan has picked up his Dragapult EX from
Yeah,
the prizes
for
last
sure.
game,
Yes.
so he does have a Dragapult EX. He needs a Crispin to attack though and take out. But if he uses Crispin, then he cannot knock out the Serendipity at the same time.
That is true. That is true. But without a Crispin, there's no Phantom Dive.
Yep.
So Edmund here suddenly finding an amazing line on this turn to stay in the game, taking out the only threat on Ryan's side of the field. And here comes the ends Zorok.
It's poison thanks because of Pitcher ability. You
Yeah,
kinda-
subjugating chains, right? There you go. Subjugating chains on your screen right there. A very interesting ability.
Yep, you send your Darkness Pokemon up to the active spot, switch, but it gets poisoned.
And bada bing, bada boom, Night Joker takes a knockout on the Dragapult EX. Ryan now left with just Dracloaks, Monkey Dories, and a Dunsparce. We know he has a Dragapult EX in hand from the
Yep.
prizes. Where is that Crispin?
I see a Darkness NG. Unfair Stem could be a play as well.
It's going to be big. Unfair Stem is huge here because remember, Edmund cannot attack with his Enzorok in the active. He has to pivot out. Petron allows for it, which is good, but he needs to find a way to retreat. So Dunsparce.
That's what's going up. Because he can evolve the Dudun's Pass and then get that out of the active spot.
Yeah.
So he's just by himself. He can evolve this Dunsparce to Dudun's Pass, play an Unfair Stem after evolving his Jowler possibly. Because the Pokepad is likely going to find the Dudun's Pass, which means that he can pivot out this Pokemon later on when all is ready. So here's the Dudun's Pass, can able to draw 3 cards again. Let's see what's left in his deck. There's not many cards left though. I would say less than 20 cards. We are in the last 10 minutes of the match.
Yes.
It's getting very close though, but I think we can end this match, can come to a conclusion.
I think so too. I think Ryan here with 2 prizes left. Edmund with 4. It sounds a much tall order for Edmund here, but Ryan has to find a line. Tails on the crushing hammer. That's not great.
Yep,
He's
he
gonna,
would love
where's
to
the
get-
energy? Where's Ryan's energy attachment?
Yeah, he's got a psychic energy in hand. I think
Okay.
he's opting whether he wants to attach it to the Dracloak right now or play Recall Directive. Unless I'm seeing one, he doesn't have a psychic energy. He does have a psychic energy right there. He's already
Yeah.
eyeing it. He's already put it at the top of his hand. So he's crushing hammer again.
Crushing hammer again. Let's
Second
go.
chance. He's go. Oh. And the
Tails.
tails again.
Not only
Oof.
one hits this
One
series.
hit. Only one hit.
Oh my gosh.
There we go. Psychic energy going onto one of the Dracloaks.
He has to evolve right now. I
Yep.
think he has to evolve
And
that
then evolve
Dracloak.
to Dragapult.
Yeah, he has to protect that Dracloak now with his life, because if not, that's going to be a very quick swing to Edmund's favor, I would think.
There you go. Here comes the Buddy Parfin. Just checking what Edmund has picked up from his prizes. He should pick up his first double marker, but it's too far away to get an Adamantium though.
No, I think that's no longer the play here. I think for Edmund here, you want to try go for 2/2 prize map if you can.
Risky Ruins. So Buju coming down here.
That's 3 damage. That's
Yep.
good.
That's the damage
Yeah.
that he needs.
And look at the board now. It feels like there's going to be a monkey war going on. 2 monkey doors on the right for Ryan, 1 for Edmund. Ryan obviously needs damage to throw back. Unfair stamp.
So as you were mentioning yesterday, is unfair stamp a lie? Normally against Edmund, it is a lie. So we'll be seeing live right now whether Edmund can draw out of this.
It's a I want to say it's almost like a meme at this point for our region. Unfair stamp is a lie. Started in the Philippines, it continued in Malaysia, and it seems to be continuing here in Singapore. We will see if Edmund gets to draw out of this 2-card hand.
So okay, Ryan played the unfair stamp, which means that both players shuffle hand to the deck. Ryan will draw 5 cards. Edmund can draw only 2 cards, and Ryan can only play this unfair stamp ace spec if Edmund took a knockout last turn.
Exactly.
Here we go. The second week is gonna be a draw 3 from the runaway draw, and then shuffling back to the deck.
I don't see any good attacks here from Ryan other than maybe Ichipolen. I think that's the line he's going for here. He's going to Ichipolen and hope that Edmund has nothing. But we know for a fact Edmund has one thing available, which is Monkey Doors and Trader Brain. So he will get a prize here on the Bidoof.
I think it's gonna move the 20 damage away from the Bidoof using a Trader Brain.
Now I would move the 10 off. Oh yeah, you can. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But anyway, it's 30 hit point. Pokemon is going to get knocked out. For Edmund, though, he will want to try and remove that 1 damage counter on the Pheasant Deputy, because that is now a very nasty Pokemon to have on the bench.
Ryan picked up the first card he needs to win the match next turn. It's going to be a Boss's Orders.
Oh, okay.
Because a Pokepad going to pick up the Dance Pass once more. This Dance Pass is doing a lot of good work.
Yes.
And now, they got 2 Monkey Dories for double Trader Brain.
Oh, yes. Interesting. So this is going to be quite... Going to get very close here for Ryan, because with this 4 damage counters, he can put it anywhere to prevent Edmund from keeping fresh EX Pokemon.
Yes.
And if Edmund, for whatever reason, also chooses to leave a Zora in the bench as a Zorua, the boss order can also go for a double knockout on a Zora as well as a Zekrom.
And Hellfan going onto the bench.
I think just hitting his hand a little bit, trying to ensure that he gets cards out of it. But yes, I think an Ichipolen here will give Edmund, Ryan the best chance and put Edmund in a very weird spot.
Here we go. So it'll be the first Trader Brain. Let's see where he decides to move the 2 damage counters from one of his Pokemon to Edmund's side of the board. Can be anywhere he wants. As usual, Dragapult players are setting up for a big turn. So he's going to go for the Zoroark on the active spot. Both Adrena Brains are going onto the Zoroark in the active spot. And here comes the item lock, Ichipolen. It is weakness as well, right?
So this is big here, yes. So it's going to be huge for Edmund to try and save this End's Zoroark EX. However, it also means that Ryan has a very interesting out here. If he goes and save the End Zoroark with Adrenaline, moving it off, he cannot save the Pheasant Deputy.
Yeah. So because the second End Zoroark, another trade coming on here. Or 2.
Alright. Acerola's Mischief.
Yep, Acerola's Mischief could be a play.
Doesn't work against Boss's Orders.
Yeah, doesn't work against
Boss's Orders will be able to negate that card very effectively, just going around the Pokemon that is being selected.
Let's see what he decides to do here.
So it seems that the unfair stamp on Ryan's side has given Edmund a lot to think about.
It's an unfair stamp plus item lock from Ichipolen.
Exactly.
Right? Double disruption. Thunder's Energy, He's considering to attach it onto the Fazendipity there. I'm just checking what again, this is something you usually do. You play Pokemon cards. Check what your opponent's discard pile, right? Normally, you can determine how many energy cards are remaining, what Pokemon are left, what cards he has already used. Because like you can only play 4 of a card, four of the same card in your deck. So if he's already played 3 Pokepads, then you can expect he only has 1 remaining.
Well, the good thing here is for Edmund, he doesn't have to worry about any unfair stamp. But I think here the weirdness of the situation is that he can take a prize on the Badoo with Adrenabrain, but it doesn't progress his board state in any way.
Yeah.
He needs to find a line here where he can protect his board. I believe he does have a 06 Machinations in hand or in the prizes that he can grab. I'm not sure if that's something that he's going to try and fish for.
Gonna move the 3 damage counters down. It's gonna be to the Badoo. It's gonna be a knockout.
Okay.
Gonna take 1 prize here. We should be left
What did he
with 2
get?
prizes remaining. Ryan immediately sends up the Monkey Dory with the handheld fan that he already set up earlier. But you're saying that, remember, the Enzor cannot attack because he used N-Zekrom's attack, copy Enzor attack earlier.
06 Machinations.
He picked up the 06 Machinations here, so it's in this. It may have been unfair stamped away though, also possible. So Darkness Energy going to the Fazendipity.
Oh, he just picked up his 06. He
Just picked up. That's his. So now he can, if my hand size is, let's see, about 7, he can discard it until he has only 3 cards remaining.
Yeah, Energy and Boss wins the game here for Ryan. Yep. So even with this comeback that Edmund is trying to piece together, it's probably too little too late, I would say.
Here we go.
And the unfair stand from Ryan here he has put Edmund in a very awkward position. Ace Mischief on the active, that is good. But again, we know Ryan has a boss. Does he then have a Fire Energy?
Let's see.
Crispin doesn't work here. You need to have a boss. There's also the Night Stretcher combination that you can look for. Does Ryan have it?
Yep. So we saw the handheld fan being the effect happening just now. So the energy was pushed. Ryan's choice. So he pushed it to the Monkey Dory that Edmund has. Ryan just checking Edmund's discard pile before he decides which Pokemon to send out to the front. Does he have the Fire Energy and the Boss's Order? He has the Boss's Order, I believe, right?
Okay, Fire Energy and Boss is game here. So Ryan will have access to the Dunsparce. So he's putting that into the active. Do we see the Fire Energy? The Psychic energy. Deck check, please. Let's see what you have in your deck there, Ryan. Is there a Fire
energy card?
There's a Night Stretcher.
There's a Crispin.
There's a fire.
There's a fire. Okay, he carries Crispin, but he does have the fire.
A fire and a Night Stretcher. So 2 outs here that he can dig for. He'll be seeing 5 cards. 3 from Runaway Draw. 2 from Recon Directive.
So it's going to be another Pokepack here, thinning out the deck further. Here comes a Jockler going out.
What do you say yesterday? Thinning is winning.
Yes, Thinning is winning here. It gives him a higher odds of drawing to the cards he needs. There's like just over 10 cards remaining here. He can draw 3 from Runaway Draw and use Recon Directive. So I guess use Recon Directive first.
And this is such a close game because if Edmund or if Ryan misses this turn, I think Edmund may have game.
They win this. Edmund can win this. Yep.
He can dig through all through his deck with those traits to find the right resources. So now Ryan here, to do a quick check, yes, Fire Energy in the discard and 1 in deck. So all 3, technically speaking, we know where they are. There are none in the prize cards.
Edmund giving the judge to shove to cut Ryan's deck. That's also it's always an option. Yeah,
it's always an option. I think the judge carded. So here is a judge cut. And we will judge shuffle, I should say. So let's see.
From the Risky Ruins. Here we go. First, Recon Directive.
Oh,
another boss orders that he already has in hand. So it's now going to be all on the Runaway Draw. He has the boss, so he's going to take the least determination instead. Here we go. 3 cards. Crispin. Risky Ruins.
Fire Energy! Fire Energy of the top!
Fire Energy that he needs to win. So he's going to, just run. Let's go to the motion.
There it is. On the last card.
On the last card.
On the Runaway Draw.
Wow. Set the energy onto this Dragapult and take the knockout here for the win. Just gonna go to the motions. So Fire Energy and then Boss's Orders on the Fazan.
That's it.
What a game. What a game. And with only less than 20 seconds remaining though.
And that is owing to both these players playing expertly in both round 1 or game 1, game 2 and even game 3. We thought Ryan had a huge lead.
Wow, yeah.
And it was a huge lead because in the end, that lead proved pivotal for him to take the win. But in the end, unfair stamp to 2. Edmund just having very tight options in that final turn. Still trying to stay in it.
He was really trying. I mean, we guessed that he needed like so many pieces to try to come back in the match, and he had all of them
In one turn.
in one turn, right? He did like 5 cards, and all 5 were just played out instantly.
Exactly. And I think that was
That was a big turning point, really big turning point.
a huge particular. I mean, to me, I'm almost speechless at this
Yeah.
point. It was quite a fun match to watch. I enjoyed that all the way through, and the fact that we got a 30-minute game 3
Yes.
really gave me thought for. I mean, a good thought process about people playing best of 3.
Yeah,
right.
This is a pinnacle. This is the best of 3 match, right?
Yes.
I'm hoping that the rest of our day today we're going to see matches at this level, this caliber.
Exactly, and we saw everything in that game, right? We saw Dragapult going absolutely crazy. We saw Enzorok pushing himself with the momentum he had, and in Game 3, both these decks trying their best to stay in it. We thought Edmund turned the corner with that huge turn.
That Evotal clutch was so clutch.
Indeed. And then we saw Unfair Stamp, which I would say actually was quite effective.
Yep.
So that Unfair Stamp reduced the amount of options that Edmund had. He had to go for a cheap price on the Bidoof, and then even not having a way to remove damage off a Pheasantipity.
Yes.
And that, I think that was the key thing here. Only having to remove 30 off this Enzorok and leaving it at 10.
Yeah.
That 10 damage on Pheasantipity.
Ooh. That was
But in any
already
case-
writing on the wall there.
But to be fair, there's also Risky Ruins and Adrenaline plays and whatnot. So there is a lot of ways that Ryan could have won that eventually.
Ryan
thinking
needed a
back.
little bit of luck though. He didn't get that fire energy draw, right?
Exactly.
But tinning the deck first, that's
Yes.
again good example. You tin the deck first to get higher odds to getting that fire energy, which he looked through the top 5 cards of his deck to get the
That's
last card.
And that was the only draw he had access to. But
Yes.
beyond that, you essentially had to play either List Domination or something else.
Yep.
That was, I would say, one of the closest games we've seen. Edmund would have won. I strongly believe Edmund would have won next turn.
Yep.
Because all he needed was potentially like a boss order, right? So that's all for round number 8.
I'm excited for next round though.
I think
I'm
that
very
was a good one. So we get to see best of 3s here in Singapore Master Ball League. Don't go anywhere though. We should be back real soon with round number 9 for more Pokemon TCG action. See you in a bit.
Level up your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokemon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokémon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach two tools to a single Pokémon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokémon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokémon gets knocked out, its Pokémon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokémon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokémon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokémon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokémon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokémon. Now, what if your active Pokémon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokémon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokémon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokémon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokémon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokémon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokémon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities! Oh, hey, Professor! My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are 2 different things. Gotcha!
Terra Pokémon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokémon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away!
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating.
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokémon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way.
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokémon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokémon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokémon can only have one of those three. If a Pokémon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are 2 ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution! Yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, they can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokémon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokémon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. bringing Pokemon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Level up your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have two Pokemon in play and two tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
And welcome back, folks, to Suntec City Convention Center. My name is Edmund with me, Nicholas Yong, and
Hello.
we are back with round number 9 of the Singapore
Yes.
Master Ball League. It was a fun round 8.
Yes, it was a really fun round 8. And we've got something familiar, I would say, for round 9.
A throwback to pre-rotation.
Yeah, we're talking before, all this perfect order, before Mega Evolutions.
Yes, and I think it's going to be an interesting one for those of you who've been playing the competitive scene for a while. It's going to be Dragapult Dusknoir up against Raging Bolt Timas Ogerpon with the Noctowl package.
Yes, so again, because of rotation, we don't have Professor Stardust Vitality
Yes.
anymore. But, Raging Bolt players who still want to play Raging Bolt, never give up. They've put in the Noctowl package instead to help boost their consistency.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Noctowl has been seen with the deck for some time because you could search up Professor Stardust Vitality. We've seen increasingly a drift away from Noctowl into a more like big basic sort of deck.
Yep.
But now we see it here in Singapore Master Ball League and in Day 2. So potentially it has a few other options that the previous versions of Raging Bolt that we've seen in the format that they did not have, right? So I'm interested to see this. Raging Bolt is one of my personal favorite decks, which I do not play. I love the deck for what it stands for. It's,
Oh, I mean like
it hits huge amount of damage, right? It has so many options. It used to be one of the decks that could play a Iron Leaves out of nowhere
Yep,
and take
yep,
knockouts on
yep.
Charizard. So it was one of my favorite things to see on the
maybe
stream.
we see it today as well. We might see it now.
Potentially,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's going to be one of a unique matchup we have not seen today. It's still going to be Dragapult. It's still going to be paired with Dusknoir. But these Raging Bolt decks are one of the few decks in format that can take a knockout on the big dragon.
Yep. Because again, Raging Bolt has no damage cap, right? As long as you can discard energy, for every energy you discard, you're doing 70 damage. So
Yes.
as long as you can discard 5, Dragapult is bye-bye.
And you essentially have to rebuild a Dragapult from scratch as a Dragapult Dusknoir player. So we're going to be seeing, I believe, Shauna up against Raymond.
Yep, so both these players, they've been playing, I've seen them since for Great Ball Leagues and Ultra Ball Leagues.
Great.
Not the seasons, I would say, not the seasons, seasons. They've been playing for quite a long time here, Shauna and Ray. So good to see them on stream here at the Singapore Master Ball League.
And if you want to be on stream one day, you could take part in your Great Ball Leagues and Ultra Ball Leagues and then make it all the way to Master Ball League Day 2, like these players
Correct.
who are gunning for a World's invite, I would think.
Yes,
They
for
coveted
sure.
Travel Award in the finals
Go
as well.
all the way to the finals, right? That's where you want to be to get that free trip to San Francisco.
Yes, and I think we're going to be seeing players are setting up, and we will head into the game very shortly. I'm going to ask you, I didn't get to do this with you during the last 2 days, Nick. What would be your pick for these two decks? Which are you think going to be winning here in this round number 9?
Because I'm also a fan of Raging Bolt because I
Okay.
love that unlimited damage cap, right? But again, you never with Dragapult Dusknoir, especially with the Dusknoir line, most especially, you never expect it to take that multiple knockouts. You think that you're in the lead, and then suddenly, I've lost. Even though you've only picked up like one prize from a and then
Yes.
goodbye. So I wouldn't call it like a one-sided match. Pretty even, I would say. We'll see how Shauna managed to navigate this Raging Bolt match.
Yes, I think that's going to be interesting for both these players because, again, even for us, it's a matchup they don't technically
Yep.
see. I do want to call out also the Noctowl inclusion for the Raging Bolt deck because it gives it, I think, Raymond a lot more options and will play something like Fan Rotom, which not just boosts consistency by getting your Hoots and Noctowls out,
Yep.
it also can attack.
Yeah, so this is the greatest start that Raymond wants, right?
Yes.
You want that Fan Rotom and then pull out 3 colorless Pokemon. You want to get out that Hoot. Probably one knocked off if you don't have one already. So just looking through and see what else is priced. Hopefully you get to see the prices as well. There's gonna be another Fan Rotom and a Hoot followed by
Okay.
one knocked out.
Interestingly, I think Raymond wants to discard that Fan
Yeah,
Rotom, so it's
probably.
more like discard fodder at this point for him.
He already has the Hoot in his hand as well. So ultimately,
Yes.
that's exactly as you predicted. So
Yep.
the Fan Rotom going to get discarded via Ultra Ball cost. Thinking what else to discard here to skim through his deck.
So looking at the deck list for Raymond, right? So this is an almost cookie cutter Raging Bolt, right? It's running your typical Raging Bolt line, Tilma Zogapons, your Latias EX. It has Mega Kangaskhan. I like the inclusion of 2 particular cards here. One is Terrapagos EX and
Yeah.
also Iron Leaves EX. So for various purposes, Iron Leaves maybe going after those grass weak Pokemon like Anzorok. Terrapagos an efficient attacker, especially when paired with Area Zero Underdepths.
Yes.
So there's a lot of options here for Raymond to go aggressive if he wants to be. And I think at this early stage of the game, he wants to first draw cards, which here it is. I was going to say either Tilma Sukopon coming down or Mega Kangaskhan. It looks like it's going to be Tilma Sukopon with the Tilda's ability. Raymond giving an engine attachment as well to the active and passing over to Shauna.
Don't forget though that Fan Rotom can attack with Assault Landing as long as there's a Stadium card in play from either player. Then Assault Landing is going to be able to do 70 damage and knock out that Duskull. 70 is a really good number. There are a lot of basic Pokemon are at that 70 HP number. Let's see what Shauna does. Can she find some GPs? It's going to be Ultra Ball, discarding a Darkness Energy and a Dragapult. A little bit ouch, but I guess no choice here. Already eyeing up the Meowth for a Lily's Determination. I don't think that's a really good hand though, which is forced to do that.
Yeah, and you're giving a 2-prizer onto the bench there for Raymond to knock out. We talked about earlier the Terrapagos EX. Guess what? It knocks out very easily a Meowth because you don't need as many bench Pokemon to knock out a Meowth. And for Shauna here, looking through a quick deck search here. We have not seen prizes yet. We'll get that up for everyone shortly. But for Shauna, going for, firstly, a painful discard.
Looks like she may have some cards stuck in the prize.
Production, can we please see Shauna's prizes? Because I think everyone is eager now after that reaction on screen.
Is she missing Dragapults?
Oh no.
Okay, so it's gonna be a Meowth first.
Okay.
The Meowth's gonna find the lazy determination.
All right.
So she's gonna play through, I think. She's gonna play through.
Yes.
Lazy going to hand, gonna play it out.
I love that it's all a big suspense here for us right now. We don't know what Shauna has prized. Is an energy attachment to the active, and then that's it? Okay, so there is a least domination. So by the way, that's the second darkness energy already going to hit the bin.
Yes, correct.
And that's not great because you want to be able to utilize your Monkey Dories later on.
It's the only 2 darkness energies, in fact.
Oh, okay, there's 2. And so the Risky Ruins play that we saw earlier on for Ryan, that's going to be much more difficult to achieve there for Shauna. So at the very least, though, least domination on turn 1, the best supporter you could play for any deck in format.
And if you've never seen least domination before, you shuffle your hand to your deck, draw 6 cards. But if you still have all your 6 prizes remaining, you draw 8 cards. So it's the fantastic first supporter that you could play in your games. It's a great way to start. What is this hand?
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh. All she has is 1 GP, I think.
I think there's also 1 Pokepad and a bunch of energies. That is not what you want to see because you want those energies in your deck. You run things like Crispin for that reason. At the very least, there is a Dreepy. There is, I believe, a Pokepad. So the question now is whether or not does she have access to the Badoo, which is what you want to be using as the Dragapult Dusknoir deck.
Yes.
An early Badoo would lock your opponent out of options, and then you come back with multiple Dracloaks, multiple attackers.
Here we go. Pokepad here. Like you're saying. You're going to come for an Itchy Pollen.
There we go.
Hopefully, stall away a little bit. Hopefully, buy yourself some turns here. Again, I'm hoping that it's not like, you know, like entire
Triple GP or something.
Oh, that's no line maybe.
Yeah. But we still will get that for everyone. I'm eager to see what that is as well.
You can see. It's going to be a retreat here. Again, the Dark Sage going into the discard pile for retreat cost. And then Itchy Pollen means Ray cannot play item cards next turn.
But you're Ray. You're just happy to sit down here with playing Crispin after Crispin after Crispin, right?
Yes. Let's see what's he gonna do. I mean, if I think he can see from Sean's reaction, right? That no, there's nothing much that can really move from here on. Noctowl coming out because Ray has a Terra Pokemon in the Tailmass Ogerpon. That Noctowl's ability does work, which means he can find any 2 trainer cards he wants. That's the Jewel Seeker ability.
Alright, so if you're Ray here, would you want to telepathically just read Shauna's mind and go after the Dreepy?
Ooh.
You can go.
You could, right?
Yeah, basically this Noctowl allows you to, but no, he's going for the safer route.
Yep. He's going to go for a setup play instead.
I don't mind it because it's just being very careful, not giving too much away. But if he did, Shauna would be left with only a single Duskull and no Dreepies on the bench.
I mean, maybe it could be a bluff, right? You're going to call a bluff as well.
You never know.
Yeah, you never know.
Never know. But
because if it's 0, that means he can play more than 5, can play up to 8 bench Pokemon from here on out. As long as this area 0 still remains in play. Ray can take a knockout on this Budew though, so this determination going to draw 8 more cards. I guess he's going to be hoping to find energy cards next turn. Maybe Crispin for possible attack if, Shauna does have a way to attack next turn.
Yeah, I mean, for Shauna...
She does play Crispin. I mean, she doesn't have a Crispin, Rare Candy, Dragapult. If she does have Dragapult, we don't know.
We don't know. Yeah, we haven't seen the prize cards yet. But for Shauna, if she wants to go aggressive, it has to be Rare Candy, Dragapult, Crispin. That's the only way to go aggressive. The other way is actually Rosa's Encouragement, but we don't see the Fire and Psychic Energy in the discard. It's only just 2 Darkness Energy. So Shauna now
taking that simple knockout.
Yeah, the simple knockout, nothing too fancy. Getting a Mega Kangs card into play is decent if this Phanrodon goes down.
It's going to be a Fazandipity here. It's going to flip the script to draw 3 cards.
So I'm still wondering what did Shauna realize in that turn 1, because that first deck search had a lot of expressions attached to it.
Yeah, exactly. Like we're like, what could it be, right? She doesn't seem too happy right now.
Yeah, I'm very curious now if maybe she's missing Dracloaks.
Oh, that's also possible. Yeah.
So here we go.
Okay, we're gonna see with this Ultra Ball right now.
We will see now.
There's a lot of energy in hand as well. I think every other energy that she has somehow in her hand. I see a Monkey Dory as well. Credit those 2 Darkness Energy. She does play 2 Night Stretches. 1 Psychic Energy and 1 Monkey Dory going in the discard pile. Let's see what she picks up. There is a Dracloak.
So there is a Dracloak, okay. So it's not the end of the world here. There's still only just 1 Dreepy.
Like we
Which,
mentioned, we saw in game 1, right? If you find a lot of key cards are priced, that again, like especially cards that if you're seeing like maybe all your juggle pools are priced, maybe it could be a switch to game 2 immediately.
Yeah, I think Shauna here, seeing the pace of play, seeing the experience of navigating the matchup so far, it may seem likely that she knows what she's doing here. I think the key thing is knowing when to scoop.
Yeah.
At this point, it's not horrible, even though you are on the back foot already so early. But that's the beauty of Dragapult. It can find ways to come back. It's a very strong attacker. It has a very good consistency engine built in. And with Dusknoir, it has one of the strongest pairings that a deck has had in the recent times. We have just an energy attachment, and looks like Shauna is just
The pass here, I think.
yeah,
right?
and giving up the Duskull.
Wei can, at this point, with this board right now, he could go target the Dracloak, but it won't be enough though. He needs another 20 out.
Yeah, so I think that's the reason why I was hoping he went after the GP right away, because this is
Ooh,
huge.
This
Okay,
is huge. Team Rocket's Watchtower is gonna bump away the area 0, and that means Raymond will discard the Noctowl from his bench to bring it back to 5. Again, in the future, you can always use a nice stretch to take back the Noctowl possibly. That Team Rocket's Watchtower though will negate all of the colorless Pokemon ability. So that means Ray's Noctowls will not work. That Mega Kangaskhan can draw cards as well.
exactly. The good thing is that we are going to see a very big stadium war this game, because Ray runs 4 stadiums, Shauna runs 3. Even though Ray played the first stadium, he still has access to a jamming tower as well as a couple more Area 0 underdepths. Shauna, on the other hand, has a very interesting suite, a jamming tower as well as risky ruins.
Ray does have the Raging Bolt in hand with a Lightning Energy. He's already considering to bump away the Watchtower with his jamming tower, so the Stadium Wars has begun.
Has begun, and I think what Raymond needs now is a stadium bump, which he has in hand. He potentially then has to find a way. Well, I think the key thing here is that he wanted an additional bench space for the Raging Bolt, but he doesn't have that right now. So bumping the stadium first, and then hoping to draw into Area 0 later on, that might be key. So Crispin on Raymond's turn here, getting 2 energy cards from the deck, one attached, one to a Pokemon. I'm presuming it's going to be a grass and any other color.
Yep, so the guy's going to keep it to his hand, and then use it to Teal Dance his way to draw another card.
And it's like it's always the modus operandi of a Raging Bolt deck. I'm going to get energy into play, and out of nowhere, I'm going to swing with a Bellowing Thunder. It's just right now you can't play the Raging Bolt because his bench locked.
So, thinking where would this Lightning Energy go? Because you're attaching it to your, if you attach it to your Mega Kangaskhan, or
Probably Kangaskhan, because the safest place to put energy. It's not going to go down anytime soon. 300 hit points is difficult to get. However, Dragapult Dusknoir is one of the decks that actually can reach that number thanks to Curse Blast.
yes. Of course, the Kangaskhan, there's always the possibility that Kangaskhan will be able to attack as well. Teal Dance for 1 card, it's going to be a Fazendibly drawn. Not something he wants to see, because he won't be able to use it or put it down. He's going to replace the Watchtower immediately with a Jamming Tower.
Yeah, I like this because he's essentially saying, you know what, on next turn I can play my Area 0 if needed, but Shauna will then be pressured to try and maybe go for Risky Ruins early on, or she could even, well, there's only other stadium she can play. So only one Watchtower will now be bumped into the discard pile. And that's extra information for Raymond, by the way, so now he knows that he has to play around potential Watchtower for game 2 and 3.
Yes, so, because he doesn't know that she only plays 1 Watchtower.
Yes, that's
Yes,
true.
yeah.
That's true.
Pick up the Terra Orb. You can find any Terra Pokemon in your deck. So it's going to be another Teal Mask Ogopon. Second energy going on to this Kangaskhan. It's going to be able to attack, possibly.
Yeah, if I'm Raymond here, I can sit nicely and just say Assault Landing because I'm getting 2 prizes now. Shauna has been put under pressure. Oh, going to Dracloak.
What a price pickup, though, from Ray. Picks up a Noctowl from the price.
Oh, very nice. Very, very nice. So here Shauna, though, has options. She can go for a Dragapult this turn.
Yep.
But she's also going to be very careful about the potential return knockout because look at the amount of energy on the field now for Ray. That's 4 energy if we assume the Fan Rotom goes down.
Yes. There's a very high chance that if Shauna evolves this to a Dragapult, it's going to get knocked out next turn.
And there's no particular line here where she goes, boss, the Tealmas Ogopon, Risky ruins it.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
That was
there
a good
we
guess.
go.
And the worst part of this, right, is that both Dragapults are at the top of the price.
Oh no!
So we're not going to see that for a very long time. So discarding that Dragapult at the start of the game pretty rough for her, and because she only has 2 night stretches, right? That means she can only access either like 1 Darkness Energy and 1 Dragapult EX possibly. That's the first night stretcher, so Dragapult is going to be played from the trash, going back to a hand,
Yes.
evolving it into the Dragapult EX. Phantom Dive.
I was hoping for a boss here, right? I think the key thing is getting a boss.
Would be perfect.
A boss going after either the Hoot or even getting damage onto the Tilma Zogopon. It will be big.
Buddy Puffin, double GP? Most likely going to be double GP here.
Yeah.
If
Or
you want
maybe
to fill up
GP
a bench.
Duskull?
GP Duskull will be great as well.
Yeah, because she has to also realize that she only has access to 1 more Dragapult EX at this point.
Yep.
She's hoping to draw out the prizes, but we know she's not drawing them anytime soon unless she draws prizes unorthodoxly. But at this point here, she's just hoping to get bench Pokemon. I would go 1 GP, 1 Duskull.
Let's see what she decides to pick here. I believe she drew drop look.
Okay, then double GP, I think. Oh, choosing not to play the second one.
She's gonna go for 1 Pokemon, so we're both wrong here.
Okay.
She's keeping that bench space open, the bench slot. For Ray's side though, that Fan Rotom is doing a lot of work right now.
Yes.
Picked up 2 prizes already for him.
You
And
see the
it's
boss here from Shauna?
It's
Yes.
gonna be the Duskull.
Yep.
She already had it in hand.
A skull in
so
hand.
Is it gonna be a boss? It is
Yes.
a boss's order, so
All
we're
right.
gonna start hitting on this 3 prize Pokemon here, Mega Kangaskhan EX.
So this is the line that she's going for, right? Getting 200 damage on the Mega Kangaskhan.
Yep.
It will set up for a potential Curse Blast next turn.
Yes.
If Raymond has no way to take a knockout. Not going for a knockout on the Rotom is very, very high skill here, I would think, because that means Ray is still bench locked.
Yes.
So no Raging Bolt comes down unless Ray can find one of his 2 areas on the depths. But here, Run Aaron, you're going to be drawing cards. So let's see here. 2 cards for Ray.
7 energy, and Mega Kangaskhan can attack though. There's always that possibility of Mega Kangaskhan taking a knockout. It just needs to flip. 2
Yeah,
hits, right?
Noctowl.
3 hits.
Yes, 3 hits, but Noctowl will potentially get Ray the stuff he needs. He's already eyeing the areas on the depths.
Yep. Got the Ava 0 there.
Going for a Pokepad potentially for another Noctowl.
Crispin is also an option.
Crispin's also an option.
Yeah, we can get
But
that.
surprisingly, yeah, so Crispin's an option here. He needs a Crispin because he wants to charge out Raging Bolt.
The immediate knockout in response. It's gonna be energy search, just pick up 1 energy.
Okay.
What he decides to go for. It's gonna be the Ava 0, replaces his own jamming tower. That means he's played an extra stadium just to get that
Yes.
out.
And at this point, he doesn't mind having his stadium bumped because at this point right now he wants to get rid of Pokemon from the bench. Oh, so
Crispin's
Crispin already in hand.
that's why. So here we go, Grass Energy 1 for the Teal Dance, and then 1 Fighting Energy. He already has
Yes.
Lightning from like way earlier on.
And an energy search as well for the lightning energy that
Yep.
he needed.
So Lightning Energy.
Oh, he had it already in hand. Perfect. Yes.
Go. And another 1 more Tiamat Gopon. Energy search to find Grass Energy at this point, I think.
Oh, this is brilliant from Ray. Look at all the energy. Flooding the board with so much of resources
So
here.
double Teal Dance.
Yes. And I think this is in preparation for a potential turn where Shauna can swing and knock out the Raging Bolt. And I also want to see where Ray discards energy from. I would expect him to discard energy from the Mega Kangaskhan.
Yeah.
But that is a huge liability now with 200 damage on it.
Put the token, man, so we can see that the ability is being used.
Yes.
Then she have 1 more Teal Dance for the other Tiamat Gopon with 2 energy already attached to it. Or not, I'll keep it in hand, I think. I think if this Dragapult gets knocked out, right, and you don't see any opening, we should go to a game too quickly. Especially with only close to 30 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, because I think for Ray here, he's in a very commanding position, right? He's able to get into an ideal attacker, use all the energy very, very, very resourcefully. Shauna will need a lot to come back. He needs like double rare Candy, Crispin, or Rosa.
Especially since you already know that your other Dragapults are in the prize.
Oh, I like this from Ray, by the way. He's putting a couple energy onto the leaving a couple energy onto the bench, Kangaskhan, and 1 energy into the active. So Shauna has to pick where she goes for a knockout. She can go for either the Raging Bolt fully, or she has to go for split damage on the Raging Bolt as well as the Kangaskhan. In ARD situation, Ray is just 1 energy and a boss away from winning.
Yes. And if Shauna bumps the stadium away, though, I mean, Ray always has the option to discard the Kangaskhan, so Shauna won't take that 3 price knockout. Of course, the energy is on the Ray still committed the energy onto Mega Kangaskhan though. But then they predict we're going to draw 3 cards, so let's see from Flip the Script what does Shauna have. Does she have the other nice stretcher that she needs? Plus a Crispin, plus a rare candy.
Oh
That's a
wow.
lot. That's a lot.
Okay, that's a lot.
I see a Dust Door.
The Crispin and Dusknoir are in hand. She also needs a Night Stretcher.
Yeah, yeah.
Because that is the only Dragon Ball she has right now.
Oof.
Yeah, I think Shauna is just deciding if she wants to scoop here. He is
I think
probably
it's
out
pretty
of
rough,
options.
right? Yeah, pretty out
Yeah.
of options.
I would scoop here.
I would go for, because if you evolve this to Juglook, right, it's not gonna be, we're not gonna move your game ahead. It's gonna be an Ultra Ball though, I think. So let's see. Ultra Ball is cutting a Dawn. And I see another GP in hand as well. Let's cut a second Ultra Ball here. So I think right now. Let's see what she picks up from this. She already knows that there's no Jungle Pool in the deck.
No Dragon Ball and
No more Pokemon remain in the deck, is it?
oh wow, that's she has a couple.
Oh,
Okay,
it's a GP
a
there.
GP in hand, but in the hand right now is also one Dracloak and
Yep.
another GP. And that's not what you need right now, as Shauna. You want rare candy. You want potentially the Night Stretcher, which we don't see at the moment. So
Here comes the Crispin.
okay. Nope,
Okay.
she's scooping it up.
You're
There
gonna
it
go
is.
to?
So yeah, Raymond just say, hey, you know what? Let's save some time.
Yeah,
I had
yeah.
the Noctowl. Even if you had the double rare candy play, just to make you aware, I had the Noctowl for a potential boss order for game. So
Mayday taking a very dominant game 1.
yeah, to be fair though, I think even if Shauna had access to multiple more Dragon Balls, Ray's board was just so strong. I didn't see any way for Shauna to come back. Even if she got an attack off that turn,
Yeah, yeah.
Ray had pretty much just a very clear line for the win in game 1.
Especially also because Shauna didn't have a good start, had to pass early on. Only one GP as well, one Juglock. So hopefully for game 2, Shauna will be looking to flood her board with a lot of GPs. Let's
Yeah.
see. Let's hope that both players don't price important key cards right now.
Yeah, and we'll get to see that as well on what do they price eventually. Shauna on the right there choosing to go first. Okay, there is a 3P there. For Ray,
That is
it looks like a mulligan. Okay, so that's one extra card for Shauna. She would love to be able to see that. Hopefully it's a
Buddy Poffin.
yeah, that's a turn 1 card of choice for these setup decks.
Now, while Raymond will be able to draw a new cards. Again, so mulligan is that if you don't have a basic Pokemon at the start of your game, you have to shuffle your hand back to that and draw back 7 cards. Your
Yes.
opponent will have the option to draw a card for every mulligan. So this is a good example right now. But remember to mulligan a second time.
Oh no, yeah.
Which means Shauna has the chance to draw up to 2 cards. You're not forced to draw those 2 cards. It's up to 2 cards.
Why would you want to decline a free
Yeah,
card?
why would you want to decline a free card? Again, though, just
Yeah.
because you draw so many cards, it doesn't mean that you are very advantageous. I remember playing in a tournament many years ago, right?
Yeah?
Where my opponent mulligan roughly around 8 times.
8
So I drew
times?
8 cards.
Okay.
But somehow I still lost that match.
Did you get milled out?
I wouldn't say I got milled out. I just got outskilled.
Outskill. There you go. I mean, it's also some strategy for some decks, right, where you just run a very low number of basics.
Yep.
But here, Shauna now starting first with a Drippy inactive. Ray again with a Fan Rodom inactive.
Wow.
He would love to see that.
Definitely he will be able to get out all his hoots again next turn. I
And
see-
potentially get a knockout.
Yeah, potentially get a knockout here. You can take a first turn knockout on this GP. Which I believe he does have a stadium in hand as well. Avius 0. He does have a Teal Mask as well, but no grass energy in hand.
Okay, those prizes are a little interesting here. Ray will have 2 Noctowls prize, leaving him access to only 1. Whereas for Shauna, that's 1 or 2 Duskulls and a few consistency cards. I think Shauna would be okay with this.
Trying to be okay with this. Ray would also kind of be okay. I think he want to have 2 Noctowls in the prize, but one is in within reach though. So
Yeah.
once he picks up 2 prizes, he should give it a second Noctowl and be back in the game. Here comes the second GP going out with a Fire Energy. Pass here with a Watchtower on turn 1.
And
Shauna-
bumps right away.
Shauna
There you go. And Shauna's like shaking her head.
Shauna was just hoping that Raymond didn't have a stadium card so that Fan Rotom wouldn't be able to activate. But Raymond already had it in hand, so unfortunate for Shauna. Lucky for Shauna to manage to draw that Watchtower on turn 1.
That is like the dream play when you know you're up against a deck that relies on early abilities from Color's Pokemon.
Yep.
And
yep.
Ray just says, nice, let me play my stadium. And now with Area Zero in play, Ray will have two things. The first is the ability on that Phanrodon, and
Okay, now he's
with
now,
attack.
Now he's telling her that, oh, okay, now it's my turn to have two Pokemon prize, and it's my Noctowl.
Yeah, so double Noctowl prize for Ray, but at the very least, though, he can still grab the Hoots and a Noctowl, hoping to draw into one of the two that's prized later on, which I think he can achieve. It's not too difficult. They're in the bottom half of the prizes.
The thing with Noctowl is that you can discard it when your game gets bumped, and you can always reuse it back again if you get.
Oh, that is true. That is a play that I've not really seen, to be fair. But for Ray, now energy to the active.
It's going to be a knockout.
It is, and that's it. Yep, Assault landing for the knockout.
It's very aggressive, taking the first knockout of game 2.
Yes.
Shauna here, can she respond though? Does she have a buddy pocket or anything?
Does she have anything? This is a Dreepy.
It's gonna be a nice strategy to take back this GP. Can
Okay.
she evolve this to Druglock at the very least so it will survive and attack? She can. She can evolve this to a Druglock at the very
But
least.
she want to.
Gonna go for
She had
it.
no choice. I think she had to. Yeah.
It's gonna be a recon directive. Hopefully she can find some sort of draw option.
Unfair stamp. Okay.
On the second turn.
This is a very early unfair stamp. We didn't even get to talk about the ace specs from both these players because
Yes.
of how interesting that game one was. But both players are playing unfair stamp. Shauna now debuting the unfair stamp in this match. Raymond will go down to 2 cards, which is going to be pretty hard to get out of or to draw out of because the deck's so thick right now.
Yep. Once
And-
again, right? Is unfair stamp a lie?
We will see. We will see. The thing for Ray right now is that he knows there's only one Noctowl.
Yep.
And so he has to draw out of this unfair stamp.
Pray those 2 cards are something, right?
We'll see.
It's a Glass and a Terra or
not bad.
not bad because you can Teal Dance,
You
right?
can Teal Dance. So you should probably Terra out first, get 1 card out from the deck, and then try to Teal Dance into something else.
I'm not gonna present it pretty, so you can
Wow,
do 3
okay.
cards. Skip the skip. But is there anything after this though? It's gonna be a second GP and a Duskull. So she's back in the game. She's back in the game.
Yes. I don't think she was that out of it because,
Yeah.
Dracula was pretty safe. But this is a very good board if you're Shauna. And you get to take a knockout as well on the Phanrodon, thanks to Dragon Headbutt.
Yes, here we go. 70 damage. So you hit me with 70 damage. I'm gonna hit you back for 70 damage. This is the pretty very rare Dragon Headbutt attack from
Yes.
Bucklock that usually doesn't go for attack. Pokepad also being played right now.
Yeah, that's a full bench for Shauna, I would think. And by the way, the Dracloak using Dragon Headbutt is something you rarely see anywhere else, unless, and in my experience, you're playing against a Gardevoir where you don't want to use any Dragon Pulls. Well, the Gardevoir is gone, so Shauna now is reviving the Dragon Headbutt on Dracloak up against Phanrodon of all Pokemon.
And a release determination.
Okay.
So it looks like Shauna's in control of this match right now. Gonna shuffle her deck and draw 8 cards.
Yeah, you can't see it, but I'm stretching here because we're going to have a long game, and I like it.
Hopefully, she draws into some dark looks. And I hope that Raymond is able to draw out of this unfair. So, 8 cards. 4.
Yeah, so a lot here. And by the way, if you're just joining us, welcome to the stream for the Singapore Master Ball League. It's going to be a day where champions will be crowned, world invites will be given out, and here in this round 9 match, Shauna and Raymond are going to be vying for a spot at the 8-1 record going into the next round. Shauna is really on the back foot, 1 game down to Ray. However, she has a very good board here going into game number 2. Yeah, and just saying though, that unfair stamp, if it sticks, Shauna will have a very strong follow-up turn because these GPs will turn to Dracloaks, that Dracloak will turn into Dragapult.
Got a Latias EX from the
Okay.
top. All filling out the one Teal Dance. The hope that this one Teal Dance is something, right? Some sort of draw option for her.
Yeah, you want to potentially see something like a Lily's Determination or a Noctowl. You wouldn't mind even seeing Mega Kangaskhan because that can draw you more cards.
One Lily's Determination though, so...
Oh, wow, okay.
Alright, let's see what he gets.
A Meowth as well would work.
Yeah, as well would
Yeah,
work. Yeah,
Ultra Ball will work as well. Off the top, Teal Dance, draw a card. It doesn't look great.
It's another fan roll.
It's another Phanrodon.
But if Shauna can get a Dragapult next turn though, And
Okay.
going to send out the fan Rotom out, playing on the bench, sending out to the active. So at least if Shauna takes a knock on this fan Rotom, even if it goes into an unfair stand, he can respond.
Yeah, so Shauna here has a potential for a very interesting line. If she has a way to go into Dragapult boss, she can potentially wipe away those Hoot Hoots, and that would mean Raymond is on the back foot for any of the cards that he can draw. Previously, if he drew a Noctowl or Ultra Ball, those cards would help. In this scenario right now, Noctowl is not going to work. You will need to, or Pokemon is not going to work, I should say as well. You will need to draw out into either a Raw Supporter or a Meowth to get your game going.
And of it as well.
Yeah.
We've got 3 Recon directives online. Up to 6 cards in the deck. Pick 1, C2, pick 1.
And look at the board compared to game 1.
Yeah.
That's a real Dragapult board.
This time we've got 4 Juglogs, sorry. My mistake. So she can do it 4 times right now. Cards.
And I believe she hasn't used a single one of Recon Directives yet. That is all just purely from the hand, purely from Pokepads and Ultra Balls. And we will finally see Recon Directives on this turn for Shauna, and she has 4 to use.
First one is going to be a Meowth and a Lily.
Okay. Well, she could go with the Meowth here if she wants to fish for the boss, which I think she's trying to do here.
And she did, though. She did pick up that.
Yes!
So it's going to be Dawn and Night Stretcher this time around. It's going to be Dawn to the hand.
Dawn is interesting as well, because Dawn could get the Dragapult as well as the Dusknoir, but then no boss play. That's the only thing.
Third Recon Directive.
Haha.
Boss and...
Oh, boss!
Boss immediately
Grabs it. So
she
she
picks
might
up
going
the
for the
ball.
line. Yes, she's going to close the door and raise potential top decks. If she goes after both of the Hoot Hoots, that's it for Ray. There's nothing else. There it is. Dust drops onto the bench.
Oh,
Dragapult deactive. There we go.
Boss's orders, I think. Fire Energy for a backup Dragapult on.
I don't think she'll need it.
Probably not.
Not at this point.
Boss's orders.
There it is.
So
Where?
pick
What's
your
the-
target.
Okay.
It's gonna be the Mass Ogopon X without the energy.
That is interesting. I like this play for 2 reasons. One is she may not need to take prizes now, but she's preparing for a multi-prize turn next turn. It does provide Ray with 1 more top deck to try and get back in the game. That's something that's going to happen, because a Noctowl now would suddenly give Ray options again.
Yes.
But perhaps Shauna's taking long term. You know, I'm not going to rush it. I think I am in a good position. I'm just going to make sure that I do all that I need to get myself a game 3.
Quantum damage onto this 10 HP remaining.
Yeah.
Let's see where she spreads the Phantom Dive damage counters. 6 damage counters she can spread anywhere. 1 on the Latias EX and 5 on the bench.
So Ray here with the card draw
Like it's nothing.
is nothing. Did he take a look at it?
And he passed.
Just passes over.
I think if you're gonna pass, right, you must quickly go to a game 3 at this.
Yes, I think so too. We didn't get to see what card that was, but this is horrible. Shauna with another boss here can just sweep the game.
Yes.
4 prizes easily and down to a single prize left.
On directive.
Actually, you know what? With the Dusclops, she can have game right here. 5 prizes. There it is. The boss is there.
There, so you can pick up the bosses right now.
So I think that's game. So boss onto the Latias EX.
Yep.
Pop the Dusclops on the Fan Rodom.
Yep.
And then Fandom die for 5 prizes and game 2. Does she see it though?
5 energy, going another Dust Clock, another Dracloak.
That should be game, right? Yeah. 5
Play
onto
it
the
out.
Fan Rodom.
Yep.
Boss.
And go Phantom Dive. And then
Yeah, so 5 prizes. Yeah, that's game for Shauna. Does she see it?
pick up 5 prizes anyway. So let's see. The boss's orders. It's going
I-
to pick a Latias, which is still the same. It's still game.
fine. The math is fine.
Math
Just
is mathing here. It's
First
mathing very
blast.
well.
Huh?
Is she going to explode?
No.
No, she doesn't. She's
It,
going to take
are we missing something?
1 damage counter on that. Kill Mas Ogopon, and then with the remaining 5 damage counters, other Tier Mas.
Hang
I
on a
think
second.
though after this scoop,
No, but did Shauna not see the line where she could go for a full game there?
looks like Raymond drew to serendipity last. That's why he couldn't do anything.
Right, right.
But at this point though, you're too far back.
No, if I'm Ray here, I'll go to the next game. But You know what? If you can try to wheel out this one, you never know, right?
Let's see what the 3 cards are. Let's see what.
I think first step for Ray is unfair stamp.
Yep. So till dance, draw 1. So it's 1 more draw. Got 4 cards of his deck right now.
There is a very fine line for Ray to do something here. He has to have Raging Bolt, Crispin.
Ultra Ball, discarding a Lightning and another Ultra Ball again.
Okay, Meowth probably.
Noctowl is also an option.
Noctowl's not bad, yes, as well, yeah. Noctowl it is, okay.
Players have
I'm trying to find the line for Ray here. What's he saying here? He could, and I'm so surprised that Shauna didn't see get the game on that turn there. Because, and bear with me, Curse Blast of 50 damage count, 5 damage counters onto the Phanrodon. You boss the damage Kilmas Ogopon, and then you spread 2 damage counters onto the Phanrodon, 1 onto the damage Kilmas, and it should be game.
Yeah, that should be game. Anyway.
So yeah, okay, so he sees unfair stamp. So the unfair stamp now is
He can try
up.
to come back here with an unfair stamp. There is that possibility though that, you know, because he already has a game, he has a game win, right? He wants to go for a 2-0 win.
okay,
Go
fair
for
enough.
2-1, because again you lose that 1 point, and that 1 point could be very crucial into going to top card. So maybe he's trying to go for that instead. It's a bit risky though at this point. So we'll see what he gets with the unfair stamp and see if we can come back from here. Both players again, we saw Shauna did it earlier in her second turn, and it worked wonders. Turns out it wasn't a lie after all.
Yeah.
But let's see for Raymond though, would it be a lie? Is unfair stamp a lie? Shauna will draw 2 cards, Ray will draw 5 cards. Boss, Teomas Ogopon, Crispin, and another Grass Energy can attack with the Teomas Ogopon, but it will not be enough to do anything, and Shauna will take a knockout here.
Yeah.
It's going to be a scoop, right?
It has to
there
be.
We go.
There it is.
Game 3 with 15 minutes plus to go.
Oh, it's such short time for game 3 though.
Yeah. If there's a dog though, it's always possible.
You never know.
Yeah, a dog is always possible. So I wouldn't want to see a donk for both players, but there's probably the only likely chance that the game is going to end with a 2-1. Again, both players now at 1-1. The situation here is that it will be a draw and both players will get a double game loss.
Well, to be fair though, there is, and I may have misspoke this, but there is a particular new nuance that we want to talk about.
Sure.
So if game 3 has already begun,
Yep.
there is a resolution for a game to end.
Okay.
It would be, if I recall correctly now, with a quick double check, it's essentially the player with the prize lead after both the turn 1 player and the turn 2 player have had their turns. So we actually will see a conclusion in this best of 3.
Oh, it's not only for top card?
The player with the fewest prize cards remaining will win the game.
Okay, here we go. So it's going to be Shauna going second here, Raymond going first. Prizes. So both players no mulligan this time around. So let's see how it goes.
Yes.
Prizes as well for Ray. We'll play it out. Let's see how the match plays out.
So this is going to be an interesting one for Ray and Shauna. Both these players trying to get into that 8-1 record spot there and position themselves very, very well for a top 8 run.
This time though, Ray doesn't start with the fan organ like he always does. Taiwan Orb though will probably find him a Teomas Ogopon. Gonna be surprised to see 2 of them in the prizes.
Oh dear, okay, but he wants 4, not too bad.
Yeah, so you're gonna.
Shauna, 1 rare candy right at the top there. I believe she only wants 2 rare candies. So,
Fine though, but she got Pokepad. Again, with this match though, as she'll be playing in game 2, she can slow it down, evolve them to Drug Looks, and then get them to Dragapult later on. So Raging Bolt start here. What Terra Pokemon is going to be? Definitely going to be a Teomas Ogopon. Just going to be checking through his deck now and noticing that he only has 2 Teomas Ogopon remaining.
I think that's okay if you're Ray. I think more importantly, you want to be able to find the Area 0 under depths to go wide with your field here if you're Ray early on.
So it's going to be a Teomas Ogopon. I don't know if he has a Grass Energy in hand though.
Yeah, Grass Energy will be great for Ray. For Shauna, you're hoping to see a slow start from Ray, but it doesn't look like it right now.
Here we
Let's
go
see.
to the Tiamat's Ogre on the bench. One fighting energy onto the Raging Bolt. And pass. Pass, here we go. So Shauna's first turn here. Does she have Buddy Poffins? It is going to be a turn 1 Buddy Poffin, double GP coming out. Very, very likely. Or a GP plus Duskull. She's eyeing up 2 GPs here. Maybe has Duskulls in hand.
Yeah, so let's see here for Shauna. You want to go double GP here, I think, and then you potentially also want to get a Duskull in play. That will put a lot of pressure on Raymond's side of the field, and we know this time round he doesn't have access to any of those hoots.
Here we go. So Buddy Poffin is going to be a Budew plus GP, so it's going to be item lock turn 1.
Yes.
Shauna does have an energy in hand. Retreat that Monkey Dory away from the active spot. Locking up Raymond, who doesn't really have a good start though. No hoots this time around. Discarding a Psychic Energy for the retreat. Budew item lock. Raymond will... Oh, and the boss is on the Tiamat's Ogre as well. Not allowing Raymond to use the draw. The burst draw attack next turn.
Yeah, and that 10 damage will be very huge here for Shauna, especially because Dragapult loves to see 10 damage counters or 1 damage counter on a 2-10 basic Pokemon. But with just 1 repeat, that's a little bit scary.
We're going to have to set an energy to retreat this Tiamat's Ogre though.
What does Ray have here?
He does have a lightning energy to retreat. I don't think
Okay.
he wants to do it, but I don't think he has a choice. Is he going to have to... That's a lot of good cards in hand though. He's going to have to discard. He's got 2 Noctowls as well. Going to be a boss's orders. Both players playing boss's orders against
Just a
each other
stall.
here.
Yeah.
Now here comes the Raging Bolt. It's going to be the burst draw. Discard your entire hand
Unfair stem and 2 Noctowls.
and draw 6 cards, losing the unfair stem and Noctowl. But he doesn't have a choice because otherwise, if he doesn't play this, then he can't proceed with the match.
Oh boy, that's such a rough turn of events here for Ray.
Shauna should definitely be happy to see that 2 Noctowls and 1 unfair stem has been discarded there. Jocklo coming out. 1 Recon Directive. Here comes a Night Stretcher. Can pick up the Psychic Energy that was used to discard for the Monkey Dory earlier. That's a Lady's Determination right now. Shuffling the deck. They want to pick up 8 cards here.
Yeah, I think with your Shauna, I think this is pretty decent because getting energy attachment down, you're in a decent spot here because your Dracula is online. You can retreat that into the Budew. And then you just gotta find a couple more GPs and maybe a Duskull or 2. I think I saw a Duskull at the very least.
Ooh, okay. With 8 cards though, hopefully you can find more GPs as well. I see Ultra Ball and it's a Stadium card. It's gonna a Stadium card. It is Risky Ruins. So it's gonna play out very early here and get some damage on her Pokemon. So Duskull gonna take 20 damage.
Yeah, this is just setting up for potential Adrenaline play later on some of the bigger basic EX Pokemon that Ray has.
Yes.
I like it because you will just have to get rid of the Dusclops or Dusknoir eventually anyway. That 20 damage is free damage.
Recon
Recon.
Directive.
Yeah, the first one this game actually. Double boss. Well, that's easy.
So it's gonna be which boss will you take? The left boss or the right boss?
Whichever one that is from Mega Evolutions.
Oh, okay. Ultra Ball here. It's gonna find probably the second GP, I think. I see a
Yeah.
Choclock in hand.
So second GP here makes sense. She will retreat the Dracloak, from the active for sure.
Here comes the discarding a Fire Energy and a Monkey Dory. Take note that Shauna already played 1 Night Stretcher. She only has 1 remaining in her deck.
Yes, so 1 remaining left, and also I want to go back to the part about the rare candy, right? So only
Yeah.
1 rare candy that she has access to this game. The other one is in the prizes.
Also another 2 Pokepads, another Dracus was in the prize along with Lady's Determination and a Dawn.
Yeah, so it kind of explains the relatively stop-go start that they're having. So here comes Energy Pollen. No items for you, Ray. But can you draw out of your start here?
That's a fan Rotom that he wanted to see like years ago, but he finally gets it now. Too late though to use the effect because you can only use it at the start of the game, your first turn.
Yeah, it's still a decent attacker,
Yep.
but you need to, at the very least, have a setup here.
It's a
Also-
fighting energy to attack with Raging Bolt if you want to knock out this Budew. Both players only have roughly 8 minutes or less now.
Yeah, and
7 minutes, 30 seconds. Here we go. Grass Energy with Crispin and probably the fighting energy that he needs to attack with Raging Bolt.
lightning. It's a fighting
let's
on
say-
the
let's
on
say
active.
fighting.
Yeah.
Again, the cards are too shiny, right? These holographic cards are too shiny and I got confused for a while.
He's gone all in on the gold energies, but
Yep.
kept the normal arts for the EXs.
Yes, yes,
Which is
yes.
so cool to see. But here on Ray's side, he will get some energy attachments down from Tildan as well as the manual attachment for turn.
Yep.
With the Crispin Plate though, there will not be any other supporter, so he will need to hopefully draw stuff off the Tildans.
So Teal Dance here for one card, one draw. It's gonna be a energy switch.
Okay. Energy Switch does nothing here, at least for now.
Yep.
Ray is... Well, if I'm Ray, I'm hoping to get more cards into play. Okay, Mega King is not
good.
bad. It's
Yeah.
not bad. Yeah, it's a... And is Ray going to go for a knockout? That's the thing here. Is he going to play into the knockout or play into the potential unfair stand, which cost him game number 2?
Yes, it did. It did. And this time, unlike game 2, it doesn't have any Hoo-Hoo as well.
That's
on
true.
the board. So it would be pretty rough if he gets unfair stamp this turn.
Okay, just checking on the energy count here
So
on
energy.
side. So I guess the math is trying to work out here is that will there be a potential knockout on my Raging Bolt
Yeah.
turn? There is, because there is a line of Crispin, Dragapult, and then the Monkey Dory. Oh no, the Monkey Dory is not going to be a factor here. So it will, sorry, Curse Blast, my bad. The Curse Blast will be a potential knockout. But he decides to go for it anyway, discarding the energy of the Teal Mars Ogerpon, leaving 2 onto the Raging Bolt. Shauna, do you have it here? A Dust Clops and a Dragapult
Yep.
with a Crispin will be back-breaking for Ray.
Beacon Directive. Even picked up the Area 0 from his prizes.
Yeah, but that's not going to do much here for Ray. He's not even going wide this game. Second Dracloak for
Dracloak.
Shauna.
Second Beacon Directive. Here we go. 1, 2. Fire Energy.
I guess she's hoping to see anything else but energy.
Yeah.
This is a Crispin turn.
Yes. This is a crispy turn that she definitely needs. If it, unfair stamp, even better if she does have that though. But she already forced to use. If she's already using both Recon Directive, she definitely does not have an unfair stamp in hand. Picking one of these two cards now. Energy card, I would think.
Yeah, so I don't see a Dusclops.
Yeah, I don't see a Dusclops either. There's nothing for it nothing for this Dusclops to evolve into.
So Ray's gamble is paying off right now,
Yes.
as of right now. We
Yes,
haven't
yes.
seen a Dusclops yet. If we see a Dusclops and into a Crispin, I think that's going to be rough.
Wait for the
Boss.
bosses again. It's another boss stall.
That's a decent play for Shauna, I think, because that means that Ray has to find... Oh, even a Team Rocket's
Yeah, I
Watchtower.
was just wondering why did she boss the Mega Kangaskhan but the Watchtower though?
But Ray drew the Area 0 of the prizes.
Again, he didn't know that. Yeah, Ray got really lucky there picking up that
Yeah.
so that stadium
And
after.
she has it. There it is. And Shauna just leans back and say, how can you always have this card?
Yes, and now putting up the Mega Kangaskhan means that Raymond gets a free draw too. He'll dance into one more card. He gets a Latias EX. He can retreat this Mega Kangaskhan away from the active spot.
In a sense, Shauna played boss so that Ray can draw 2 cards.
Yes, yes. What a good friend.
What a good friend that Jetsis was. In any
Okay.
case,
Ultra
here...
Ball is cutting Blood
Okay.
Moon and Fan Rotom.
There it is.
Latias that we don't
Thank
see.
you for the 2 cards.
And Ray does have enough for the Raging Bull to knock out this Dracloak, picking up another prize card.
Oh, this is such a rough feeling for if you're Shauna. For Ray now, what are you looking for? You do have a retreat. You can go into the Raging Bolt, which is, I think, still your safest attacker.
Okay.
But this time around, I think you will want to discard energy of the Raging Bolt. Or maybe discard 1 and 1.
Yeah.
So I guess forcing Shauna to pick either the Teal Masokapon or the Raging Bolt, because you can't go for both.
Yes.
Well, technically you can now, because... I don't know, forget what I said. Because there's only 2 damage counters on
Yeah.
each Pokemon. If there was 3,
that would be a big
then it'd
difference.
be
Yeah.
a big difference there. So at the very least for Ray, he can rest easy a little bit.
We're talking about Great Ball Leagues, though. That's where you can get that nice stretcher copy.
Oh, yes.
It's a Great Ball League promo. So when you do play your Great Ball Leagues locally,
Yes.
expect to get a cool item card, trainer card, like that Glass Trumpet as well, and the Terror that he also played. So, you know, there are rewards for just participating in a Great Ball League.
Yeah. And after playing some of those events, you might end up here like Ray and Shauna playing the Master Ball League Day 2. And now Ray will be going for a attack onto this Dracloak. Bellowing Thunder for the knockout. By the way, there was also a Glass Trumpet play. That was a really good turn there for
Yep.
Ray. The Terrapago is now absorbing some energy from the discard, ensuring that he has a backup attacker almost ready to go. Shauna now on the back foot. 1 Dracloak,
One Dracloak
1 Duskull,
only.
1 Monkey Dory. That board looks really rough.
that Ray's Terrapagos EX could be able to attack without discarding energy because he's been using up this Raging Bolt's Bellowing Thunder again and again, and that keeps energy into the discard pile. But with that Terrapagos, he's going to be able to take out Shauna's very, very low HP basic Pokemon right now.
Yeah, one of the more energy efficient attackers on Raymond's side of the field, and also abusing the Glass Trumpet because you get to attach energy to yourself from the discard to a colorless Pokemon. Shauna now with a buddy Puffin.
Not over
I
for
would.
Shauna.
It's not over yet. Yeah, it's not over yet. There's still a couple more minutes to play here. So Shauna getting a couple of Dreepies.
Wispin as well.
Okay.
Are we going to see Dragapult this turn?
Darkness Energy and another energy will be good, I think.
So she's already eyeing up a Psychic Energy for the Dragapult and the Darkness Energy as well to be
Okay.
attached.
Go for the Mind Bend.
Ooh, yeah, can go for the Mindbend play here, but that would mean that both players will be able to win right now.
Yeah, I mean, if she went for the Mind Bend last turn, it would make sense because there was no Latias. But this turn though, there's Latias, there's Terrapagos on the bench ready to go. There's a backup Raging Bolt as well on the bench. So nothing is safe here. But I think Shauna's playing to her outs, which is
Yes.
great to see. These players are trying all they can to win their games.
Playing the best, everything that she can play possibly. So go for the Adrena Brain first, I think. That's why
Yeah.
she's putting the counter there. So where would the 20 where would the 2 damage counters go?
I think the Latias would make sense.
Trying the Latias because that Latias could be a
Oh.
Raging Bolt. Could take the 2 damage counters right now.
Okay, Ray actually also pre-benched the Ursaluna, so that's additional damage for the Terrapagos if needed. But yes, just a Mind Bend for 60. Ray now, can you find a way to get a knockout? I think you can. And
You get the energy onto the Terrapagos, right?
And that's
then
it,
retreat.
yeah.
Retreat with the Latias EX ability.
doesn't
Skyliner.
matter. It's even more backbreaking for Shauna if that Terrapagos gets a knockout on the only Dracloak on Shauna's side of the field.
Yeah, with the energy, in fact. So
yeah, with energy as well.
slow her down tremendously. The
And
Hoot Hoot, she's considering to play the Hoot Hoot down. I think it's okay at this point.
Oh, I think time has just been called.
Ah,
And that's why Raymond took a pause there. Like, hey, what's the resolution?
right.
So I'm not sure here. The resolution will go. Okay, so the players will still play out their turns, and then they will then have a resolution. We'll let the judges rule on that. But if I'm not mistaken, the resolution will be at the end of the turn 1, turn 2, the final 2 turns that these players will get. The player with the prize card lead will take the game. So if Ray takes 1 prize card here, Shauna will have to take 3 in order to keep the game going.
Okay.
So, and that's just clarifying with the judges, which is always good to do, especially because time has been called. When in no rush to leave here. And I just want to say though, I think these games that we've had with Raging Bull and Dragon Ball, they look closer than expected.
correct.
You know?
You think that Raging Bolt's going to like go all out, right? Because it's going to
Yeah.
unlimited damage. But of course, the way that when you play Dragapult, it's like you're playing chess. You know?
Yes.
You got like so many different permutations to your plays. What you can do as well. So and with Dragapult, like you're never out when you're really truly out.
That's true.
With cards like Budew, with Monkey Dory's Mind Bend as well, you can stall for time, right? So especially we've seen it in the previous round, right, when Ryan was playing Dragapult. It's a very, very I wouldn't say it's a deck that you can just pick up and play very well. It's sometimes the outs that you have aren't as clear as what you think, right?
Yeah, that's true. And I think here though for Ray on Raging Bull side, it seems like very straightforward against Dragon Ball. It doesn't matter what you play. I'm just gonna say Unified Big Down, and now Ray is 3 prizes up. Shauna, what can you do here at this point? This is likely your last turn of the match.
Dusclops and Crispin.
Yeah, so the weird thing here is that Shauna needs to go for 4 prizes in order to tie it up. Or actually 4 prizes to win the match outright. I don't see a line where she can do that.
Here was a Dragapult, and there's a Rosa's
Okay.
encouragement. It's the first time we're seeing it on stream.
Yeah,
Getting
she
the energy from the discard pile.
playing very quickly here. Oh, does she see a line? Is there a line here where you can go for 4 prizes? No, I think she's just doing her best that she can, and it looks like I think Ray takes the win here because Shauna's just playing as best she can.
Can take a knockout onto this Terrapagos, but that's about it, right? Just
Yeah.
2 prizes.
So she'll take 2 prizes, but she gives Ray 1 more prize. So Ray takes 4. And we'll let the judges confirm this.
Yep.
Of course. That's what they're there for. And it looks like game has been called here. Ray will take the win. Shauna actually had something up. So she had something up her sleeve there. She had the Monkey Dory potential
wow.
play.
Yeah.
So benching the Hoot was actually detriment to Ray, but she was one Darkness energy short.
Yeah, she just needed that one Darkness energy, then she could at least pick up 3 prizes.
Yeah, that would have been a really crazy turn of events there.
Yeah, it's pretty
But
rough there. So
eventually-
Raymond takes the win here.
Yes, so Raymond takes the win. That was a interesting game and match between these two players. As you said, players who have been playing for multiple seasons at this point,
Yes.
and now finding themselves in the later rounds of the Day 2 qualifiers.
That was so awesome.
That was awesome to see. It was awesome
Yeah.
to see both players navigating their decks as best they can. We did have some really awkward prizes, I want to say. But in the end, Ray takes the win. Commiserations to Dragapult.
Yes. Oh, Shauna though.
and Shauna.
Ray gets the 5 points, right?
Yeah, he gets the 5
Shauna
points.
still gets 1 point though.
She does, and she's still in the running. It's not totally out of it yet. Having a couple losses at this stage is still okay because you still have a potential to go 2-0, 2-0 in your final 2 qualifier rounds.
Yes.
And that will give you a strong chance at a top 8 cut.
She definitely needs to go for 2-0, 2-0 right now.
Yeah.
Ray's in a good spot though. I think he can hopefully get maybe one more 2-1. He can still get one more 2-1. But
Yeah.
of course, getting 2-0, 2-0 will secure that top cut spot.
Yes, yes indeed. And we will have a good time, I think, seeing all these players with their different sort of decks. Again, players can change their decks from day 1 to day 2. So if you knew any of these players, they're like, hey, they were playing something else yesterday. That's no surprise because you can change your deck for day number 2.
Again, the first time here for Singapore and for our region as well.
Yep, exactly. So the cool thing is we get to see more variety of decks.
Yep.
We get to see best of 3. And we get to see more Pokemon TCG.
Yes.
And
More
that's-
BO3. Let's go.
Let's go. And we will be back with round number 10 real shortly. Don't go anywhere. Grab a stack, grab a beverage, and we'll be back with you soon.
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokemon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokemon, you will be out of Pokemon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokemon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokemon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokemon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokemon to another.
how much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities. Oh, hey, Professor. My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha.
Terra Pokémon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokémon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away.
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokémon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way.
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokémon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokémon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokémon can only have one of those three. If a Pokémon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, they can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokémon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokémon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Level up your Pokémon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokémon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach 1 tool to each Pokémon during the same turn if you want.
1 per Pokémon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokémon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokémon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokémon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokémon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokémon gets knocked out, its Pokémon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokémon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokémon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokémon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokémon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokémon. Now, what if your active Pokémon is the Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokémon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokémon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokémon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokémon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokémon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokémon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities. Oh, hey, Professor. My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are 2 different things. Gotcha.
Terra Pokémon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokémon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away.
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokémon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way.
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokémon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokémon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokémon can only have one of those three. If a Pokémon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are 2 ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, they can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokémon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokémon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
And welcome back, folks. We are now at round number 10 here
Yes.
at the Singapore Basketball League. My name is Aaron Midget, with me, Nicholas Yong. It's going to be crunch time for some of these players trying to get into top 8, Nick.
They need a 2-0. Most of them need a 2-0 win.
To secure it.
Yeah, secure it.
Yes, 2-1 is not bad, but 2-0 is better.
2-0 is what they really want. And for our round 10, again, so after this round 11, and then we're going to go into top cut, right?
Top cut. Yes.
So, this match though, we're going to have Dragapult again. But for the first time, we've got Dragapult with Blaziken EX.
Yes.
And you see someone familiar on the stream as well. This is Jackson, you heard yesterday, our World Series
Yes.
back again with Alakazam.
Yeah.
And
And
as I recall, no changes to his Alakazam deck though.
so this is interesting. We have a player who's playing Day2, had the opportunity to change their decks, but was so confident that they're now taking the same deck, and it's paid off. He's 8-1, by
Yes,
the way.
we saw him yesterday dominate his match,
Yes.
right? Drawing so many cards. BO3 and against Dragapult though, it's a really good shot for him.
It's gonna be a different perspective, I think, especially because this is a Dragapult Blaziken variant that has, I would say, more of a mid-range style play, because you can go with the Blaziken Seeding Spirit ability and
Yes.
just suddenly charge up multiple Dragapults ready to go. But Alakazam doesn't care. Alakazam says, I'm gonna just take prizes. What are the key cards that you think will be featured in this matchup? I have a few in mind, but what do you think is quite key for us to be looking out for?
I mean, I would love to see the Blaziken in action, but I won't be surprised though if, let's say, Alakazam gets a slow start, right? We hopefully get to see the Dendeni being picking up some extra card from the discard part that got trashed out
That's
earlier.
true,
So the
yeah.
Dendeni again is a card that we rarely ever see. It's a card that can pick up any card from discard part back to your hand. Again, of course, you're exposing yourself to losing that one prize, but your whole deck is a one prize deck though. So
That's true. That's true.
you know, it's easy for him because for Kelvin's side, he has to pick up 6 prizes to win the match. It's going to be very tough.
Yeah, and I think another card that will be quite key in this matchup is the Battle Cage in Alakazam, because that will prevent the multi-prize turn that Dragapult loves to do. If you can stick a Battle Cage in when the turn that Kelvin wants to use Phantom Dive and take multiple knockouts, you buy yourself a turn. You buy yourself one more prize card that you can give up later on, and that is all that Alakazam usually needs. One more turn to take a 2-prizer, one more turn to take a pitiful KO, and it's I'm excited for the match. We haven't seen this matchup yet.
Yes, okay, I'm rooting for Kelvin because he is a fellow Pungolian from Punggol. So shout out to him. I think for his sake, right, he would love to have at least 2 active, 2 ready with Darkness Energy Monkey Dory.
Okay.
Right? So he can at least knock out the Genesect on the opposing side of
On
the
Jackson's
board.
side of the field, yes.
So that he can use Unfair Stamp, right? I think the Unfair Stamp would be key here to stop Jackson from getting like 2,000 hand cards in his hand.
I mean, it's gonna be a little bit of a again, who blinks first in terms of when you take a knockout, right? Because both these decks, I believe, are very fragile if they just grind to a halt. For Alakazam, they want to protect the hand, right?
Yes.
They want to ensure that they do not have to give up cards in the hand, and that's why the Genesect comes to play. The
Yes.
Ace Nullifier ability is so strong if you can prevent stuff like Unfair Stamp,
Yep.
or even potentially with stuff like a Scope of Cyclone, things like that.
Popping Secret Box as well. If you
Secret
go even
Box,
very
yeah.
early, right, you can stop opponent's consistency plans.
That's true. That's true.
So I would say that if Kelvin gets a very good setup, if none of his Monkey Dories are priced, well, if he can set up his board perfectly, get at least 1 Blaziken for an attack ready, get a couple of GPs on, so he can go to Jugloads, set to his deck, should be okay for him, I think.
Yes, but however, on Jackson's side of the field, that is not what you see.
oh, the
Double Abra and the Genesect.
The
in the
Genesect they were
prizes.
just talking about from Jackson's side, so looks like for Kelvin, at least in this match, he should be able to throw an Unfair Stamp early and hopefully disrupt Jackson. Hopefully.
Yeah, that is rough if you're Jackson, because that's also 2 Abras that you don't have access to. You'll have to start with 2, and if you are a Alakazam player, you know that is not great. You want to have, preferably all 4 Abras in the deck. So now we see Jackson here attaching a telepathic energy onto the Dedenne they
we
talked
just
about.
mentioned as well, but there's no cards in this card for him to pick up.
Yeah, but it does trigger the telepathic energy, getting you
Exactly.
to search your deck for 2 basic psychic Pokemon. And in this scenario here, Jackson will go for 2 Abras, and then realizing,
There's only 2 left.
there's only 2.
Where's the other 2?
Where are my other Abras? They might be the prizes, I guess.
There's
That's
some weird Day2 stream curse happening right now, I think.
yeah, we didn't get to talk much about Kelvin's prizes, but they were okay. They were fine. I didn't see anything too crazy other than maybe a Dreepy, I believe. But
Yeah. There's one Joglook as well, Fire Energy,
Yeah.
Mighty Puffin, Nice Stretcher, Lee's Determination. Nothing too crazy because he has multiple copies of those.
yeah, so Jackson is now going for the Pokepad, and I presume this is for a Dunsparce. He doesn't run the Fan Rotom,
No.
which is interesting because I've seen some lists actually run Fan Rotom to get multiple Dunsparces out, but you don't get your Dunsparce. So I think that's probably a very corner case. So yeah, don't mind me. The other card that we see Jackson probably going to be looking for is the Lucky Helmet. Because Lucky Helmet, early in the game, if you attach it to a Pokemon, like for example did the Dene, if Badoo wants to Ichi Pollen you, you're going to give yourself more cards.
Yes, you're going to draw 2 every turn, right?
So yes, your item lock, but you're going to draw 2. And that's a great thing to have if you're going to already soak up damage and you're going to get item lock. So having the Lucky Helmet inactive is going to be great, but he doesn't have it. So Calvin now gets to play his first turn. And look at that start. Badoo
Yes.
inactive, GP on the bench, and a Buddy Puffin.
Here we go. So it's going to be a GP and a Torchic. Perfectly is what he needs. Now playing that Buddy Puffin from his hand. We're going to see Ichi Pollen as well, most likely. So Jackson won't be able to play item cards next turn.
Yes.
Let's see what else is here. Will be energy card attachment as well.
Yeah.
The best part about starting Badoo is that you don't have to waste an attachment to retreat, which was you've seen in previous games for Dragapult players.
Yes.
Another
Oh,
Chi-Yu is coming
I was
out.
about to say about the Chi-Yu. So I was looking through the list here. Calvin actually only runs 2 stadiums, while Jackson runs 3. So there are 3 battle cages for Jackson, only 2 stadiums for Calvin. However, this Chi-Yu is interesting. It has the ground melter attack for 2 energy. You get to discard a stadium and do 120 damage. It's not enough to knock out an Alakazam, but if you can get rid of the battle cage,
Yep.
and then leave that Alakazam 120 damage, it can be cleaned up later on from a Dragapult.
Yeah.
Because Battle Cage is no longer around.
Don't forget for Adrena Brain as well. There's also a way for him to get rid of the Alakazam later
That's
on.
true, that's true. Adrenabrain is, again, an ability that we're going to be seeing a lot of, I guess, as long as Monkey Dory is still in the format.
Calvin played List Domination and passed, but I think you cannot ask for a better hand, right? 2 GPs, 1 Torchic, and List Domination all on your turn 1.
Okay.
And you're finishing off with an Itchy Pollen. Jackson responding with a Dawn's going to be able to get some Kadabras out at the very least. So he's already eyeing the Dunsparce too. Dunsparce as his stage 1 Pokemon.
Yeah, so one thing that Jackson can do here as the Alakazam deck, and which we saw in, for example, Malaysia Master Ball League and also in Philippines Master Ball League, is that Alakazam can actually play around Unfair Stamp. They can set up multiple Dunsparces on the field, and when you take a knockout with your Alakazam and get Unfair Stamp in return, you can still draw out of it because you have Runaway Draw as an ability. However, the one card that Jackson has to look out for is that Watchtower on Calvin's side of the field.
Once that Watchtower, if Calvin can go for a Watchtower plus Unfair Stamp play,
Yes.
ooh, that would really hurt Jackson. So he's selecting the Dunsparce as his stage 1. I think he was eyeing up, he was trying to go between Kadabra and Dunsparce. And then for his basic Dunsparce probably, I think.
Yeah, it has to be Dunsparce, I think.
He can't pick another Abra, right?
Yeah, it can be Abra. And that might give Calvin a little bit of information because, typically you want more Abras. You're going to go wide with your Abra, Kadabra, and Alakazam line. But here, going for a Dunsparce might be a telltale sign. However, if Jackson just goes for a runaway draw this turn, it sort of gets negated because it kind of means that you want to just replace your Dunsparce. So a bit of a mental showdown of sorts here.
Jackson hoping to get a Kadabra from this draw tree, hopefully, if he's going to go for a runaway draw. Because if he has a Pokemon in hand, he can't use it right now. Battle Cage is coming down right on this turn.
That's an early Battle Cage, I want to say. But yeah, I was going to say the only other thing that Jackson is going to do here is going with the Electromagnetic Sonar, getting a trainer card from the discard pile to your hand. Any trainer card.
And he picked up Dawn again, so you're going to use Kadabra for Kadabra next turn. So he's not going to keep it the Dunsparce for, again, contingency's sake, right? If you didn't use it yet. Calvin responding with the Combustion Evolution. Shocklock as well, using the Recon Directive. You go Ultra Ball, discarding a Darkness Energy and a Buddy Puffin.
I want to say though, for Jackson's side, if you're going to be playing the Battle Cage, you could go a little bit more, you could do a bit more protection there. You could have actually gone for the Kadabra and to Alakazam.
Yeah, you could, right?
And then just, or even use the runaway draw, hoping for a Kadabra. Because right now, Jackson has no attacker going to next turn.
Yes.
If he had a Kadabra, at the very least, he could threaten an Alakazam. So now Calvin has free reign. He's going for a Crispin here, going straight to the Chi-Yu.
Ooh, the Chi-Yu could attack for a draw.
It could draw cards
But
if
then
Calvin's a rough spot, but I think he's going for the ground melter attack here to discard that stadium, that pesky stadium.
Yeah, it got 120 damage. Can knock out the Dendene, take out the telepathic energy as well. Let's see, we're going to go for a second. Yeah, these are the tokens here to show. Let's go to second Recon Directive. Let's see what 2 cards he picks up. 1, 2. Another Torchic. I don't
Torchic.
think I don't think
No,
you need
no.
another Torchic there.
Not needed at this point.
Gonna be that Monkey Dory likely. Oh, he's gonna go for the Chiyu right now.
Yeah, no, he's taking out the
Yep.
Dene, and then also forcing Jackson to have another battle cage. He wants to prevent a potential Dragapult turn. So Kelvin with a Psychic Energy on the bench, Dracloak is threatening a Dragapult. But also, if Jackson plays any other stadiums, Kelvin says, you know what? Ground Melter.
He wants to give him all the battle cages. Like he wants to have his Dragapults
Yes.
go maximum spread where possible with the Phantom Dive.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go for a runaway draw here. Draw 3 first, and then that card's gonna get shuffled into the deck.
Yeah, I
If
think,
Jackson decides to stand up to promote. I think the other Dunsparce probably.
yeah, that is the thing, right? If he went for Kadabra, he can actually respond with a knockout here once you evolve to Alakazam, because he had an Alakazam from the dawn.
Yep.
But now, with just 2 Abras and a Dunsparce, Jackson has no attacks.
Goes Rare Candy into Alakazam, so he,
Okay, I didn't
Just
see the
had
Reckoning
Rare
pick up there because he's no longer under Ichipolo lock.
yeah. So now he
Alakazam
can
is
use
the
it.
attacker. Okay, there we go.
Draw 3 cards with Psychic Draw. This is Psychic Energy to attack.
Ah,
with
I
this.
didn't see the Reckoning
And a
pick up.
Kadabra as well, so
Oh.
draw 2.
Very nice there for Jackson. So at the very least, we do have an attacker here. I didn't catch the Reckoning. Did he just get it
Yeah.
off the top?
It was probably in his big pile of hand
Yeah,
cards,
that's true, that's
right?
true, yeah,
Especially Alakazam play, you're just hiding that huge hand. You want to surprise your opponent, suddenly you fan it out, and you're like, oh, look, I actually have 10 hand cards, so I can actually drop so many damage counters on you.
That's true, that's true. Out of nowhere, if you don't pay attention to that hand size, you run the risk of this exact turn happening where you get an energy attachment, you get a rare candy into Alakazam, drawing you more cards, and then you're exploding with an attack. Unfortunately for Jackson, it's not on an EX Pokemon, so you
Yep.
only get 1 prize.
Yeah, but it's okay for him, I think, because he can slowly pick up prizes here. Again, because Kelvin is only going to be picking up 1 prize from Jackson every turn.
I'm not sure we caught a nod there from Kelvin. He saw that Jackson only went for a Dunsparce and immediately had a telltale sign, okay,
That means
Abras are prized.
yeah, that means he's missing some Abras here. You know, he would definitely want to put out 1 more Abra.
Exactly. Because now if this Alakazam goes down, he's left with only 1 Kadabra on the bench for Jackson's side.
It's going to be a Dawn again, so this is going to be the Dunsparce for your stage 1. Stage 2 is definitely going to be Alakazam because you have a Kadabra ready for next turn. Pass, Alakazam. And right now, he's going to take Fazendipity EX as his basic. So I think by this point, Kelvin should already recognize that, don't have another Abra.
No more Abras, no more Dunsparces, and you're going for Fezandipity. You might want to draw more cards, I guess, but you don't want to bench a 2-prizer up against Dragapult if you can help it.
Yep. A really big hand size here. Definitely can knock out this Chi-Yu this turn and then pick up 1 prize card. He's already played Dawn, so there's no boss's orders on Jackson's side.
Yeah, you want to get rid of the Chi-Yu, right? Get rid of Chi-Yu and at the very least get a Battle Cage stuck on the active, or on the field, I should say.
Going to set the handheld fan.
Ah.
We saw this in previous games as well. So if Kelvin does any attack onto Jackson, he attached to his active will be pushed back to Jackson's choice.
Yeah, it'll probably land on the Badoo, I
Yep.
think. It's probably going to land on a Pokemon that doesn't want any energy attached to it.
Correct.
It looks
Jackson
like
picked up
Jackson...
his boss
Oh, not
orders.
the Abra. It's the boss, not the Abra that he desperately needs right now.
Yes.
But thankfully, we're in the best of 3, so we will get to see more of this Alakazam deck if this game goes sideways for Jackson. Calvin with a Recon Directive, a couple of Recon Directives fighting for his stage 2.
Basically,
Ruins.
Ruins is being played here before Jackson plays down his battle cage because he wants the 2 damage counters on his
Yeah.
BP. And comes a Monkey Dory getting 2 damage counters as well, so it will be active. Darkness Energy, he's going to be able to send 2 damage counters to Jackson's side of the board. Blaziken is also active here, so we can get an energy from this card pile, thanks to Chiu getting knocked out earlier. Dragapult is online. Phantom, we're going to see Phantom Dive.
It's going to be a big turn here. You know why? He's going to wipe the board of any of the Alakazam and Kadabras.
Yep.
This is huge for Kelvin
We
here,
go
taking out
2
both
for the Kadabra
of
and
them.
a double knockout, right?
Yeah, double knockout. 60 all onto the Kadabra, and there goes Jackson's board. Pricing the 2 Abras is so painful for him this game.
Here we go, Dunsparce. The Dunsparce going up to the active spot. What Jackson needs now is a way to recover those Abras so he can play it out again.
I don't know what you do here. I think it's so rough here for Jackson.
If Jackson doesn't have a way to recover at least 2 Abras, right? He's showing me his hand right now. I see a Lana's 8.
Okay, it will be step number 1.
But it's not an attack, right? So
No, there was no attack for him unless he plays a little cheekily and goes for Abra and a Dedenne.
There was a handheld fan though, right? So
Oh yeah, the hand event effect should take effect. So it
Yes.
should trigger.
it
yeah.
should push that energy to Jackson's choice. And I believe, yep, as you're saying, it should go to the Budew because energy on a Budew is the most like useless thing, right? The Budew can't discard it to retreat, so it's just gonna be stuck there for the rest of the game. It's definitely going, and it's gonna be a fire energy attached to the Budew.
Budew's gonna get burned by his own energy.
Oh,
Why
fire
is this on
energy
me?
So Lana's Ace definitely going to be played here, but that does mean that Jackson won't be able to attack this turn.
So if Jackson goes to last 8 into a Dedenne, Abra, and he's able to play a Battle Cage this turn, use the Dedenne to recover another Battle Cage next turn.
Ooh.
Kelvin has no way of bumping Stadium other than the Watchtower,
Yep.
but Jackson will have a respawn Stadium right away.
Correct.
So if that's the play he wants to go for, it's pretty interesting. Enriching Energy
I like
is
this. So
good.
Then you're going to be able to shuffle it back into the deck and attach it again later on.
Yeah, I mean this is the turn you want to attach it because you have no attacker, right? But
Yep.
it does mean that you're not going to go for the Dene play, which I think is fine.
Of course, though, Jackson putting down that Serendipity does give Kelvin 2 prizes, though.
Yep.
And he can move that damage counter to maybe for a knockout. So he got to evolve that. He got to evolve that Dance Pass, right? Please evolve that Dance
He
Pass.
should right away if possible. I think for Jackson here, he doesn't have
Probably
any good Pokemon to put in active, unfortunately. If you leave the Dance Pass inactive, you do use a card draw. If you put the Serendipity inactive, it gets damaged right away. And taken out most likely.
Now it's just hoping that this bump Kelvin's Whiskey Ruins as well, so that there will be no other damage counters for Kelvin to use.
Yeah.
Again, Kelvin's bench is full though, so I don't see a way for him to get an extra damage onto his board.
What's
But Kelvin does have
looking for?
because Kelvin is in the driver's seat though.
Yeah,
for this
for
match.
sure, for sure. It looks very much in Kelvin's favor. I think what Jackson's probably looking for is a Sacred Ash.
Ooh, yeah, with a
Sacred
Sacred Ash,
Ash.
he can shuffle it all back into his
Yes, so Sacred Ash actually will get all those Abras and a few more back into the deck.
He doesn't have to use the Lana's Aid.
Yeah, potentially that's the case. So getting a Lana's 8, useful for getting things down right away, but combining it with the Sacred Ash means you can also search out the pieces you need later on.
Before he bumped the Whiskey Ruins, he played down the Dance Pass, which means the Dance Pass takes 20 damage, and this could be a turning point right now because if he can, I think he's gonna scoop right now.
Yeah,
That is.
He sees the writing on the
tough
wall,
one,
right?
yeah.
It's no way out for him.
If he couldn't get a stadium to bump the Whiskey Ruins out, he couldn't play any other Pokemon. Calvin trapped him there with that Whiskey Ruins. Any boss's orders would have won that match. So now
Yeah.
Jackson's hoping for game 2. Please no Abra prize or any of his other cards basically.
Yeah, no, that's the weird part about Alakazam, right? If you prize a couple of core pieces at the wrong game, a wrong matchup, especially against Dragapult, which loves to take multiple prizes, we saw over there. He was able to knock out both the Alakazam and the Kadabra right away, and there was no backup Abras to threaten a knockout. In certain situations, Alakazam can build up such a big hand size, it can take a knockout right away as a response, and then it will be 2 for 2. But without Abras, no Alakazam.
But of course, this is BO3, right? So
Yes.
Jackson does have a second chance here to try and turn this game around and take the game 2-1.
There is a way, or will Kelvin go 2-0 and firmly push himself into the running of a top 8 spot?
Let's see what's both of their opening hands. In fact, so Jackson, that's quite good though. He has a Buddy Poffin. Is even revealing his active Pokemon.
Yeah, it doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
just saying, you know what? You can take a look at my dance bars. So Buddy Poffin and the Telepathic Energy. That is a great hand from Jackson.
Exactly
Buddy
what he
Poffin, probably for an Abra and a dance bars.
Yep.
And then Telepathic Energy for 2 more Abras.
Yep. Then keep their Pokepad. You can evolve one of them. Next
Exactly. So a good start for Jackson already on the cards from the first 7 card hand. Kelvin, I only see a Dreepy. I don't see anything else. I see an Ultra Ball.
Ultra Ball. Yep.
No Buddy Poffin, but there's a Dawn.
Yes, that's a Dawn. That's a Dawn. Play out next turn if you get something. Of course, you hope for something better like Release Determination. Okay, let's see the prizes now.
Okay. Oh, and Enriching Energy though.
Oh, that's a really important card for Jackson. With A-spec cards, right? So these purple colored cards are A-spec cards. Each player can only pick one A-spec to put in their deck. You cannot put any other A-spec. So he's again Enriching Energy is perfect for this Alakazam deck, but now it's in the prizes, so we're not going to be able to see him draw 4 until later on. If this game does go on.
So Kelvin said, I'm not sure if he has anything else other than a Dawn, because
Yeah.
if not, he has no access to a Meowth. The only Meowth is in the prizes.
One and only copy, right?
The one and only copy. Again, it's a liability in a sense, because Alakazam takes a very easy knockout on Meowths. But it's a Meowth. It does its job, right? So Jackson here filling up the bench.
I really like the telepathic energy, right?
Love it.
It's like a, and the best part is that 2 basic psychic Pokemon can be EX Pokemon as well.
Exactly that. It can be EX Pokemon, it can be any Pokemon. It is a callback to Call Energy from the Diamond and Pearl era. And if you play GLC, if you play Psychic GLC,
Yeah,
that's an auto-inclusion right
Also,
there.
because you need
Yeah.
this one piece of your card, right? Again, GLCs are also at the Master Ball League.
It's right
today
here.
in Singapore. If you want to try, there is an area here in the side event for GLC Gym Leader Challenge. It's a format where you play one
One type.
of every card.
Yeah.
You cannot include EX Willbox Pokemon.
Yes. Yes. It's officially being spotted now over Kelvin's turn. Okay, top deck at Drippy, that's great.
But
And
this card, he released
oh.
Clefairy, which he probably doesn't really need this match. Discarding a Lily's Determination as
Yeah.
well.
that was a weird one for me. I
Maybe
mean,
he already has one in hand.
yes, hopefully, or he might just secure it with a Dawn, perhaps.
Yep. So gonna pick up one more card. It's gonna be the Torchic. So at least he's got his 2 favorite basic Pokemon right now on the bench.
And you're looking forward to the next one, which is the Badoo.
If he could get it though, we'll see what he wants to play as his supporter of choice for the turn. Going second means you'll be the first player to play a supporter, and you'll be able to attack. He does have a second Lily's Determination, so that Dawn's gonna get
Okay.
shuffled into the deck. Going to draw a fresh new hand of 8 cards. I think he's hoping for Budew Energy card, right? To retreat his GP and lock Jackson for at least 1 turn.
Badoo Energy will be huge here for Kelvin, preventing all those items. I think that's why Jackson also played the Pokepad earlier on, to grab out in the Dunsparce right away.
Knowing that Kelvin does
Yeah.
play Budew, he will just want to be stuck without a Dudon's Pass next turn. And there's very low chance that Jackson will get disrupted, right? The only way he could disrupt is probably Judge.
Yes, so
I don't think Kelvin wants to play on the first turn as well.
yeah, Kelvin's 3 cards that he's looking for here to really stymie Jackson's setup. Energy, Badoo, which I think you get it from this Buddy Puffin, and potentially the Team Rocket's Watchtower. That would negate the Dunsparce in the hand for Jackson, which is going to be huge because that's one of the ways that this Alakazam deck likes to draw cards.
Comes the Budew. That's the gym version of the Budew as well.
I like seeing all these region exclusive cards.
Yeah, it's really, really
Yeah.
cool to see those logos as well.
So Kelvin here going for a Buddy Puffin for a Torchic and a Badoo. So 2 Torchics in play. That is interesting. Well, it is also... Blaziken is also a decent attacker.
Yep, it is.
There are certain decks that run the regular Blaziken, not the EX. And unfortunately for Kelvin and fortunately for Jackson, there isn't a baby Blaziken in the list, because that can actually snipe for 2 prizes.
Correct. There is always that possibility, right, that he may have it. So
That's
maybe he could be
true.
playing that the
Yeah.
little bluff there. A little
Oh, but he
bluff.
had a Drippy in hand as well. So another Drippy already in hand.
3
and,
GPs and 2 Torchics, right? Can't ask
Yes. So now Jackson, Psychic draw from the Kadabra, getting 2 cards. I should also note, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that Abra can also take a knockout on the Badoo for Super Cybolt for 30 damage.
Yeah, but just that he does have a telepathic energy attached to it, so he can use that to take a
Yes.
knockout onto the Badoo. I think Jackson's hoping to evolve another Abra to Kadabra at the very least, get 2, so they can go for Alakazam next turn in case this Kadabra gets knocked out.
Yeah, double Kadabra would be strong for Jackson. I think even more importantly, he needs to prepare for a potential unfair stamp, having a Dunsparce EX. Oh, sorry, not EX, the regular Dunsparce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Runaway draw. So it's going to be another evolution, I think, since he's immediately sent out this Dunsparce.
Yeah, it's a
second
Dawn.
spot.
It's a Dawn in hand. That's why he's angling towards it.
And he's letting it go. So it's going to be Dawn. You can find 1 basic Pokemon, 1 stage 1 and 1 stage 2. What are the choices? We didn't see this in the first game because he was in the prize, but he's already eyeing up Genesect as his basic Pokemon of choice.
Yeah.
And a Dunsparce. It's going to be Alakazam, I guess, for stage 2.
Yes, the only valid target in the deck. So for those who don't know the Genesect, it's the Genesect from Shadow Fable with the Ace Nullifier ability. You prevent both players, not both players, your opponent, from playing an Ace spec from their hand.
So you can still play your enriching energy.
Exactly.
If Jackson gets his enriching energy, he'll still be able to play it, but Kelvin would not be able to play his unfair stamp. Interesting when Kelvin has filled up his bench, which means he's not going to be able to quickly power up a Monkey Dory.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
it's going to have to slowly put them one by one. If like each Pokemon get knocked out one by one. So the Genesect could be sticking around for some time.
I like this play from Jackson. He went for the Genesect and not benching it right now because he's trying to draw into a tool card. He's trying to draw into either the handheld fan or I believe the other one is the Lucky Helmet.
Yep.
So he's trying to thin the deck with the Dawn, clean
Yep.
3 cards, and then draw 3 cards off the top. I don't know if you've seen it. He's still considering what to promote.
Oh, he's going to go for Abra.
Okay, that tells me that he doesn't have a way to prevent unfair stamp.
Yep.
And he wants to be a little bit safe and prefers
Just pass here. He can just is he going to do teleportation? He just pass right now as well, right? I mean, but again, because Kelvin's already bench locked himself, that 10 damage would not be moving anywhere soon, at the very least. Jackson eyeing to think about putting the Genesect down now. And he's going to go for the teleportation, shifting to the other Abra and pass. So 10 damage going on to Kelvin's Mew.
I mean, is that 10 damage going to have an impact?
Oh, we never know, right? Because sometimes if this Budew survives all the way, you never know that this 10 damage will be shifted.
Oh, yeah,
and
exactly.
get knocked out to the, especially since Jackson just play Pheasantipity as well.
Yeah, so the weird thing here is that Jackson should. If I was Jackson, I wouldn't give extra 10 damage for Kelvin to move around because Alakazam takes huge knockouts without leaving any residual damage.
Yep.
Now Kelvin has 10 damage, he can move to, like what you said, a Pheasantipity, or he could move it to an Abra to set up a very easy KO. It's not the best thing to have done. He could have just attached to the bench and not even care about the Abra inactive. So we will see.
Yeah, we will see if this card. Okay, check back again, right? Bookmark this part of the video, right? Just check the timestamp. Right? You never know that this 10 damage might play a big part later on. So Kelvin going with the release determination once more. Another fresh new hand of 8 cards. Another Druglock. He's taking his time right now. So Recon Directive for 2 cards. Going to be an Energy and a Judge.
Okay.
Ooh, a Judge. This is a card that would definitely be helpful, but he's going to put it aside for now. Doesn't really need it yet. Here comes a second Recon Directive. Players are just used to, they don't have tokens in hand, right, for us to see whether the token is being used. So usually you just turn your cards to show that you've used that ability. So another Itchy Pollen. So that Abra is going to take 10 damage, and Jackson will still be locked from using item cards.
That's the thing about Jackson's side right now. He's hoping to draw into a hand that is able to A, take a knockout.
Yep.
B, have a board that has resiliency against an unfair stamp.
Yes.
That includes having the Dunsparce as well as potentially even the Genesect. So either way, it's fine. He has neither of those right now, but he has a Dawn.
Yep, so you can find Kadabra is already eyeing up the Kadabra. Probably a Dunsparce, I think. Yep, and then Alakazam once more. There we go. So that's the 3 cards he's going to pick right now. The Dunsparce is definitely going onto the bench. Do you think that Jackson's going to take a knockout here, or is he probably going to teleportation burst once more? If he goes for 20 damage, that's going to be even more rough, because that means a Kadabra could be susceptible to Phantom Dive.
Yeah, that's the thing. But then again, if you talk about what Kelvin has access to, he could easily just drop a Risky Ruins Monkey Dory Energy and do the exact same thing.
Yep,
Jackson has to go wide. He has to go have multiple Dunsparces, I should say, in field. Ensure that he has at least 3 potential attackers in Abracadabra or Alakazam, and has a large enough hand size that any Dragapult that Kelvin plays can be responded. Right now, it doesn't seem like it. Right now, it feels like Jackson is still missing a few pieces, and that's what's preventing him from taking the knockout.
Going to evolve the Abra on the bench with the energy, with the Psychic Draw. Going to draw 2 cards. Here comes the Dunsparce he picked up via Dawn. We were talking about how Alakazam is probably one of the most consistent decks, right?
Yeah.
And then, right now, you're not seeing any Dunsparce for some reason. Just missing a couple of cards. He draws so many cards in hand. And he's really going to play... Oh, he can't play Voss's Orders for sure, because he already played Dawn earlier. Again, each player can only play 1 supporter card per turn.
Yeah, I think he...
That's the pass.
That's the pass here.
That means Kelvin has another free turn. Can evolve to Dragapult this turn and start taking damage.
You gotta see if there's any impact on that one. I mean, why would Jackson have attacked earlier? It does sound like it's a misplay because there's nothing in the hand or in the deck that could snipe for 20, for example.
Yeah.
So, Kelvin a Pokepad, a beautiful full art Pokepad, and I presume this either to a Combusken or a Dracloak. Goes for
Gonna be a
Dracloak.
Dracloak.
Okay.
Gonna be a Dracloak. It's the third Recon directive right now.
Yep.
No Combusken yet, but he doesn't need it because I believe Kelvin does have a fire energy in his hand. He wants to take a knockout. And I'm thinking that he wants to take a knockout on the Alakazam if he could, and then use the Phantom Dive's 6 damage counters, take out the Abra.
Yeah, the Abra will likely go down here if Kelvin has all the pieces he needs.
Rare Candy. He doesn't need a
There we
Combusken.
go.
What's a Combusken when I also have Rare Candy too? So Rare Candy again, you can skip your stage 1, go straight into your stage 2. Seeding Spirit means that he can get a discard pile energy card we can attach to any of his Pokemon. The best part about this card is that you can even attach it to your active Pokemon.
You can attach any energy to anywhere. That's the best part about Blaziken EX. An upgrade to all the Blazikens of the past.
Yes.
But now Kelvin says, you know what?
There we go.
Done waiting.
Exactly as predicted. Here we go. Alakazam's going to get knocked out. And the Abra's going to take 4 damage counters. Why is the remaining 2 going to go to? It's going to go to Kadabra for sure.
Yeah, it's taking a knockout directly on the Abra, and then the remaining goes on the Kadabra. So saying, you know what? I can actually respond here. So there's a few ways that Kelvin can respond.
Yep.
Jackson can play Alakazam and take a knockout on his Dragapult, right?
Yes,
Go
he can.
real big on the hand size and take a knockout. If Kelvin plays a Stadium, Chi-Yu can take a knockout on this Alakazam right away.
Right.
And that is not great for Jackson. It's horrible for Jackson because he has to go through a single prizer yet again when he wants to be knocking out Dragapult EXs.
Correct.
So I think here he is lining up Jackson lined up a Sacred Ash because that is 4 Pokemon to recycle here. Or potentially Lana's 8, we shall see. I would like a Sacred Ash because then you could try and draw into the pieces with the Dunsparce. Jackson does need a large hand size here. So if he's... Yeah, so Sacred Ash goes into the discard pile to grab Pokemon up to 5. Shuffle them into your deck. And that's also, we talked about yesterday, the Flash Fire print of the card.
Yes.
Buddy Puffin
Yellow
play.
border. So you can get back those 2 Abras that he shuffled back to the deck with the Sacred Ash.
Yeah,
Saving some time here because you already know that his cards are already in the deck, so you can just pick up with the Buddy Puffin. Eyeing a Dunsparce and another Abra.
I'm just thinking of the number of cards that Jackson would have drawn by now. I think it's getting close to a point where he can take a knockout onto Dragapult. I just need to not sure if it's definitely a knockout.
It's quite thick, right? It's thick enough that Jackson had to skim through his cards to look for that Sacred Ash.
Okay.
That's how many cards he has in his hand.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So now Jackson will... Oh, surprise here. He went for an Abra and a Dunsparce. Not a double Abra, which I am a little bit cautious over. Let's see if he goes for another one. He needs to also have a Battle Cage. The Battle Cage is important here. He's missed the Battle Cage for a while, and that has caused him so much of pain.
He had Battle Cage last turn, right? And
Yes.
we could have bumped it out. At least you still have another Abra on the board. So Dunsparce going back to the deck, being shuffled for after that draw 3. That Dunsparce just came out this turn. A basic Pokemon that's played out this and on the same turn you can't evolve it. So that's not going to be a Dunsparce. A Dunsparce this turn. Let's see if Jackson does have an Abra in hand that he's actually just been holding out on us.
Oh, he shakes his head there, Jackson. I think he's thinking, I'm short. I really need something here, but I'm
It's going
just...
to be Hilda, which means it's going to be energy and Pokemon.
Okay, he can go for Telepathic here, and that would refill the bench.
Yep.
And grabbing the Dunsparce for the hand for next turn.
So he was already eyeing it out, the telepathic energy.
Okay. It's getting really daunting because if I'm Jackson and I can take a knockout, I would be playing with some speed and like, okay, I'm going to just go through my turn.
Yep.
I'm going to take a knockout.
Because again, you're one game behind, right?
Exactly, but this signals to me that he's maybe a little off. He may not have the knockout here.
Yes, possibly.
He needs what? He needs 16 cards.
Yes, 16
in hand.
cards. So,
It's not difficult to achieve it as an Alakazam deck.
but does he even have 16 cards? It looks like he does. Looks like, okay, with telepathic energy, he only pulled out 1 Abra.
Okay. Maybe having one more in hand. And try to hold on to it because he wants to use powerful hand, maybe?
Yeah. I mean,
So-
there should be 1 in the prize, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, one in the
Okay, so one was in the prize.
Yes.
Battle Cage down, that's
Okay,
good.
that's the one of the pieces he wants to see, so that Kelvin needs to bump that stadium away next turn. He's counting all his hand cards now.
Yeah, I think it's more than enough. He said, you know what?
Yeah,
I don't know. Here, take a look at it. And Calvin said, yep, I trust you. There we go.
So
Knockout on Dragon
Jackson will have his 4th Abra now, should be.
Okay.
Prizes.
And immediately bumped away.
Risky Ruins is the stadium that Kevin does want to see. He wants to get some damage counters on his Pokemon as well. Here we go, first Recon Directive. It's going to be a Combusken. Another Recon Directive coming up. 1, 2. It's going to be a boss orders.
Okay.
Okay, here we go, Combusken being played.
And also, I should say, the Blaziken EX is also quite a legitimate attacker here because it does take a knockout on an Alakazam. But if you're Kelvin, you don't want to be using your EX Pokemon.
Nope.
You want to go into an odd price exchange with Jackson so you can go toe-to-toe with his Alakazams.
I think Kelvin is going to be looking for it. There we go, Monkey Dory is here. And a Crispin as well, so he's going to be able to get an energy onto one of the Druglocks, get a Darkness energy onto the Monkey Dory, and then use... already Jackson's preparing for Kelvin to use Seeding Spirit to get the energy for with Blaziken. So let's go, Darkness energy going onto the Monkey Dory. And attachment for the Druglock. And then the Blaziken EX will be using it after this.
Seeding Spirit in combination with Crispin, you get 3 energies onto the field right away. Another Dragon Bolt now down the field. Calvin will get a double knockout once again here.
Yes, so 50 HP Abra.
That is
30
insane. What an insane turn there for Calvin.
We go. This is what Kelvin wants to see, right? He wants to take double knockouts every turn if possible.
And we know Battle Cage on Jackson's side of the field, thanks to that Risky Ruins coming down. Calvin has a lot going for him right now. We could see our first 2-0 of the day, I think.
Yes, we could. Because for Jackson, he needs to respond with a Rare Candy Alakazam.
Rare Candy Alakazam and enough cards to take a knockout. So we know he had a good set of cards there. Calvin didn't get to play an unfair stem, so Jackson's hand is rather protected.
It is interesting. He decided not to take a knockout.
He did.
He did. Alright, because I was thinking 5 there. Yeah, 5 it should be a knockout. And right, so Jackson needs Abra to Alakazam.
So Alakazam, Rare Candy into an energy as well, and retaining a large hand size. And he also wants to perhaps set up another Abra, because if not, that's pretty much game.
There we go. So it's going to be the Battle Cage
There we go.
facing the Risky Ruin. So hopefully be protected next turn. Hopefully.
Stadium War in full swing. But Kelvin does have one more stadium. He has the Alakazam.
He does have the Rare Candy Alakazam. So
Okay. There is a chance here for Jackson, I think.
There's a chance.
He needs to replenish his bench. So if the Alakazam goes down,
At least he can,
with an Abra. So he needs to have an Abra in play. At the very least one.
And pray that Kelvin can't bump that stadium away.
Yes. And Calvin looks pretty confident here. Maybe he has everything he needs.
Maybe he already has the outs, right? So Dudunspar's going to evolve at the bench.
It's going to be a quite close game considering everything. Jackson here on the ropes here.
For 3. Shuffle back the Dudunspar's back into the deck again. Kelvin also didn't play his unfair stem, right?
No, he has not. I think that's the card he was hoping to see last turn. If he can unfair stem Jackson down,
That would have been very rough for Jackson.
that would be game winning. Yeah, game and match winning for Kelvin. But instead, we get to see Jackson try to claw his way back. Kelvin now will likely give up this Dragon Ball EX. However, he has another Dracloak, the last Dracloak on his field. Just needing an energy, an evolution, and potentially a stadium bump, and he will take the match.
We were rooting for Alakazam, but it looks like Dragapult's dominance here is just insane. Jackson really trying his hardest to keep up with Kelvin, but that Phantom Dive is just too much for Abra.
Yeah, we didn't get to see the handheld fan as well. Handheld fan would be very disruptive against Alakazam, against Dragapult, because if you don't take a knockout on Dragapult with energy, the energy gets placed somewhere else. You cannot Seeding Spirit those energy away.
Yes.
Seeding Spirit energy is back, I should say.
because it's not in discard power. It's stuck on your Budew, most likely.
Most likely. So, Jackson here has double Unsparse and Abra.
So he got the telepathic energy. He can find another Abra if he has one, but should be one more.
No, I think that's it. 2 are in the discard pile already after the last turn. So, Jackson now with the Alakazam and Abra. This is all he needs if he wants to navigate the matchup. Kelvin here just a couple of cards away from the game, the match.
And taking our first 2-0 on stream.
Yes, and going 9-1, likely securing almost his spot in top 8 at this point. But we're still having a couple of turns to go. Jackson still has
Yes.
some legs here in this match.
We go Lana's 8. Is going to be the supporter of choice here, taking up energies and Kadeba, I think.
Yeah, I should say last 8 also puts cards to hand, so it builds up the hand Jackson has as well. So takes a knocker onto Dragapult. Kelvin, do you have the cards?
Does he have the game?
Not sure we caught that one, but
Yeah,
Kelvin
yeah,
was
yeah.
staring at his hand like, hang
we,
on
we,
a
were,
second.
we were both staring at his head as well.
Something's happening here. He is using Recon Directive. Okay, the first and only Recon Directive of the turn.
Bear Candy and Buddy Puff is not what he wants to see. He shook
No.
his head. He shook his head there. Means he may not have the pieces he needs to win this match.
Is he missing potentially the stadium?
A Dragapult?
What was the card? What's the last couple of prizes for Kelvin? I'm curious now.
Okay, let me just give a check.
We
So,
know-
so Kelvin picked up a Boss's Orders and Monkey Dory from
Okay.
the prizes earlier.
So the one card here that he may be wanting to look for with the Ultra Ball is maybe the Meowth.
Yeah, which is both the two prizes remaining, right?
Yes.
One Ultra Ball, one Meowth.
Okay, so Kelvin actually has the Chiyu lined up. So the
Yep.
Chiyu actually keeps Kelvin in the game. However, it means that Jackson still can win this next turn
Yeah.
with a Boss's Order Rare Candy play.
Yes.
How many Rare Candies has Jackson played?
Ooh, that's I
He
wonder
runs
if that's
4.
enough. Yeah,
I think 2 have been played.
yeah. So he should still have
Okay.
Candy. Should
So
have.
Jackson's on a very thin rope here. Kelvin goes for the Chiyu. That's
Going for-
good. That's a non-2 prizer.
Yep. But it's still open for Jackson to use Boss's Orders as well on his next turn.
On the Blaziken of all
The
things.
Blaziken, yeah, that's been helping so much right now.
Yeah.
It could be a liability. But then Dippity is going to try to use this to draw the 3 cards he needs.
Okay.
Let's go. 3 cards, flip the script.
Spin.
This spin, Pokepad, and a
No.
Draclock is not what he wants.
No stadium.
Not what he wants to see. Rough.
Kelvin's missing the stadium.
This battle cage could be the turning point of this match right now.
And Kelvin chose to go with the Fastidipity route.
Yeah.
He could have gone for the Ground Melter and just buy himself a turn.
But now, because of that, Jackson still has an Alakazam ready. It looks like Kelvin may have to attack with Blaziken.
Yeah. So he had the Dragapult via the
He has a Dragon
Night
Ball
Stretcher.
Stretcher, so at least he has that. But he's just missing a Stadium card, you're right. There's going to be a double attachment via double Seeding Spirit.
yes, which is always great to see.
Oh, that's a one in hand, I think. So,
Okay.
Pokepad is going to play it out here.
Nothing else to
Nothing.
grab.
The grab. It is Determination. It's not a Boss's Orders or any other supporter.
No, it's still alive here. So he's taking his hand down to hopefully draw into the stadium.
Oh, right. If he gets it.
If he gets the stadium off this, that's game, set, match for Kelvin.
Kelvin,
He's
yep.
hoping.
Jackson's
Jackson's smiling there.
He's smiling.
Like,
He knows.
I know what you've been doing. It's all down to this card, right?
Yes, so 6 cards. Kelvin will draw 6 cards. Oh, Jackson. Jackson cutting his deck right now. Will he give him the 6 cards he needs?
I would have just passed it to the
I would pass
judges.
I would pass
Yeah.
the cards, the deck to the judge immediately. All right, let's draw.
6 cards here
Gonna
for
be 6
Kelvin.
cards, 3, 6.
We need to see a stadium.
Only picking out. Is there a stadium card?
No, but there's an unfair stamp.
Unfair stamp. This is a second chance.
So it's still a. Yes, unfair stamp.
Yeah.
Another 5 cards.
Here we go. And that's also going to disrupt Jackson, though.
Yes.
Make it difficult for Jackson. He doesn't have a Doodle's Pass on the board as well. It's going to be tough for him to come back.
Oh, this is a curveball. We did not expect the unfair stamp, not just giving Kelvin 5 fresh cards, but if he whiffs the stadium, then Jackson has to build a hand back up again to get a
Yes.
knockout.
Jackson's just like, oh my gosh, now I've got an unfair stamp. Let's see if he got a stadium.
4, 5. No.
No stadium, but it's going to be able to attack at the very least.
Yes.
Jackson only drew to double Boss's Orders.
Oh my gosh.
That's not what he wants to see.
Oh, what kind of hand is that?
Unfair stamp is not a lie this time around.
Yeah, especially against Alakazam.
Sent out the air
The
bump.
dance pass on the top.
Okay.
Okay, 3 more cards.
Draw 3 from this.
3 more cards.
So, 3 cards.
He needs to draw a lot here.
Oh, it's a third Boss's Orders.
What the heck? And that's
Yes,
it.
the hand comes out. It's over. Kelvin wins this 2-0. Our first 2-0 on stream.
An unfair stamp. The card that we keep talking about, which Genesis can prepare you for. has come in clutch.
He couldn't play the Genesect out. He couldn't find a card, so
Yeah, he couldn't find the right time, or maybe he just needed it to reach the damage that you need to knock out Dragapult. So it could be that it's between two things, right? You want to take a knockout, or you're to bench this Genesect down, protect yourself against an unfair stem, but not get a knockout. It's a weird situation, right? You're gonna play cards down, but keep it in hand for a powerful hand. So congratulations to Calvin, who moves forward.
Punggol did it! Let's go,
Punggol
Punggol!
did it! Yes!
Punggol.
And most importantly, he is very close now
Yep.
to a top 8 spot. He's 9-1
Wow. Right.
with a 2-0 win as well. That's full points going down to
But-
Calvin. However, for Jackson, he's not out of it yet.
Oh, no. I think with another 2-0, he may have a way to get in.
That's true. Yeah,
A chance. So let's see how that goes.
for sure. I think there's going to be a lot of intensity in the last couple of minutes of this round, as well as the next round, our final round of Swiss coming right up. So I'm excited to see more Pokemon. I hope we get to see more interesting decks.
I'm also looking forward to top cut later on.
Yes.
Who will be the ones? Who will be the ones to make it the top cut?
Yes, indeed. I'm also. We're gonna do a little bit of special as well. We're gonna go through like a metagame coverage before top 8.
Let's do
So
that.
stay around for that. But for now, don't go anywhere. We'll be back real soon with the final round of Swiss coming right up.
See you later.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Plan to release in 2026.
Level up your Pokémon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokémon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach 1 tool to each Pokémon during the same turn if you want.
1 per Pokémon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokémon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokémon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokémon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokémon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokémon gets knocked out, its Pokémon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokémon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokémon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokémon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokémon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokémon. Now, what if your active Pokémon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokémon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokémon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokémon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokémon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokémon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokémon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities! Oh, hey, Professor! My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are 2 different things. Gotcha!
Terra Pokémon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokémon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away.
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokémon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way.
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokémon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokémon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokémon can only have one of those three. If a Pokémon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are 2 ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, they can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokémon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokémon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Level up your Pokémon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokémon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach 1 tool to each Pokémon during the same turn if you want.
1 per Pokémon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokémon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokémon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokémon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokémon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokémon gets knocked out, its Pokémon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokémon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokémon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokémon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokémon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokémon. Now, what if your active Pokémon is the Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokémon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokémon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokémon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokémon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokémon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokémon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities! Oh, hey, Professor! My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are 2 different things. Gotcha!
Terra Pokémon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokémon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away.
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokémon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way.
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokémon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokémon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokémon can only have one of those three. If a Pokémon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are 2 ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, they can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokémon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokémon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
And welcome back, folks, here in the Suntec City Convention Center. My name is Aaron Minjun, with me, Nicholas Yong.
Hello.
Round number 11, the final round of the qualifiers.
Yes, final Swiss. So we're
Yes.
going to go to top cut after this match.
I hope you didn't go anywhere because right now we have the final round. This is potentially winning in.
Potentially winning in, yeah.
We don't know for sure because a lot of permutations can happen.
Yeah,
A lot of results
resistance
change,
as well.
Resistance. Whether it's a 2-0 or 2-1 win, that also can impact
Yes,
things as
that
well.
will impact. Yeah, that 1 point difference makes a lot of
Yes,
difference.
exactly. So a lot of these players are trying to aim for like the 37, 38 point total
Yep.
of all their hard work this last couple of days. Eventually, only 8 of these players will be making it to the top 8 cut for a shot at the championship title.
I'm very excited with all these BO3 matches, man. Really,
Yes.
really cool to call, especially when you see some of these players who had a very slow or bad game
Yeah.
1 come back during game 2.
Yes.
Very amazing.
It also allows you to have a rough match, right? In a sense, you can have a rough game and then you can come back later on. But for this final round Swiss, we have 2 players here with 2 very interesting decks. We have Kunkit on the left playing Greninja Dusknoir.
Yeah, good ninja. Let's go.
Yeah.
Good ninja once more.
And not just the Greninja with Dusknoir, it also runs the Mega Frostlass package. So able to hit very high numbers for very little energy. It's a deck that we did see yesterday during the day 1 of Swiss. We see it here again. Player 2 here, Sherwin, playing Dragapult with the Dunsparce. This is once again a Crushing Hammer build that we're seeing with Dragapult. So a lot of Dragapult here in Singapore. You might
Is
want to
this-
call it a Dragapult infestation.
Oh my god, is this Dragapult country? I think this is Dragapult. Welcome to Dragapult country, guys. I think
Yes.
is this the first stream that you've casted where every round there's a Dragapult?
I believe so, and rightly so, I should say, because Dragapult is that strong of a deck, that strong of a card with multiple ways of being played, and it looks like in Singapore everyone's favoring one type or the other. We saw the Crushing Hammer build, we
Yep.
saw the Dunsparce build,
And
we
last
saw
week we saw
even
the Blaziken build.
But going right into the game today, for right now, I should say, on the left, they could get prizing a few key parts there. Meowth, a Mega Frostlass, Snorunt, and Dusclops. On the right for Sherwin, 2 Dreepies and the Unfair Stamp.
Ooh.
And is that the only Badoo? No.
No,
It's the
it's
one,
not a Badoo, no.
it's the one of the 2 Badoos he has access to. But 2 Dreepies is rough.
Yes, that's rough. So it's gonna be really tough for him. If he gets a Buddy Puffin turn 1, searches his deck and see only 2 left again. Oof.
We're getting a lot of it today, Nick.
It's not impossible though. It's not
Yeah,
impossible.
it's true.
It's better than having 2 Dragapult prize at the very top.
Yeah.
Shout out to Shauna just now. Unfortunately for her.
Shout out to awkward prizes all day long. But here, I think we can have a game here. Kunkit will probably expect to play around the Unfair Stamp.
Yep.
But Sherwin knowing that it's not there. So here's a deck feature here for Greninja for Kunkit's list. This is a very interesting deck. It runs the Grand Tree build. Overall, I think an interesting type of archetype, right?
I like the Terra Greninja. We saw a little bit of it yesterday. That was when it was partnered with Mega Frostlass and Mega Starmie. But this one though, with the Dusknoir line, gives you an additional way to take one-hit knockouts because Dusknoir, when it uses its Cursed Blast ability, it's 130 damage.
Yes.
Plus the Greninja under 70, you can likely taking knockouts here and there. The Dragapult though, this is the Crushing Hammer build, a very straightforward one with 4 Crushing Hammers. Straight Dragapult, no partners. You're not seeing any Dusknoir, no Blaziken.
Yeah.
There is there a Rare Candy? Not even a Rare Candy as well. So it's going to be a very slow but steady build-up for Sherwin's matchup right now.
Yes, indeed. So here the players are already ready and about to set up. Kunkit on the left, Sherwin on the right. Both displays 8 and 2. Again, it is potentially a winning in.
Potentially a winning in, yes.
We have to see what their scores are and what the scores are of the other players still in the match here. So Kunkit kick us off with a Froakie in the active and Sherwin with a Dunsparce in the active.
Shout out to the various different Froakies that he's playing.
I wonder if that's a thing. Like
Like-
he's willingly chose, or he just went to his bunk pile and grabbed a few.
Yeah, I just need Froakies to play, so I'll pick these Froakies. I like there's one Froakie though, it looks like it's from an animation style, like very close up.
Which
You
side
know
is
that
that
one?
from? Yeah, no, that's I recall that. I'm not too sure where is it from.
Yeah, I like that Froakie. I just can't remember from where side it's from. The new Froakie though from Chaos Rising is really sick though.
Oh yeah, I got the IR.
I like this one. It's from Obsidian Flame. I like the one from Obsidian Flame.
Well, it's rotated, unfortunately.
yeah, it's
there you
rotated.
go.
So you can play the one from all these players will soon be playing the one with Chaos Rising's Mega Greninja EX maybe soon be a big deck though.
That is true. This could be like a precursor to that Mega Greninja deck. So here Kunkit going for an Ultra Ball for Meowth. potentially trying to play around the incoming Ichi Pollen.
Yep. So play out all your items quickly. Meowth EX, you can use it to find any supporter he wants as he play down from the bench. So it could be a least determination next turn as well if he chooses to do so.
Yeah, so just on Kunkit here, a very interesting turn for
So
him.
this is going to pass right now. So
Yeah.
it's Sherwin's turn. He's going to play a Darkness Energy. Does he have any? Okay, going to play least determination turn 1. There's no item search supporter he has in his hand.
Yeah.
So he's not going to know yet. With 2 GP's price. Not yet, but soon. Interesting that he
Yes.
set the Psychic Energy onto the Dunsparce because he can use it to retreat for Budew, likely if he can get it.
That's true. And I was going to say Kunkit's hand was interesting. You know why? The only other card in his hand was the Ignition Energy.
Yeah.
With the Meowth. So imagine if you Ignition Energy. I'm not sure. Can you attach it to a basic? I believe you still can.
But it should be.
And it only has the effect of having multiple energies if it's an evolution, from what I recall. Right?
Yeah, so if you attach it though, you get discarded at the end of turn anyway.
Correct. So imagine if he did that, and then he lilies. Oh, sorry. Last ditch catch for List Elimination, gets the Red Candy, gets into the Greninja, and
Ooh.
kaboom, there goes Sherwin's.
That would be really insane though. It's a really insane turn.
So what we'll see if that happens. Sherwin, though, with the Buddy Puffin after his List Elimination, will now realize,
Uh-oh, I only have 2 GP in my deck.
it is not great for a Dragapult player seeing your important basic Pokemon in the deck. Not actually being in the deck, but in the prize cards. But
Yep.
here, going for the Budew, I think this is fine
Yep,
for
Budew
Sherwin.
and GP, I think, should be his first 2 Pokemon.
Yes.
Yep, here we go. That's the GP coming out. I think he's giving another quick search here to see what else is being priced. Yep, so it's going to be these 2. Maybe he's going to go through his deck again. You see, he has 2 Pokepads as well. So 1 Pokepad is going to likely find the second GP.
I just realized something. If Kunkit actually goes for Meowth into the Chorus Tenacity,
Ooh.
that actually guarantees the Mirage Barrage on turn 2.
Right, because then he could get the Grand Tree, right?
He could get Grand 3 and he could get Ignition Energy for the next turn. If he goes into that play, though, that's going to be very risky. But here, Sherwin showing the Pokepad. It looks like he's really running the Stamp Pokepad in the discard pile over there, just so you know.
I think that Sherwin decides to play his second Pokepad to play out the Druglock.
It's not dripping in hand.
There's
That's the only reason why. Yeah.
He can always wait for next turn, right?
That's true. That's true. And I don't
Case to
think...
see what Cook has. Maybe he's worried that Cookit also plays Budew. I don't. Right? Yeah, you
Oh,
never
that's a
know,
good point.
right?
That's a good point. Yeah,
Never know,
maybe
right?
this players may not know each other's deck list yet, but he's potentially playing around a Budew.
There goes there comes a second GP. Risky Ruins coming out after he played the GP, so no damage counters for Sherwin's Pokemon. And here
Yes.
comes the first item lock of this match.
And that play now is live. Grand Tree into the
This is- yeah.
Greninja EX is live now for Kunkit. He can't go Rare Candy because of the Ichi Pollen. Let's see what Kunkit
does
does
he
here.
see it? Does he see it though? It'll be quite cool if we see a Mirage Barrage this turn.
Yeah, it's game breaking because you
Oh.
got both trippies.
He's eyeing up. Oh, he's eyeing it.
There
He
it
sees
is.
it. He sees it.
There it is.
Colver's Tenacity, which means he can find an energy and he can find a stadium card.
He's checking to make sure all the pieces are there. You need
Yep.
not just the Grand Tree, but also
Yep.
the Stage 1 and the Stage 2 for Kunkit. And it looks like he's going to get it.
Let's see.
Imagine if you go for Initial Energy here. Kunkit will have 2 back-to-back Mirage Barrage.
Yes.
And Sherwin can't do anything about that. There's no,
Almost
I
the
believe,
best.
no Shaman in Sherwin's list as well. So he can't prepare for this next turn again or next game even.
Yep. So Colver's Tenacity, taking the Grand Tree.
Yes, you also get an energy card.
Oh, here we go.
You're going for a water. Okay.
Yes. So here we go. Water. Okay.
Sherwin might think, okay, he's not going for Mirage Barrage, but
Yep.
surprise, there's one in the
Surprise.
hand.
So go Grand Tree. Now we're saying Grand Tree for the first time this weekend actually.
So tell us about this card.
So Grand Tree. Once during each player's turn, you may search your deck for a Stage 1 Pokemon that evolves from that basic Pokemon and evolve it. Then if you do, you can find a Stage 2 that evolves from it and then you want to say it. And the best part about all this is that you find it from your deck.
You don't have to search out the pieces.
Yeah, it's not like Forms of Vitality that we saw yesterday.
Yes, it's essentially the better of the trees. And now Greninja EX is online with a water energy already attached from turn 1. Sherwin thinking, well, he searched for a water energy. Is Nation Energy prize?
Surprise!
No! Here it is! Mirage Barrage on turn 2!
Double GP knockout, and Sherwin knows that he doesn't have any more GPs left.
That is backbreaking for this Dragapult deck.
Does he have a way to get them back though? I don't see anything he has in his hand. He has a Meowth EX that will help him find a supporter card.
That's a horrible turn event for Sherwin. Just getting a Lily's Termination. That's not great.
Wow, and Cookie drew up the Dusclops from the prices as well, so he's going to be able to get a Dusclops next turn. I think Sherwin is just gambling here. If he gets with the Lilies, if he can get some nice stretches, he could probably pick up those GPs once more.
That is horrible. I'm still super stunned to see that play happen. That is why you run Grand Tree and why you play Greninja EX to pop off on turn 2 like this, knocking out both 3Ps of Sherwin inside the field. And now all he has is a small little Badoo. And by the way, Kunkit didn't need to play any items, right?
Yes, he didn't need to play any items.
Pollen was useless.
Yeah, he didn't need to. The item lot didn't affect him at all. I think the most interesting, this is the result of a meta which has shifted away from Shaman, right?
Yes.
So cards like Terra Greninja EX, cards like the Water Ogre as well.
Oh, yes, true.
They can also snipe the bench. Wow.
This is rough. And guess what? Even if you think Kunkit is about to stop with the sniping, he can actually still go for 2 prizes here with a knockout on the Meowth EX.
Yes, he could actually.
And still prep for a potential Mirage Barrage after that. Sherwin is completely on the back foot. There's a very thin line for him here because Kunkit can essentially just say, I'm going to take 2 prizes for the next 2 turns each to close out game 1. Sherwin is going to try though. He's going to try with a runaway draw here from the Dunsparce.
Let's see what he gets.
He needs to find, I think...
Another night stretcher would be good if he can get back that GP.
I was about to say that, yes. So second night stretcher is live as another way to return a GP. But that means if Kunkit top decks in Ignition Energy, there goes the field again.
Yeah, once more. I think if he could target that GP though, then again Sherwin will be really stuck, really falling behind. I want to mention that Ogre I was talking about is the Wellspring Mask Ogre
Torrential Pump, right?
Yes,
That's
Torrential Pump.
Yes.
Yep. That's right. Without Shaman, you can see this meta like now your GPs are susceptible to Mirage Barrage. I think that's why Kunkit decides to have Terra Greninja for his deck today. Especially all the Jugglebuts we saw yesterday as well.
Exactly. And I also have to say one last thing. I completely keep forgetting that this card is still in play. Grand Tree is still in play.
Yes!
Guess what? You can select Grand Tree to evolve your Duskull into Dusknoir all the way and take a 2 prize turn regardless.
In top deck and Ignition Energy! Oh my gosh! That was an insane top deck!
You don't need Grand Tree.
What? Grand Tree? What do I need that for?
You don't need Grand Tree. You just got a top deck like Kunkit and just take away your opponent's board. He can go for a 3 prize turn this turn.
He could. In fact, he could.
You can remove the Badoo.
Okay,
you can remove the 3P and remove the Dunsparce and leave your opponent with just a monkey and a cat.
Yep. And there we go. There's the dust door right now. So you can take you can knock it out to put 13 damage counters on one of Sherwin's Pokemon. Here comes a Hilda as well.
Well, the Hilda could have gotten the Ignition as well.
Yes,
but the fact that you top deck
it's more insane. It's way more insane.
Entertainment value for every one of us.
It would be more funny if you showed him that he has an Ignition Energy from this Hilda.
Oh,
right,
that's rubbing salt in the wounds.
You have another one the following turn if Sherwin doesn't scoop, which if he does show him this Initial Energy, Sherwin should just go to game 2.
He's about to. I think he sees the writing on the wall there because if Kunkit just reveals it, and Sherwin says, you know what? Let's go to game 2.
Yeah, he saw the Hilda, he was like, oh, it's gonna be another Mirage Barrage, he was going to create the game 2.
That's it for Sherwin there.
This is good though. We still have 40 minutes, we still got enough for 2 games, I think.
But that was one rough way to go out there for game number 1 for Sherwin. Kunkit taking game 1 in commanding fashion. Those poor Dreepies.
Yeah, that Terra Greninja was putting in a lot of work. Well, Sherwin is going first for next game though.
Okay, so he's decided to go first here. So Kunkit will be going second. It does mean that on Kunkit's side of the field, he will be the one evolving second.
Yep.
But if you're evolving second but going into Grand Tree, I think that's fine.
Yeah, you can still use Shinobi Blade, right? For 170.
You can.
And look for any card you want. So you can prepare for Mirage Barrage next turn.
Prepare for the horror of a Mirage Barrage.
I think that's sometimes the issue with a straight Dragapult that doesn't play Rare Candy. It means that you're taking your time to evolve. Yeah, you're more stable. But when you're fighting against a deck that has something like Mirage Barrage, right? I mean, he was also in the back burner because he also had that 2 GP stuck in the price. It's really tough for him already at that point.
That's true for Sherwin that even if he could grab more Pokemon, I think he also didn't have any outs at that point. He did have a Pokebat, so maybe another GP. But that's fine. That's in the past now. That's in the traumatic past for those GPs. Sherwin now will go first. Kunkit on going second. Let's see this game too. Can Sherwin come back or will Kunkit once again roll out the Mirage Barrage?
Kunkit should be starting with a Vroki, I believe.
Which is the best starter for him.
I think Sherwin would definitely want to have Budew if he can. Let's see the prizes here. 2 Jotlo in the prize
What's
now.
going on
His
with these
first
prizes?
2 GP and then now it's 2 Jotlo. What the?
What's going on with these prizes?
And 2 Lease Determination as well.
That's not good.
Oh, we can find it. Yeah, the Pokepad with the Master Ball. This is the
Yeah,
closest
that's
we-
the one. Yeah,
closest we
the
can see
close
on
up for all of
camera.
you. Yeah.
It is a GP start, so
Okay.
Buddy Poffin turn 1.
So he'll be happy this time, Sherwin, to see all his GPs available. He will not be happy to see 2 Drag Cloaks in the prizes.
Yep. Now he's going to deck check again and be like, oh no. And the worst part is he doesn't play Rare Candy, right? So he's going to skip through the evolution.
Yes, no rare candy in this build. This is a slower Crushing Hammer sort of style of play for the Dragapult deck. However, if Kunkit has the Grand Tree, Sherwin can also still take advantage of that if he
Yep.
wants to go aggressive. You do have to skip the ability to use Recon Directive, which is not great. But at least the Pokemon don't get knocked out from Mirage Barrage.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. By the way, Buddy Boy Poffin, the Master Ball stand from last season.
Yes, correct. The last season Master Ball League. Again,
Yes.
all of the Singapore, Malaysia, and Philippines got this card.
Yes, indeed. A shared perk of playing in the Southeast Asia region. But here, Sherwin goes to the Budew, as you called it.
Yeah, with the Premier Ball stem.
these stamp cards are appearing. By the way, I think Sherwin also plays, or maybe not Sherwin, someone else played the Boss's Order Regional League stamp.
Ooh,
That's a little rarer to see,
Yeah.
a little harder to find.
the while since that card was given out to tournaments.
Yeah, you know who will remember the card? Brian Kwa.
Oh,
Yeah, he played during that season.
yes, for sure, for sure. Okay, so it's GP and Budew,
Okay.
and one more Pokepad, so likely a third GP, I think. Because this time he has access to all his GPs. Oh, he's going to go for the Dracloak again.
Sherwin still thinks Kunkit runs Budew.
Yeah, he's just playing probably around that. So
Yeah.
just being concerned a little bit.
That-
Well, it's a
Oh.
little bit of mirror of the previous match, but at least Kunkit won't be able to Mirage Barrage these 2 GPs though, at the very least.
The fear factor of Budew is so traumatizing even for Dragapult players that they have to play around it.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's going to be an energy pass, so it's going to be Kunkit's turn. Now he top deck into a Lily's Determination.
Oh, that's,
Buddy
that's a
Poffin?
beautiful start.
That's a really good start, right?
Lily's
Buddy-
in hand, Buddy Poffin in hand
Yes.
right now as well.
So here comes a Froakie, and probably a Duskull, I think he might be eyeing. Now just looking through his deck to see what's prize. Quite lucky though, not really a lot of things stuck in his prize.
Yeah, he runs a very thick line of Dusknoir as well. 2-2-2 line here because
three.
you want to have access to stage 1 because of entry.
Still has that Duskull, still has a Duskull, because one Duskull in prize and one Dusclops in prize.
Yes.
Oh, the Covers Tenacity is prize as well.
Oh, he runs
Right.
2. He runs 2. So,
So
that's
again,
fine.
it's all fine for him. So he should be able to find all his pieces there. That's why you always run more than one copy of cards, right?
Exactly. So it's a very interesting deck here from Kunkit. It's serving him really well. 8-2 in this day 2 so far. And he went for the Duskull and the Froakie, as you call it. We have not seen the Snorid or the Mega Frostlass.
Or you could put the water energy on the one in the bench and then go for Lily's Determination here.
Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe he's trying to play around the fact that Sherwin might go aggressive and Rare Candy up into the Dragapult. But we do know on our side, because we have the deck list,
Yep.
Sherwin does not run a Rare Candy. So both these players are trying to play conservatively, anticipating the worst possible outcome for cards that don't actually exist in their opponent's decks.
I think this is great, right? Especially at this level, right? Now you have 8 wins and 2 losses. I think you don't simply want to go for a knockout,
Yes.
right? You want to play cautiously, thinking what your cards your opponent might have. Again, that previous game ended quite quickly, so you didn't really get to see a lot of the opponent's deck as well. A lot of Buddy Poffins, an Ultra Ball as well. No Grand Tree, because the Buddy Poffin going to find more Fokies, I think.
I do want to say that for Kunkit, it's actually very low risk for him attaching energy to the bench Froakie because he runs 2 ways of getting the Froakie from the active out from the active.
Ooh, yeah, I saw the
Latias
switch, right?
and the switch.
Yeah.
So he actually has a lot of options here, keeping the Froakie with energy on the bench. And Sherwin has a chance to burn a boss if he wants to go for it.
So Sherwin's going to see a Snow Run for the first time.
Yep.
Kunkit's already showing his hand though. I have a Snow Run. What may it evolve to?
That puts a lot of pressure on Sherwin because you cannot just recon directive in abundance. that is essentially every card you pick out adds 50 damage to the Mega Frost's attack. So another scary thing for Sherwin to look out for. Not only does he have to plan for the snipe attack from Mirage Barrage, now he has to plan for a Mega Frostlass. That is a lot to worry about.
Kunkit just exhausting all of the item cards in his hand right now.
Yeah.
Preparing for the very, very likely Itchy Pollen coming next turn. So he's getting a Dusclops and keeping it in his hand.
That's interesting. So for Kunkit here, he's opting to go for Dusclops. I
Bit-
guess
Because
in a
he's got a
way-
Meowth. He picked up a Meowth with Ultra Ball. He's thinking of Gantry again.
Yeah, so Gantry is online here. But one thing to note here is that Kunkit actually can go for 3 price turn next turn with a Switch or Latias,
Ooh, yeah.
and then Dusclops on the bench, and then Mirage Barrage taking out both the Dracloak and the Dreepy. So there is a line for a 3 price turn for Kunkit here. Sherwin has to play very carefully. No Shaman. Oh, there's a Judge.
There's a Judge though. Knowing that Kunkit picked up a Meowth and picked up a Dusclops, it could be the right time to play this Judge.
Right on time for Sherwin. The Judge goes to the hand, and all the resources that Kunkit spent will now be wasted. All those cards go back into the deck.
There comes another Dracloak, I think.
Yes,
Yep.
Dracloak number 2.
Sherwin, there's still not filling up his bench with a lot of GPs here.
I think that's a big concern. If you're not going for multiple GPs, I'll be very cautious because it doesn't take a lot for Kunkit to get into a Mirage Barrage.
Yep. So I think maybe he's a bit concerned that they're going to get targeted. So anyway, energy going to the one on the bench.
I like this.
So 2 psychic energies are on the board right now. And there's the first Judge. In fact, the first Judge I think we've seen.
Yeah, you know what? I think that might be the first Judge on, at least today.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of unfair stamps. Unfair stamp plays. But Judge though, which means when you play this supporter card, both players will shuffle their hand to the deck, draw 4 cards. It's a card that's been around for a very long time.
I'll go Soul Silver.
Yeah, it's in so many different prints, right? You can pick which kind of Judge you like, basically.
Yep. And the weird thing is, it's actually the only hand disruption supporter that has a shuffle draw effect.
Yeah.
We lost Iono.
Yes, we
We
lost
don't have something like Ace Trainer, or we don't have something like N. So Judge is the only one available, and that's why you see a one-off in some of these decks. Let's see the hand here.
You can't draw out of it though. He did get Lily's Determination.
I was going to say Rare Candy also in hand, but Sherwin does have Badu, so he will want to prevent that right away.
Yes.
Now, Body Puffin here is huge for Sherwin, getting that additional GP and also the Dunsparce. But we should see a retreat from the Dracloak into the Badu.
Should be we're gonna see an Itchy Pollen this turn. If not, if Kunkit top decks into into a Dusknoir or a Greninja, he would use that Rare Candy. I see as a Crushing Hammer as well.
Yeah, so Crushing Hammer is pretty key here for Sherwin because you get to deny Kunkit an energy attachment.
So another Recon Directive right now. I see Whiskey Ruins and Dragapult EX.
So you're Sherwin here. Do you go aggressive and pick? Okay, well, he does.
Yeah,
I guess
yeah.
I was going to ask, do you go aggressive with a potential Dragapult next turn? I think you should.
Yes. Here we
Oh.
go, Crushing Hammer.
This is huge.
It hits. It's a
No!
tail.
That's
so
like
no discard
5
energy.
tails so far this stream, and
Yeah.
only 1 hits for Ryan earlier.
Yep.
And it's going to be just a Itchy Pollen for 10 with items under lock now. Kunkit draws
It
the
did
Dust
draw
Pollen,
into a Dusknoir.
but he's under item
Yeah,
lock.
other locks he
unfortunately.
won't be able to use that.
Yeah.
But-
Okay. Lily's Termination right away for Kunkit. Nothing else in the hand, so a very rough Judge, but at the very least, Lily's Termination. Again, one of the strongest supporter card draw. Actually, is the strongest card draw supporter in the format.
Right
Until
now,
something else get reprinted.
Yeah, but right now this card is insane, right? Being able to play it on the early part of your game when you have 6 prizes remaining means you can draw up to 8 cards into your hand once more. So you're gonna refresh his hand. He manages to survive that Judge right now. So here we go, 8 cards.
8 cards. Grand Tree,
Grand Tree.
Ignition Energy.
No Grand Tree,
Aw.
unfortunately. I see. Is that Frogadier at the back? I'm not sure if that's Frogadier or Froakie though. That's Frogadier. It's Frogadier. So
Okay.
he's gonna be able to evolve one of them. He does have the Mega Frostlass EX as well, but I don't think he wants to use that right now.
Yeah, so this is the part where evolving or attaching the energy to the bench Froakie is a little bit awkward for Kunkit because he has to find ways to get the one inactive out of it. There's 2 ways. One is an item, one is a Pokemon. He has not seen the Latias at the moment. And just passes with the Mega Frostlass. So protecting the Snorunt, which I think is a decent play here. But Sherwin with the right cards can take out both of these Froakies.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of finding them. A Boss's Orders with a Dragapult, and that's 2 Froakies down.
Quite interesting. He decided not to evolve any of his Fokies to Frogadier.
I think he's anticipating that they will go down regardless.
Because
So
with 90, it has only 90 HP.
yeah, maybe evolving the one on the bench might have been a good idea.
Wondering why he decided not to evolve it. Maybe he's a bit wary though. I think the energy onto the bench for Foki is giving him questions right now. He does have a rare candy though, but I believe Showi's got an item lock again. Oh, he's going for Crispin this turn, so I guess it's going to be an attack right now, unless he decides to just use the Crispin to charge energy and then item lock once more to buy another turn.
Yeah, potentially Sherwin might want to go down the Risky Ruins place to have a potential set up a 3-price turn.
Yep.
On both Frokies and the Duskull.
Looking through the cards in his discard pile again, as I mentioned, looking through your opponent's discard pile means that you can see what cards he's used, what are the resources that he's played. Roughly, you can tell because most of, as you can see with Jugglepult decks, most of the baseline cards are roughly the same number of counts, so you can realize that okay, if there are like 3 Jugglocks in the discard pile, means he probably has only one left in his deck.
That's true. So here, that's probably going to be evolved here, discarding 2 Darkness Energy. Sherwin realizing, okay, you know what? I don't need these right now.
Yep.
Give me some cards. We'll not be seeing Monkey Dory plays anytime soon. Is it just a part? Oh, he does go to Dragonbolt, so he's going aggressive here.
Right now.
No boss. So at the very least, it's just going to be a knockout on the active and a knockout on the Duskull. Yeah, so still a 2-price turn. Still decent.
That's still decent. It's
Yes.
interesting they decided to take the Duskull and not the double Foki.
Yeah, you know what? That's actually interesting as well.
Because I was thinking he's going to take the double Foki, then also the Crooked doesn't have any other attacker, but I think he's worried of the Mega Frostless EX taking a knockout. I wonder how many hand cards does Sherwin have.
That's a good
That's
question.
why he's concerned about that.
Yeah, because with enough cards in hand and he can't pin down the hand any further, it might be that a Resentful Refrain with the Dusclops, or Dusnor, I should say, will take a knockout. So I guess it's fine, but this does play into the situation where you get this exact run of play. You're going to get a Meowth into a Chorus Tenacity, into the Grand Tree, into the Initial Energy, and Kunkit will immediately respond with 2 prizes of his own.
Looks like he might be able to take out the GP and Juggler on Sherwin's bench, I think, if he tries to go for it.
Yeah, and those are the perfect 2 targets because even if you get hit back by a Phantom Dive, you can easily go into the Mega Frostlash to deal a lot of damage to Dragapult, essentially 2-shotting the Dragapult while you know, having access still to Shinobi Blade to follow up turn. So there's a lot of options here for Kunkit.
The thing about Grand Tree is that the cards have to be in the deck, not in your hand, because if they are in your hand, then they can't evolve. And another important thing is that you have to evolve it from the basic to stage 2, right? If you're stage 1, you can't really use Grand Tree.
Yes, exactly. So maybe that's the reason why he kept the Froakie in the hand, essentially allowing Grand Tree to work on both of the Froakies, the Frogadier in hand, I should say. So
starting the Dusknoir with the Ultra Ball, along with another copy of Ultra Balls, getting a Snow Run down into the bench.
okay.
Looks like it's going to rely on Mega Frostless EX for this match. He's going for a second Snow Run. With this Greninja though, if he just attack with the Mirage Barrage, can take up 2 prizes and catch up with Sherwin. Just shuffling through his deck right now. We know that he has the Ignition Energy in his hand for the Mirage Barrage.
There's a very important card that Sherwin may or may not be aware Kunkit runs. The Gravity Mountain. So Gravity Mountain here essentially acts like almost like a Pre and Power Pro because it allows you to knock out Dragapult when your opponent has 6 cards in hand.
Correct.
So that's actually pretty... Oh, 5 cards in hand, sorry, excuse me. 5 cards in hand. That's going to be huge because one less card that Sherwin may not be aware of might come into play. Sorry, 6 cards. It's 50 times.
50
so 6
times.
cards here, right? I kept thinking it's 60 times.
But it's better than 7. So okay, so now we know that Sherwin only had 3 cards in hand last turn, and now he drew 1, so you have 4 cards in hand.
But 3 cards in hand is actually, if I'm not mistaken, still enough for the knockout. No, it's not. It's actually 1 short.
Yep.
So I'm not sure why he went for the Duskull then.
Because it's going to be Crushing Hammer, which missed, and then immediately responds.
I just realized something. Unfair stand right away here, but I realized why Dragapult couldn't go for the Froakie. The Froakie had 70 hit points, not 60. It was the 70 hit point one on the bench. So the Duskull was the only target for a knockout. So in this case now,
it's a Foki right on the bench because he used Grand Tree to evolve it.
Yeah, but it was a 70 I believe it was a 70 hit point Froakie.
Yeah, both 60 HP.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right then. Okay.
Thing there anyway.
Oh, anyhow. Yeah. You know what?
So,
I keep thinking there's 78 point Froakie somewhere. It's not these guys.
I wonder if the one from Chaos Rising is now
Maybe.
70 HP.
Maybe. I'm already thinking to the future to play this deck. But for now, though, Unfair Stamp.
5 and 2 again, as we said. So he can.
Oh,
Should we play
look at that
Unfair
hand. It's just a Frogadier and a Dusknoir.
That's looks like Unfair Stamp may not be a lie after all.
We will see.
We will see though. It's top deck. The top deck
We
can
will
change
see.
everything, right? The top deck can change
Indeed,
everything.
we will see. So runaway draw here for Sherwin. Getting 3 more cards.
Buddy Poffin. Sherwin wants to empty his hand out as much as
Yes.
possible, right? I don't want to get knocked out by a Mega Frostless EX. So,
So-
GP coming back.
Interesting thing for us here. If Sherwin does a Phantom Dive onto
Yep.
this Greninja, it doesn't get knocked out.
Top doesn't get knocked out.
Kunkit still can take 2 prizes, surprisingly, if the card he gets next is an Ignition Energy.
Yes.
So this is one of the rare situations where you wouldn't probably mind because you actually take the prize lead as Kunkit.
Then you can always knock out Dragapult later if Sherwin somehow can't empty his hand with the Mega Frostless EX.
Yeah.
Of course, that Mega. So right now, that Snovan in the back is 70 HP though. So
Yes, the new one from Ascended Heroes. The immediate upgrade for all Snorunt Frostlass players.
there's a love ball on it as well.
Ah,
Love ball.
nice. I didn't realize that one. Okay, there's a love ball on it. Oh, but Sherwin here went for the Crispin and only...
Crispin play.
There's only 1 energy in the deck.
Oh,
Oh no, hang on. Maybe... Okay, that was a little awkward. The energies were in
Yeah.
hand.
yeah.
So Sherwin actually went for a Crispin and only grabbed 1 energy. So how big is that hand size now, Nick? Let's look at it. It's 4 cards.
4 cards. It's 4 cards in hand.
So it's 200 damage for Mega Frostless. But before that, though, we will at least see a Phantom Dive onto the Greninja.
It's going to be 66 damage counters. Yes. He's going to put it,
Onto the Meowth.
trying to put it all on the Meowth. Interesting. So it's going to be a top deck here for Cookie. It's going to be a boss's
boss.
order. Options here.
That is
He could
interesting.
take a prize and find a card from the deck.
No, but if you're going to attack here, you probably will want to attack the Dragapult.
Yep.
Because that's the main threat right
Then
now.
at least the Mega Frostless EX can clean it up, right?
Yes.
So it's going to be 170 damage and he's going to find any card he wants. He doesn't have to show it to Sherwin. That's the most important thing. What is he going to think of taking though? Oh, he's going to use Grand Tree first before attacking. Okay.
Yep. The second Mega Frostless will evolve.
There we go. Stage 1.
So there's a couple of... Well, the only issue here is that he doesn't have any energy left in hand. So
Yep.
if you're keen to draw cards, in this case, draw a prize card, maybe, you have to boss something, and it might be the Monkey Dory. Or the other, a Dreepy.
Probably.
Because at
but-
this point, it's going to be
But-
really
yeah.
hard for Kunkit to do anything if he's not drawing extra cards. We only see a boss in hand. There is a Dusknoir and a Frogadier. That's nothing. So yeah, boss here going for Dreepy. So go to get at least 1 card. We didn't see what is the what are the prizes. Oh, retreating?
Going to use the Mega Frostless.
There's no energy on it.
Oh, it's going to try. It's going to pass.
So trying to tank a hit here. But Sherwin, with all the energy in hand, he will be able to take a knockout.
So Jucklo coming here. So
Not knockout, sorry. At least an attack
At
off.
least going to be able
Yeah.
to deal an attack off and spread more damage to the Meowth. Will probably be the victim of this. Another 6 damage counters means that the next turn after that, you can be able to knock it out. And possibly pick up 4 prizes in 1 turn.
Yeah, so Sherwin now also using the Grand Tree for himself there, getting the Dunsparce. So I'm going to get draw more cards here. I don't know if this was the right route for Kunkit, because if he went for a prize,
Yeah.
I guess he would be an odd price exchange,
Yes,
but he would have drawn a card that he could
Yeah.
at least use.
I would want to attack so I could at least search for a card, right? That can get out next. Now
Exactly.
I'm going to rely on the top deck. Yeah, you're right, because now if you did take a knockout next turn, it makes no difference because it would be 3 prizes remaining. It needs to take 3 prizes left. It's pretty, not very easy against Dragapult as well. Energy to discard for the retreat. Here comes the Dragapult once more. That boss stall didn't really work out. So Phantom Dive. Oh, it's gonna draw 3 first. He's gonna draw 3 first.
Oh, it's the boss.
The boss's orders there. Oh, he could.
You can go for the boss onto the Greninja and then put 60 onto the Meowth, and that's pretty much game on board for Sherwin.
Yes. Let's see though. It's gonna replay back the dance pass after being shuffled to the deck. He plays boss. Greninja gets knocked out. And Kunkit has already lost the Grand Tree. You're not going to see that Grand Tree again. There's no way to pick it back up in his deck. It doesn't play something like Dene as you saw
Yeah.
earlier. Jackson had.
No, but I think if I'm Kunkit, I'll go straight to game 3 now because Sherwin has
Yep.
a commanding lead at this
I
point.
think after he shows us the boss order, should go to game 3 right now. And we only have less than 20 minutes to go. Whiskey Ruins. Yep, gonna put 20 on that.
Yeah, that's pretty much it, I think, because the boss will
Dory
come in.
shifting.
So it's not a game at this point yet, but a boss order will take a knockout on this Greninja EX and put another 60 onto the Meowth.
Leaving it with over 30 HP remaining.
Yes.
And that will be a knockout if Cookie leaves any 3 or more damage counters, right? Because the Monkey Dory is online.
Exactly. So right now, Kunkit has to find a way.
Oh,
Is
yeah,
there-
let's go
nope.
game 3.
Looks
Go
like
game
game 3. Here we go.
Here we go,
Sherwin
game
and
3.
Kunkit will take it down, take one game apiece, and game 3 here in the final rounds of Swiss to potentially determine who gets into top 8.
Is there enough time though? What are the rules again if time is called when the results remain at 1-1?
Alrighty. So if the results remain at 1-1 and game number 3 has already begun in the best of 3, the player that has a prize lead will take the win.
Ah, okay.
So that is the rules essentially for this updated version of best of 3. So you will get a resolution. There are still corner cases where it might end up in a double game loss or a tie. But at this point right now, I think we have enough time for a resolution.
Should have. If both players have the same number of prize cards remaining, then the game continues that either player has fewer prize cards remaining.
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna keep playing hopefully until we get a winner for this round, right? We want to see a winner. We want to see a 2-1, and hopefully one of these players will be heading to top cut.
Yes, indeed. And just a reminder for folks who are very new to our system, if you win a best of 3, 2-0, you get maximum points. However, if it's 2-1, the winner gets 5 points, the loser actually gets 1 point. So they're still able to get points here.
Yes.
If it's, of course, a 1-0 win, then only the winner gets 3 points. But both these players are now hoping to get to that final spot or getting to the spot in the top 8. And all they need now is to win out this final game in this best of 3 in round 11.
So we're gonna have to mulligan here. Didn't get any basic Pokemon. Cool.
Hey.
Starting with Froakie once more. As we run into the final 16 plus minutes or so in this game 3 matchup. One mulligan. Let's see if Sherwin can find a basic Pokemon here. He's hoping to get a Budew start, hopefully. He is going second, so he'll be able to attack first as the turn 2 player.
Yes.
I see gonna be looks like a Monkey Dory start for Sherwin.
Okay, Makino not the best starter, but for Kunkit, I don't think it matters what Sherwin starts with. He wants to go into Mirage Barrage as early as possible, so he getting to go first here is huge.
He does have the water energy as well as the Pokepad, so this means that he can actually set up a Froakie for and Ignition Energy as well in hand. So it's going to hopefully get to set up one
Yes.
Pokepad, Ignition Energy. See,
Yikes,
a
that's
Dusknoir.
It's actually a very strong hand.
That a Hilda as well. Let's see the prizes. A Meowth is in the prize. Sherwin has 2
Okay.
bosses orders, but at least not so many important Pokemon, right?
So I think these prizes are probably the most inconsequential so far.
Yeah.
They
from
seem
the
to be
we've
pretty
seen.
decent.
We've
Yeah,
seen
so
the-
double balls for Sherwin is nasty, but he does run 3, I believe. So not too bad. The question now is whether or not the pieces fall into place for either of these players. So Kunkit with a Pokemon leading off, doing the first deck search, and he will realize that, oh, hang on, I'm missing a Greninja and a Frogadier. They're probably somewhere else. However, the cool thing about his deck is that he runs a 2-off of almost every Pokemon.
Yeah, so that is definitely enough for him to attack next turn. If he wants to go for Grand Tree and evolve it straight into Greninja EX. Of course, you're going to pray that those cards don't suddenly get drawn into hand, right?
Yes, exactly. You don't want to draw into those cards. You want to be able to keep them in the deck so that you could get them out with Grand Tree. And he also already eyed up the Grand Tree to make sure that it's in the deck, so his strategy is online.
A Snorunt, he's eyeing up a Snorunt to play out here with the Pokepad, I think. So it's going to be the Snorunt once more. Make a Frostlass very, very dangerous. If you get attacked though, and if your opponent has a massive hand size. It's something that in this game you probably cannot really control. Sherwin with the Monkey Dory start means that he's hoping to find a Budew. Couple of GPs probably, and an energy card to retreat on his first turn, going second. Water energy probably going to the active Foki, I think, this time around, instead of the bench. Does have a Frogadier in hand. Instead of pass right now. No Meowth though for him to find the Grand Tree.
But at
Oh, this is a
That's
really, really
huge.
important
yeah,
hits right now. All those still didn't matter if this Crushing Hammer flip hits.
that is a huge Crush Hammer hits because that means no Mirage Brush threat next turn. Cookit will
Yes.
have to settle for a Shinobi Blade. And not a bad attack because it does set you up for the following turn, but
Yes.
it means that these Dreepies can survive. And Sherwin now able to grab multiple because there are two Buddy Puffins in the hand there for Sherwin.
And it's a different stamp version as well. You got one from the Master Ball League and one from the gym promo from playing in your local gyms.
Those of you with OCD, look away. It's and look at the types of Dreepies as well, right? There's one with the dragon symbol and the other two without.
yes.
Yeah.
You got a Pokepad 2.
Okay.
Again, once more, he still doesn't know if Kunkit's playing Budyu, but might as well just look for it, I guess. By this point, by game 3 has been punished. Oh, he's going for Dunsparce,
I
right?
think he has a telltale sign that there's likely no Badiou for Kunkit, so I'm just going to play out the Dunsparce, and I'm going to Lily right now. So everything,
What an impressive turn 1, man.
everything down onto the field, and I'm going to get a fresh hand of 8. So I'm looking for energy, I'm looking for Pokemon,
Yep.
I'm looking
Dracloaks would be
for
great.
Dracloaks would be great,
Spas will be good too.
even better, and most importantly, having a supporter to follow up, potentially a boss, potentially a Crispin, something along those lines.
Let's go. So it's 8 cards again because he has 6 prizes remaining. So it's a lot of cards. I would be surprised if he missed an energy. That was the last card though.
This last card energy, that was so close. But
And he's really dropping the Whiskey Ruins, which means that if Kunki doesn't bump this, any other Foki that comes down is going to get 2 damage counters.
I would have held the Risky Ruins because knowing that your opponent plays Grand Tree, immediately jamming tower right off the bat. So no Grand Tree.
Yeah, no Gantry this turn.
That isn't great if you're Kun Kid though.
Looks like a no draw supporter. He's only have Hilda in hand. It's not really gonna.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah, and because of that water energy discard as well, it's won't be able to attack anyway. So here comes the Hilda. With the Hilda, he's able to find. Really eyeing up Mega Force last year. With a water energy, because again that water energy got discarded earlier on with Crushing Hammer. Here we go. It's gonna be the Mega Frostlass with the water energy.
Okay, so we do have at least some cards being added to the hand here for Kun Kid. I do think though this is not the start that he's looking for.
Nope.
He wants to be explosive.
It wants to be like that game 1 earlier. That was an insane game. The game 1. I think that was the max potential of Greninja EX that I've seen. Terra Greninja EX.
Yep, but this is the flaw of this deck because if you're playing Froakie, you're not playing Dreepy. You're playing Froakie, you don't get access to something like Dracloak. And
Okay.
it's just a pass.
This is a pass. He kept the water energy in hand. Maybe he's hoping for this Foki to get knocked out so he can send up this Mega Force. Which another interesting point that I've noticed that Kunkit, he played Hilda to get the Mega Forceless EX, but he already had a Mega Forceless EX in hand.
Yeah, so I think potentially tearing the deck of one more card. He doesn't want to evolve the Frogadier because it then wouldn't get to use Grand Tree. So that's
Yeah.
I think the key point here. However, keeping the energy in hand is actually quite key because Sherwin just discarded a Crushing Hammer. So there was a Crushing Hammer possibility, and I think Kunkit read that and wants to ensure he has an attack next turn.
So 2 Dracloaks coming out now. One more GP that he can evolve. Looks like it's gonna be another Itchy Pollen turn. Here's another 8 cards here. 2 Lily's Determination in a row. Sherwin is running hot. Very, very hot. Here comes
so
the Dudun
much.
Spas as well. And an energy card in his hand. But he's gonna Recon Directive first.
There's so much going on here for Sherwin's deck. Look at all the cards that's been played so far. This is only turn 2, by the way. Double Dracloak, the Dunsparce is already there. A backup Dreepy, who's going to evolve now. Thanks
Yep.
for that. Maybe not. Okay, so
Decided not to take the thing. Gonna use the Pokepad instead to burn it.
to thin a card.
Yep.
That's key here for Sherwin. Although he could have used a Pokemon to maybe search out the Dunsparce later on, I think
Yeah.
Sherwin's going to go aggressive right away. Let me just thin my deck as fast as I can. I want to dig deep.
Yeah, I agree. I would, if it was me, I would rather keep the Pokepad in the deck for that future chance to get a Dunsparce or Dudunsparce.
That's true.
So here comes the third one, taking the 4th GP to his hand. That's all the recon directives he has for this round.
Look at the difference in the
actually.
field. Look at the difference in the field right now.
this
There's
is-
nothing on Kunkit's side.
This is slightly worse for Kunkit in this third game actually. Water energy, he drew to a water energy. This is very rough, right? And it's gonna pass. I thought it was gonna pass because he did that.
Yeah.
Asking for his discard pile to see what's left. I think you just play it out though. There's no more game 4 to scoop into.
Okay, so the key thing for Kunkit here is that he's probably leading into the Mega Frostless game plan right now because Sherwin, with all the setup that Draco offers you, you are putting yourself in a very awkward spot for a resentful refrain. He is, I think at this point, if I look at the count, the cards, there's 8 cards in Sherwin's hand. So there's going to be a lot that he needs to play out in order to not get knocked out by that Mega Frostless.
They finally evolves the Frogadier after all.
Finally.
Wow, I think if he used the healer to find Greninja EX, by this turn he already have Greninja EX, but he decided not to, which is very, very sus. And now we're back to Sherwin's turn, so this Dragapult is going to go attack right now because it's a 2 energy on it. Here comes the Recon Directive.
Do you
Yes.
go for an attack here or do you hope to get a boss? I think the boss play is going to be key. Boss, the Frogadier, send out the Dragapult, and then take a double knockout on the Froggies. I think that's the play that Sherwin's looking for.
He does have it in hand, right?
I think
I
that's a
saw
boss.
boss's orders.
There, I think it is. Yep, there it is. The Jetsons version there with the playstand promo. So Sherwin has the line to take 2 prize cards here. However, it also means that he will go to a point where Mega Frostless can also take a knockout on him.
Yeah, so he needs to empty his hand as much as many cards as possible, right? Is there an Ultra Ball or something that he could use?
There is an Ultra Ball. The boss gets placed first. There you go.
So
So
the Frogadier is going to get knocked out. So he got the Ultra Ball as well. He needs to thin out his deck as much as possible. Again, it does 50 damage. I mean, Mega Frostless EX does 50 damage for every card that Sherwin has in his hand. With this, he can reduce another
3 cards.
Yeah,
You can just feel. You can feel the search.
You
Yeah.
can feel the search because again, your deck is not public knowledge. That's why, as you can see right now, he decided not to take any cards. So your deck is not public knowledge. You're not forced to pick up a card. You cannot play a card like Night Stretcher for fun because both players know that the discard pile has Pokemon in it. That section is public.
So here, with 4 cards in hand, Sherwin's going to take a knockout on 2 Pokemon to draw 2 prizes. He will be at 6.
Yes.
Kunkit needs a Gravity Mountain now.
Yes.
And that's the only out for him to take a respawn KO on this Dragapult. Chorus Tenacity, Gravity Mountain, or even just a draw supporter. That's what he needs now
Let's
as
see.
Kunkit. 2
Very
prizes
straight
to
knockout.
Sherwin, who is now firmly in the driver's seat. There is still time. There's still 6 minutes on the clock. What does he draw?
Ooh, Duskull is not what he wants to see. Is he going to attack right now? He just should attack right at this point, right?
That is so rough for Kunkit.
I feel for him. It's going to be an energy and attack, right?
Here. You can't even bench the Duskull because
Yeah.
Dragapult will eat that for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, so that's not good. So you will get an attack off for 300, and then the Monkey Dory is going to remove 30,
Yes.
and therefore Kunkit will. Well, there's a cheeky play you could do.
Ooh.
If there was no Monkey Dory or no Darkness Energy,
Okay.
you could attack the Dragapult for 300, and then later play the Gravity Mountain and reduce the HP of Dragapult. But if Sherman has Darkness Energy and he removes 30, then
Oh, it's going to be a fire energy onto the Juggler instead. And a crushing hammer.
there goes
there
right
goes the
off,
dice. Let's
right off
reflip.
table.
Let's reflip.
Alright.
That.
Tail.
It's a tail, so that
Okay.
this cookie will be able to take a knockout.
Sherwin here will. Well, he has a judge in hand, so he may
Oh.
not want to do that.
There you go. Second crushing hammer.
Oh, here we go. One more time.
And,
Double Dragapult.
I picked the left one. I would have picked the right one, I think.
You never know. They might be from 2 different sets. We
Oh my
have
God.
no idea. So many prints of this card
That's
already at this
true.
point.
There goes crushing hammer once more. He wants a hits, and he got it.
Oh, that's rough. 2
Cookie
hits.
doesn't have any more water energy in his hand.
No, not anymore. Not anymore. And he needs to draw really well.
Yeah,
You know what he needs right now? A Chorus Tenacity.
that would be great, right?
A Chorus Tenacity would be perfect, getting you the stadium as well as your energy. But it does leave you in a very awkward spot. What do you have here?
Gantry! So
No!
late! Too late, in fact.
Oh, just too little too late.
He can't Gantry. can't Gantry the Duskull as well, right? Because the Duskull will just put down this turn.
Yeah.
And you can't use that. You can't use Gantry to evolve a Pokemon that was put down the same turn.
No, I think for Kunkit here, that is pretty much the end. I think he sees the writing on the wall. Sherwin played this masterfully,
Yep.
and it's just a matter of the draws, Kunkit. Rather unfortunate. Nothing going on. No, not mention Duskull. Okay, well, you can do this. And I think Sherwin has to find a boss.
Yeah, I need probably. Let's see if he has one.
He has 2 boss orders priced.
Yeah.
So I think he doesn't have access to it.
Oof. Then he's forced to knock out a Duskull, playing one more turn, I think.
That's true.
Did he pick it up from the prizes though? Let me just check it out. No,
No, he did
shouldn't
not.
have. Yeah,
It's in the middle, I believe.
Yes,
Both are in the middle.
One's in the middle, one's in the very top.
Okay. So there is still a world here where Kunkit is still able to win.
Yeah.
You know what?
It's a bit tough. It's a
Yeah,
bit
it's
tough.
tough. It's far away at this point because look at the number of backup attackers Sherwin has.
Yeah, he can ready another Dragapult this turn as well.
Yeah.
If he wants to. And he does have a Dragapult EX in hand. Doesn't have to use it because... And he does have a Darkness Energy as well. So he could decide to attach the energy to Monkey Dory. Move that 30 away from the Dragapult and save it from a possible Gravity Mountain.
That's true. Not sure if Sherwin knows that that's what he's plays though. That's the thing.
Okay, decided to play the Pokepad. Pick up the Monkey Dory.
Okay, the
down.
biggest misplay that Sherwin can do here, the biggest misplay, absolute biggest misplay, is to evolve the Dracula with energy into a Dragapult, attach a Psychic Energy, and then shift into that one instead to take a knockout. If he does that, Kunkit can take 4 prizes next turn.
Yes.
I'm clutching at straws.
But that's a long shot though.
Yeah, it's a long shot. No one would do that, but, well, it will make for good viewing.
He's gonna pick the Crispin from the top 2 cards. And he's gonna just play the Crispin right now. So Darkness, gonna have double Darkness.
Oh no, it has to be Darkness and Psychic.
No, he has I think he has the Darkness Energy.
I think so, yeah, I think so. The one
Yeah.
in hand already, yeah.
So he can take a knockout on the Duskull this turn
And
with
then-
double Adrenal Brain.
Yes, and then it will be a knockout. So that was the line that Sherwin was looking for.
Yeah, there we
Double
go.
Adrenal Brain. We
Double
talked about it.
Adrenal Brain. So that big 300 damage is now... Yep, gonna move 60 onto this Duskull here. And the knockout
And that's it.
for
Sherwin.
the game. Sherwin winning the game with just under 2 minutes.
And a convincing 6-0 on prize count there for Sherwin. Rather unfortunate for Greninja and friends.
Very
But,
happy to see a resolution to the match as
Yes,
well.
we get to see a full game, essentially. And congratulations to Sherwin. He will put himself in a very good position for a potential top cut. Commiserations for the Greninja deck here. Rather unfortunate for him.
Yeah,
It's,
I was so excited to see that game 1, man. When he did that Mirage and
Yeah.
just totally annihilated Sherwin. Okay, of course Sherwin
For good
also
kid.
had 2 GPs in the prize,
Yes.
but that was just so insane to watch. Maybe he relied too much on the Grand Tree. Like I see there are turns where he had Froakie, but he decides not to evolve it, which maybe put him a little bit a couple of turns back.
Yeah, I think Kunkit may be a bit over-reliant on Grand Tree, but at times you have to play around those situations where you know this is the strategy of the deck. So
Yep.
you want to make as much of your back strategy as possible. However, in certain situations, it's okay to evolve manually, right? As you said, if you went for a Frogadier and then evolving or getting a kill die evolving manually to Greninja, he would have actually been in an okay spot
Yeah,
because
exactly.
he went first.
On this game tree, yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
So, and Shinobi Blade is a strong attack. Shinobi Blade will get you a card from deck. You can bring out your Lily's Termination, your Chorus Nesties, your Hildas, and we probably had a longer game.
Correct.
Unfortunately, we are left with the game that we saw in Game 3. However, I think well played to both these players for going all the way to the final round of Swiss here in the Day 2 qualifiers. It's been a long 11 rounds.
Yep,
for us.
across 2 days as well. Today with 4 BO3 rounds.
Yes, but we're not done yet.
Yes, we're not done yet.
We're not done yet.
Will Dragapult's luck carry it all the way to the final? Will we see more Dragapults?
Or will we see something else? We don't know. We'll be back in top 8 very, very soon. Don't go anywhere. Or just go get yourself a snack.
Yeah,
and a
go
drink.
get yourself a snack,
And
right?
sit back, lay yourself ready, and get ready for the top 8 here at Singapore Master Ball League. We'll be back real soon. Don't go anywhere.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Up your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokemon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any bench Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities. Oh, hey, Professor. My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha.
Terra Pokémon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokémon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away.
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokémon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way.
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokémon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokémon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokémon can only have one of those three. If a Pokémon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, They can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokemon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokemon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
level up your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes. I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have two Pokemon in play and two tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach two tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokemon gets knocked out while you don't have any bench Pokemon, you will be out of Pokemon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokemon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokemon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokemon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokemon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokemon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokemon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokemon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities. Oh, hey, Professor. My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha.
Terra Pokemon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokemon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away.
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokemon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way.
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokemon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokemon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokemon can only have one of those three. If a Pokemon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokemon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokemon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokemon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokemon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokemon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokemon.
If you don't have any basic Pokemon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokemon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, They can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokemon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokemon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokémon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokémon tool can be attached to one of your Pokémon in play. Only one tool per Pokémon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokémon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokémon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is the Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any bench Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities. Oh, hey, Professor. My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha.
Terra Pokémon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokémon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away.
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokémon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way.
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokémon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokémon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokémon can only have one of those three. If a Pokémon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, They can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokemon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokemon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere. And Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have two Pokemon in play and two tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach two tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any bench Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities. Oh, hey, Professor. My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha.
Terra Pokémon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokémon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away.
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokémon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way.
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokémon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokémon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokémon can only have one of those three. If a Pokémon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, They can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokemon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokemon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere. And Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Folks, welcome back here to Suntec City Convention Center. My name is Edmund, with me, Nicholas Young, and
Hi,
we are
guys.
finally at the top 8.
Wow. It's been a wait. There's the judges were very, very detailed with their deck checks. Very good to see.
Of
So
course.
hopefully you're going to see a very smooth top cut all the way to the finals.
Let's hope so. I think for me here, I am excited to see what are the top 8 decks. We do have a bracket breakdown for all of you, but before that, we also have a bit of a meta preview for what decks you can be actually seeing here in top 8 in Singapore Master Ball League 2025-2026. First of all, let's go through a couple of decks. The first one is, well, it's one
decks.
card with lots of variations.
Yes, we've seen so many different types of Dragapult EX, right? Straight Dragapult
Yes.
EX, Blaziken Dragapult EX, Dust Snow Dragapult EX.
Crushing Hammer Dragapult EX.
That's a lot of Crushing Hammer that was flipped throughout the 2 days actually.
In fact, we will have 4 Dragapult EX decks in top 8. That's how crazy this particular archetype has been. And rightly so. And rightly so, because the deck is such a strong deck. However, we will get to see potentially a deck we have not seen all weekend long.
Finally, Team Rocket's Mewtwo EX, my favorite deck. With
Yes.
the Spidops, which is actually the key part of the deck, right? You can use Charging Up to attach energy from the discard pile to this Pokemon. Mewtwo can use Spidops energy to be discarded for its Erasable attack.
Yes, one of the strong decks here of the metagame, which is, I think, underrepresented. Yes,
Is-
such a good
I
matchup
feel
with so
so.
many decks. However, we also have another grass-type deck, which we may not have a very... we don't have a common type of this deck in top 8. It is Tilmas Ogerpon with Hydrapple, in fact, in top 8. So Hydrapple, as I talked about yesterday, was the deck that was top seed in Malaysia Master Ball League, piloted
Yes.
by Chen Jinchuk,
Yes.
who went to top 4 with the deck. Now we see it here as well in top 8. And then there's one final deck, which I think was a surprise, and Zrock EX.
I like this deck. So we saw Edmund Koo playing it earlier in the first game of today.
Yes.
And Zora EX with its Night Joker ability can copy any attack in the deck. So Enzecom is the most popular one. That's the
Yes.
newest addition to its arsenal. Can do 250 damage. But now showing Enz Dimension, which is able to shoot attack targets on the bench as well.
Flame Body Cannon, a very strong attack. So this is a deck that can go aggressive, taking multiple prizes, or potentially going for a big knockout right off the bat. So these are the 4 decks that we may see in top 8 here.
Yes.
It's not the only decks that we'll see. There's also a Hobbs Trevenant deck that's stuck in.
We hope that we can see Hobbs Trevenant go to the next round. Hopefully.
Yes, for sure. So now we're getting into our first game, our first match here in top 8. We have Sen on the left and Kwakho on the right. Hydrapple versus Team Rocket's Mewtwo.
Oi, no Dragapult? No Dragapult EX, finally?
Yes.
Oh my gosh! This is something we've been waiting for the whole day. And for me personally, Team Rocket. Coco is a friend of mine as well, so rooting for him. But I won't be surprised if Hydrapult takes a surprise win in this matchup.
Yes, indeed. I think this is going to be an interesting matchup no matter what it is. It's going to be a fun best of 3. So again, if any of these players have a rough start in game 1, they can go to game 2.
Yes.
If we potentially get a full 3-game match, that's, I think, the most entertaining part
I
of
would
the
love
day.
to see 3 games of this
Yes.
between these two. And again, a match without Dragapult in the Singapore Master Ball League, finally. So I guess Singapore's no longer Dragapult country for now.
For now. There's still 4 of them in the bracket, so we
Yes.
never know.
You never know. We might possibly get a Dragapult mirror in the finals.
Where's the wood? Knock on wood. But at the very least, we'll get 2 decks that we have not seen, and we will get to enjoy a little bit of a unique matchup. So these are your players in the top 8. We have Terry versus Kaiser. In the other side of this particular bracket, on the other corner of the bracket, Noel versus UJ, and Shauna versus Calvin. So Shauna and Calvin, actually 2 players we covered in today's stream. So go back and see what they played. I'm not going to spoil the matchup for you. So we have I would say, would you call it a star-studded lineup?
It's a very stacked Master Ball League. Compared
Okay.
to previous seasons of Master Ball Leagues in Singapore, this is probably the most stacked of them all.
Wow.
A lot of well-known players have made it to top cut. So maybe we might see because previously in previous Master Ball Leagues in Singapore, they were usually brand new champions, people that we rarely play before. So this might be a first. We might actually see a player that's been playing throughout the season take the final championship.
Yes, indeed. And with it also the Travel Award and Worlds Invites. Of course, these players have also locked in some points for themselves.
Yep.
However, top 8 means you are one step closer to a trophy card in that Mega Lucario.
Mega Lucario EX card. That's a very tasty card.
Yes, indeed. And when you go top 4, you are then one series away from a Travel Award and the Automatic Worlds Invite, which also means that an invite gets passed down. So if you lock in an invite as top 2, the invite gets passed down to someone
In the rank,
in the ranking. So that's actually a pretty decent way to have more people be part of the world's or the world's invite.
That's
list.
what I love about the invite system right here in Singapore. I mean, previously it wasn't like that, but now I was so happy to see that all 24 players will be able to go to the World Championships in San Francisco.
For sure. So if we talk about the matchup today here, we're talking about Rockets Mewtwo versus Hydrapple. Who are you giving this to? If I ask you on the spot.
I mean, biasness aside, I still, if Teams Rockets can set up its deck perfectly, if you got to get enough spiders on the board, of course, I think Mewtwo could be key here to take big knockouts, right? So they shouldn't be afraid to drop the Mewtwo when needed. Usually these decks play Energy Switch as well, so there's always that surprise factor where you can drop a Mewtwo, Energy Switch out of the blue, take a big knockout of the Hydrapple EX. But of course, I mean, Hydrapple EX itself does a lot of damage too, so it's maybe a little bit back and forth match here.
So if you're going for the Rockets Mewtwo, I'll put my money and backing on the Tilma Zogapon Hydrapple deck. Again, this was a deck that we saw do very well in the Malaysia Master Ball League, only falling in top 4. So it's, to me, one of the rogue-ish decks.
It is.
But it's boring a system that works. It's boring Tilma Zogapon and Meganium. Those are the two cards which we've seen in Arboliva decks, we've seen in Mega Venusaur decks, and now paired up with Hydrapple. So
the card that, when it first came out, no one really had a second look at it. But thanks to, the growing popularity of Festival Lead, that's why you see usually they use the Diplet for Festival Lead, and then somehow evolves into a Hydrapple EX.
Yes, Hydrapple EX, of course, evolved from the Diplet. So Diplet here is not going to be able to use any of the Festival Lead
This isn't usually play the stadium, unfortunately.
The deck does play a very powerful stadium. Force of Vitality. So
even more better, maybe.
So it's one of the key parts of these grass decks, right? So we're talking about the ability to evolve all the way up to stage 2 right off the bat. The Hydrapple, key thing here is that the ability Ripening Charge. You're able to attach a grass energy from your hand to one of your Pokemon. If you do so, you get to heal 30 damage from the Pokemon as well. So if Spidops goes for like a 2-hit on the Hydrapple, it can actually heal off some of that damage and force a 2-hit knockout into a 3-hit knockout. And let's not forget Syrup Storm, 30 damage plus 30 for each grass energy attached to all of your Pokemon. Think of it like mirrored Leaf Showers but upgraded.
Yes. And then with the Meganium on the board, you get double the amount of damage because you have double the amount of grass energy on the field. So I would see big knockouts here. I won't be surprised if Coco decides to go single prizes and try to slowly whittle down the Hydrapple EX.
Yeah, I think
a lot of players.
Yeah, but even on the Hydrapple side, they can also pivot into single prizes, right? So we have the Tapu Bulu that we saw on stream yesterday. We also have potentially even use the Meganium to attack. So these decks do have options to go to a single prize sort of game plan. But I would think for Sen and Kwako here, they would want to try their best to win game 1 and then hopefully get a quick game 2 as well. So let's see the prize here. 4 grass energy for Sen on the left. That is not great to see, especially because you run about, I think it's like 12 or 14. It's 14 energies.
Yep.
Not great to see so many. And the only Celebi also in the prizes.
Also notice that there's 4 different kinds of grass energy as well.
OCD folks, look away.
OCD folks, look away for at least 1 second, right?
What about Kwako's prizes?
Kwako's prize is okay though. I mean, you don't mind having a single Spidos or a single Tarantula in the prize. And it's also starting first, which is the best for Team Rocket because you can use Team Rocket's Proton on turn 1. It's a supporter card. It's not a supporter card. It's a card with Carmine. I mean, this supporter card allows you to look for 3 basic Team Rocket's Pokemon in your deck and put them in your hand. That's the key. You have to actually play them out, unlike say Buddy Poffin, for example. And you can use it to find Mewtwo EX.
That is true. So Team Rocket's Proton here, a card that Quackho wants to see in opening hand. He's able to potentially draw into one of the 4 he has. We know one's prize, so potentially 3 left remaining. However, Team Rockets also runs the Team Rockets Transceiver.
Yes.
So increasing your outs to getting a supporter with Team Rockets' name on your turn 1. We'll see here if Quackho does get the Proton for a setup. But we've seen this deck sort of falter if they don't have it. Perfect start there. The Mimikyu is a pivot.
Yep.
And the Proton on the top.
Oh,
that Proton.
I told you!
There it is.
Quackho is truly a chosen champion here with his top deck of a Proton, which means we're probably going to see Tarantula flood the board right now.
That is an amazing card to top deck for Quackho.
There we go with the first Tarantula. Yes, you should see all 3 out, I think. There we go. Quickly getting out all the Tarantula here. This is going to be key for his match.
I am just astounded that Quackho just top decked the supporter of choice that we were just talking about. We sort of manifested it, I think, in a sense. And there you go. 3 Tarantulas to the hand, all 3 down to the bench. That is an amazing start already for Quackho. Maybe an energy attachment. Even Team Rocket's Factory as well.
Draw 2 cards as well. So this stadium, Team Rocket's Factory, if you play a Team Rocket supporter, you can draw 2 cards. And there's a bug catching set as well. He's probably going to get an energy set right here. It would be even better if he has an Ultra Ball. They can discard the grass energy. We have another one, but okay, he's only got 1 grass energy from this.
That's better than none. So 1 grass energy for Quackho here. And interestingly enough, both these decks will be running bug catching set. It's a premier card search for grass Pokemon and grass energy. Quackho maybe would have liked to see another Tarantula or potentially even a Spidops. But I think energy attachment is pretty good. And just passing over to Sen.
Grass v grass. It's grass v grass. And no Budew on both sides.
Yeah, so we will not see a Budew War this series, which is nice. For Sen here, it's going to be interesting for him to navigate this because right now, he only has an Applin in the active, and he cannot evolve on turn 1, even with Force of Vitality.
He's going to get a lot of cards, though, with his bug catching set. I see Chikorita. He can pick up that. Got even Grass Energy as well. Just checking through it. I wonder if he has Forest in his hand.
Yeah, so here bug catching set coming in very clutch for Sen, getting him multiple cards. If he wants to go for multiple energies, he can go for that. He can go for multiple basics. I see an Applin and a Chikorita.
Yes.
Much value.
Board here. Yeah, this is much more value compared to Team Rocket though, because Team Rocket you're not playing as many grass Pokemon and as many grass energy. So in more grass centric deck, in this case the Hydrapple EX Bucket is perfect. Because I also noticed that some Team Rocket players may or may not play Bucket set in their decks because of this. But if you don't play Bucket set, then it's very difficult for you to find energy cards. So there are games where you may get stuck. But again, BO3 as well. So we'll see how it goes. I think both players having decent starts. I mean, Quackho with an amazing start. And then discarding in a grass energy here. Going to use his Ultra Ball. And going to find out that he's missing some grass energy.
Yeah.
4 of them in the prizes.
So at the very least here for Sen, he's probably going for a Tilma Zogabon for energy acceleration. Or he could go for a Meowth to grab a supporter. He's eyeing up the Lily's Termination.
Yep. Going to shuffle his hand back into his deck here.
Oh no.
Here he goes for Chikorita, so he probably has some outs in his hand. Come on, fend out.
Here.
Yeah, fend out, show us your hand. Keeping his cards close to his chest again. There he does have a Force of Vitality though.
I would say that the Chikorita is probably best when paired with a Force of Vitality for next turn.
Oh, he's gonna go for a gamble here. He's gonna play out a Chikorita, hopefully to get all the pieces he needs. Of course, he does play two more Ultra Balls, 1 more Pokepad, and 3 more bug catching set. So
yeah,
chances are high. So let's see. Gonna look through 8 cards right now.
So for Sen, the one thing here, playing the Force of Vitality is actually denying Quackho card draw. I think that's what the key thing he has here. The Stadium War has technically begun as early as turn 1. Unfortunately for Quackho, playing the Team Rocket's Factory first means that very likely he will not get to stick 1 in. He only has 3.
Yes, correct.
Sen has 4 Force of Vitalities.
1 Teal Dance and a bug catching set though. So let's see if he finds the pieces he needs. I think he will love to see a Meganium here.
It's actually a pretty good setup already for Sen here. He just has to maintain another Force of Vitality in case Quackho bumps the stadium now.
He's got a Teal Mask plus a Grass Energy, which is really cool. If he got Hydrapple as well from that, that'd be pretty sick because he can attach an extra energy using the ability, right?
Yeah, so right now it seems like for Sen, everything's going to plan. It's all about the next turn because these grass decks can't do much on turn 1.
He's going to do an energy set on the benched Appley, which means we probably won't see Hydrapple this turn. It's just
No,
gonna
you can't see
pass.
Hydrapple right away because on turn 1 you can't evolve.
Yeah, so my
So, now,
he kept the other Tail Mask in his hand as well, right?
yes, he did. He did. I think without another energy card to accelerate, it's quite pointless to have it benched.
Here we go, Coco's turn now. Team Rocket's Transceiver going in, dropping immediately, so you can choose one supporter. There are choices. He could go for Team Rocket's Ariana.
I think Arena is the best card here. You get to draw up to 8, so you're going to refill your hand with resources. You want to be seeing Tarantulas. You want to be seeing even more Grass Energy if you can.
It's going to be Petrol.
Okay.
He's going to be finding a specific card he wants from here. With Petrol, he can find any trainer card.
So
Let's see which trainer card is going to pick right now.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you, what's the key thing for him to Petrol right now? It's interesting. So going for Ultra Ball. So securing the Spidops, I would think, with Ultra Ball.
He's going to discard. Does he have a Grass Energy discard? No, he does it here. He's discarding a Mewtwo and Lily's Determination. You're getting out the first Spidops of the match.
So this is the thing about the Quaco and the Team Rocket's deck. If you can, you wouldn't want to use Mewtwo at this stage because it doesn't do anything against Hydrapple. You can't get a 1-hit knockout with Rocket's Mewtwo EX with Erasure Ball. However, with a Spidops, you can potentially just swing and win with just a non-EX attacker. It's a very efficient attacker at that. However, he's just used I think that's a R energy.
Yes, he's using Team Rocket's energy, right?
That's fine.
So Team Rocket's energy is an energy specifically for Team Rocket's Pokemon.
Yeah.
If you attach it to one of your Pokemon, it grants both Psychic and Darkness type energy, but only on Team Rocket's Pokemon.
So Quaco going aggressive here right away, getting a prize on that Applin.
Yep, so that Spidops is attacking for 30, 60, 90, 120. So it's 30 damage for every Team Rocket's Pokemon you have, including itself. So that's 120 damage right there. Taking the first prize, taking the lead here. China responds with a Bayleaf. No Meganium yet. And it's going for another Teal Dance. Draw 1 right now.
Yeah, hopefully Sen here gets into a supporter. The hand is quite loaded with resources. It's all about getting the right ones. He needs a Diplin into Hydrapple and potentially the Meganium as well.
It'll be very, very... He can really swing it if he gets a Hydrapple this turn, right?
Yeah. No, that's enough energy on the board already at this point. He just has to either have Meganium or a Grass Energy for the active.
Here comes the second Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. Teal Dance for 1 card. Next, another Force of Vitality. Sorry, my apologies. Force of Vitality.
It's okay. We all like to go back to the past a little bit.
a little bit. That's the
Serendipity.
Serendipity. He's going to be able to draw 3 cards right now. See, you can find the Meganium he wants. And Cypher Mania means you will 100% get the card he wants. So Cypher Mania's code breaking allows him to search for 2 cards he wants and put it on top of the deck. Then with Serendipity flip the script, you're going to draw 3 cards. So at least those 2 cards will be 100% the cards you want.
Basically stacking the deck legally using the supporter. So Cypher Maniac's code breaking, we typically see this in decks that like to draw 2 or essentially have consistent draw throughout the game. You can see it sometimes in Anzorok decks. You can see it sometimes in Raging Bolt decks because you get the Teal Dance for the card that you want on top.
They got Kangaskhan as well.
They got Kangaskhan, exactly. So here now for Sen, he's getting 2 cards and an additional 1 through that flip the script.
Looks like he decided on Hydrapple EX there.
Okay.
One of the cards. So here we go. It's going to be Diplin to Hydrapple EX.
I love that it was an illustration rare and then after that went back to normal art. So that was fun. But there it is. The Syrup Storm coming from Hydrapple. 30 plus 30 more for each Grass Energy. Not Grass Energy card. Grass Energy, because every energy card will be doubled with Wild Growth. But we don't have Wild Growth just yet.
That's not yet.
But that's more than enough.
It's not 150 damage.
4, 5, 6, 180 damage already from this Hydrapple.
So here we go. So it's back to Quaco's turn right now. So Mimikyu is going up again. It's a good pivot. Trent picked up the Celebi from the prizes. Ooh, Quaco's responding with Rocket's Disruption card, which is Archer. So both players are going to shuffle their deck right now.
So Archer, a hand disruption card specifically for Team Rocket's deck. We talk about Judge. We talk about Unfair Stem. Archer is I would say, a supporter Unfair Stem for Team Rocket's deck. So you shuffle hand to your deck, you draw 5. Your opponent will shuffle hand to your deck, draw 3. You can only play it if a Team Rocket's Pokemon was knocked out in the previous turn.
So you're only going to see it in this deck and no other deck.
Exactly. Maybe in a Honchro deck as well.
Yes.
But
Rocket's deck.
Only for Team Rocket's deck, right? And instead of 2 cards from Unfair Stem, it's 3 cards and it uses a supporter for the turn. It's a great disruption card. However, you also have to hope you draw pretty well
And
off
he
the
did.
5, and he did.
He did. He got double Spider Ups there.
But does it have energy?
Oh, yes, it is one energy card. Looks
Don't
like
see
he's
it though.
forced to play a Transceiver, which means which is a card a supporter which he can't play next turn. I see a Lily's Clefairy in hand as well, which he does not want to play in this match. He's got to be discarded as soon as possible right now.
Yeah, but I don't think Quaco has an energy.
Now we're gonna take Ariana and maybe pass right now.
Oh gosh, okay.
Let's see what he decides to do here. Maybe he's hiding the energy from us. But he did get 2 Spy Dogs. I mean, if he had the Team Rocket's Factory, right, he could draw an additional 2 cards. But it got bumped away. It's forced to
Yeah,
pass.
just pass.
So
Okay.
Chen can take the price lead right now by taking a knockout. Ideally, he would love to take a knockout around the Spidops.
Yes. So the Spider is target number 1 for Chen right now. He needs to go after these attackers, these single price daggers. Taking the lead here will be huge, especially because your Hydrapple is still fresh.
Yes.
And Quaco will not have a way to one-shot this Hydrapple.
Yes.
There is no combination of cards that can do it. So Chen here will hope to be able to take a lead and keep the lead if possible.
Still does right now. He first used Hydrapple to attach, using Hydrapple's ability to attach an energy onto the Bayleaf, followed by a Teal Dance, and going for the boss's orders right now. So one of the Spiders going to get knocked out. Quaco on the
Okay.
back burner here. He's got to find a way to get back some Tarantulas onto the board.
It's just so perfect for Chen right now to have the boss orders at the pivotal turn where Quaco didn't get an attack off.
At least we know that Quaco does have the Aviana, so he's going to be able to draw at least 6 cards if he doesn't play anything. Or 5 cards won't be able to play anything. Let's see what he's going to do. It's going to be Ultra Ball first, so goodbye to Lily's Clefairy. And to the second Mewtwo EX. He's going to play out any basic Pokemon here, I think. Probably Articuno, or maybe a second Mimikyu.
Yeah, it's interesting. I just realized for Quaco, he actually runs the Max Belt. So
Yes.
if Quaco wanted to use the Rocket's Mewtwo for an attack, this is that kind of attack. You want to go after the Hydrapple. However, it does also mean you leave a 2-prizer in play.
Yep.
And that means for Chen, that's an easy 2-prizer, especially because Hydrapple is lock and loaded and ready.
Yes.
We see a Sneasel come down, not a card that we typically see. Very rare, I would say.
I like Sneasel. Sneasel does 20 damage to one opponent's Pokemon on the bench for every damage counter on it. So if you're already hitting Hydrapple for say 150 and it runs to the bench, you can use Sneasel to chase it and then deal 20 for every damage counter. It's just times 2 damage on it.
Yeah, that's going to be huge for Quaco. But right
Quaco
now,
discarding 2 Grass
Ooh.
energy, which means he probably has another energy in hand to attach for this Spidops, but he needs to get another Spidops online for the next turn.
he actually needs more bench Pokemon because
Yep.
right now, only 2 bench Pokemon right now. The Spidops isn't hitting as hard
Yeah.
as he did earlier on.
There's 3 now, so he's hitting for 120 damage. So we'll see how many more he can get out. He's definitely hoping for another Tarantula, otherwise he is running out of attackers.
And this thing about the and sorry to cut you off, it's really thing about the Team Rocket's deck, right?
Yep.
Like it can have a huge board at the start, but if it doesn't continue refilling the bench, the Spider gets weaker and weaker.
Yes. Hitting for 90 though.
120, right? So
Yeah,
it's
120
4.
right now. If you got 4,
Yes.
if you use you can use Sneasel to take the next knockout if you can manage to push the Hydrapple back to the bench. So that's a possibility. So give another turn for him to look for a Team Rocket's Tarantula, but he needs to attach a Team Rocket's energy for the Sneasel to attack.
Yeah,
There
the
we go.
worst part about this is that even though you're hitting a 120, that 120 is not going to continue being there because for Chen, he's able to just use the ability on the Hydrapple, ripening, I think it's called ripening charge,
Yeah,
if I'm not
charge
mistaken.
energy, right?
Yeah, so by doing that, you're going to reduce the damage to 90. 90 times 2 is only 180.
Yes,
It's
it
only going to be
healed himself.
270
I-
for Quaco's Sneasel.
Normally, right, if Quaco had a entirely full bench of Spidops, which he can keep recycling again and again, at the very least he could attach the Brave Bangle to add additional damage for it, and he can target out Teal Mask Ogre Pawns.
Yes, indeed. That's going to be a brilliant combination of cards here. But no, it's Chen right now taking a commanding lead here.
Wow, this is very tough for Quaco. If he can't get another Tarantula, I would say let's go to game 2 at this point.
Yes, yes, indeed. I think the door is closing very quickly here for Quaco. This Hydrapple is starting to just be too big of a menace at this point.
Let's see. Go for Transceiver again. Get Archer to try and disrupt Chen's hand. I'm going to leave the damage on there.
Oh yeah, I was wondering where he went. So
There we
removing
go.
30 makes it 90. So Quackho here can go into the Sneasel if and only if he's able to use like a Giovanni's to push the Hydrabble back to the bench. But it looks like he's eyeing up the Archer here, which I agree is a good card to use in this scenario. But I think it's a little too late.
I think he's counting right now what he needs. He's going to need a lot though, and Sneasel will not be enough to knock out the Hydrapple already. And Hydrapple is still in the active spot. If he has a Team Rocket's energy, but he can only attack a Pokemon on the bench.
That's true.
So let's see. Is he going to use Archer here? He is going to go for Giovanni. That means the Sneasel can chase this
Hydrapple.
I don't think it will be enough
No,
damage,
it's
right?
not a knockout, so
180 plus 90 is 270, right?
Yeah, it's not a knockout at this point, but I think for Quackho, he's still trying to guarantee the knockout. But all Chen needs right now is an energy onto the active, and he'll be able to retreat and then start swinging again.
Because it's tough right now. If this Sneasel gets knocked out, Quackho is practically one of attackers.
Yeah, there's no second Sneasel. There's no Spidops as an option because no Tarantula.
Yep.
Articuno cannot attack because there's no water energy in the
The
deck.
only other way he could attack is attach a Team Rocket's energy to Mimikyu and copy Tiamat's Ogre-Pot. But Chen knows this. That's why Chen only has 2 energy on both the Tiamat's Ogre-Pons. Because if Chen has any more energy, it's gonna be threatened by Team Rocket's Mimikyu.
Yeah, that's good call out there for Chen. Here, another knockout going the way of Chen for that Hydrapple. This Hydrapple is huge. It's taking over the game here. Quackho, just a Mimikyu and an Articuno. I think go game 2.
Go game 2 at this point. Yeah, if he cannot find a way to recover his Spidops, it's quite over. Anyway, Chen only has 2 prizes remaining. He can't.
Yeah.
Let's have psychic energy onto the Mimikyu and go for Ariana, which allows him to draw 6 cards, I believe. There we go. But quite difficult at this point right now. Especially if you set an energy to the Mimikyu that he doesn't have enough to attack yet. That's the secret Ash that he was looking for probably last turn, where he can take back all the Spidops and Tarantula from the discard pile.
Yeah, he had 3 in play and they're all gone at this point. All down to this Hydrapple.
All
just
got
taking
knocked out
knockouts.
one by one.
I think it's been like 4 turns of knockouts, 3 of which were on Spidopses, and the last one was on a rather unfortunate Sneasel that couldn't get a prize.
Chen's gonna like this though. He's should be taking this game 1 here.
And
Unless Quackho is gonna I don't know, go for with this bucketing set gonna get 2 Tarantulas from now.
But is it too late at this point? He's
it's
only
not enough
with
time,
1
yeah.
prize. There's not enough time to close the door on anything for Chen.
Maybe he's thinking that, okay, I will pull this game as far as possible, right? Because in the end, there should be a resolution to this game no matter what. Maybe
Fair.
he thinks he can take the first prize of game 3 if he can somehow win game 2. Maybe.
Yeah, it's a tall order because you're going up against a deck that has an attacker that doesn't actually get 1 hit from any of your attackers unless with a very specific combination of cards.
Yes, with the force of vitality as well, so you can immediately pop to return damage with that attack as well.
As early as turn 2, right? So if your Quackho, it's going to be rough. He's going to retreat into the Articuno and just pass.
Oh
or
my
maybe he's
gosh.
just fishing for information here.
Yeah, I'm probably going to try and find out what other cards does Chen have. But if I was Chen, I'm just going to attack every turn from this point on and just pick up prizes.
Yes.
I don't really have to play any more cards at this point. The board is quite set up.
And you're free to give up this Hydrapple if you feel like it, because you can just go into any other Pokemon on the bench and take a knockout as well.
Looks like he might go for Teal Dance here. Yep, to get another card.
Yeah,
there we go.
Now that Tiamat's Pokemon can take a knockout on the Articuno as well. 3 energies and the base 30 is 120.
Yes. I think nothing else he has in his hand. I don't even want to play the Meowth anyway. So he's gonna play the Meowth. My apologies there. He's gonna go and search for a supporter card with the last ditch catch. There we go. I got it.
Go.
Boss's orders probably gonna chase down the
Tarantula.
The Tarantula, yeah. He's only other
Yeah, I
attacker.
think that's the only attacker for Chen. Yes, Quackho can use the Mimikyu as you talked about up against a Tilmazoka one, but it's just 2 prizes. You got to take 5. But Chen just needs to grab 1 more after taking down this Tarantula.
Which is your favorite boss's orders art?
I have to go back to Jessis. Jessis reminds me of the Plasma era, which I did play during my time as a competitive player. So, but I don't mind the Cyrus as well. Cyrus looks pretty cool.
Cyrus is my favorite of the boss's orders artwork.
Yeah.
But if you say like normal artwork, not full art, then I would like Giovanni.
Ah, fair enough.
OG type.
OG, yeah, Team Rocket.
Yep, he's gonna scoop this game right now. Yeah, now he realized that, oh, I have one more. I can see that one more spider is in the prizes. We're going to game 2 right now with 30 minutes to play.
So what would you as Coco want to go differently in game 2?
I gotta like get some extra luck right now. Get as many bench Pokemon as into the board as possible. Try to chase down Chen. I mean, there is a line of play where Ho can use the Brave Bangle and the Maximum Belt to target Chen's Tiamat's Ogre which is why I believe Chen was a bit more apprehensive to play down the second Tiamat's Ogre Pawn. Didn't really need to. I want to see what Coco has in case you're going to chase down that Tiamat's Ogre Pawn. But it looks like Chen's is just overrun him with that Hydrapple EX. That insane Cypher Maniac's code breaking
That's true.
combo with the Fazendipity meant that Coco's first knockout just gave his opponent a big advantage.
Yes, it's almost like a reverse unfair stamp. It's not reducing your options, but giving me options with Cypher Minix and Fazendipity, and it would look very much in Coco's favor at that point because he had so many Spider-Ups set up, but he couldn't find an energy attachment after the Archer. So that seemed like to be the turning point for the match and for the game 1, I should say, not just the match.
That's why personally for me, right, whenever I play Team Rockets, the times I lose a match is always when I can't find an energy card. Somehow it's stuck somewhere, it doesn't want to come out.
And now we see Chen will go second, Quackho will go first. I like this. Yeah, Quackho will get a chance to evolve first.
The worst start! Game 2, the worst start! This means that Quackho cannot use Ariana, Team Rocket's Ariana for max value.
Yes, exactly. That's one of the key draw cards. You can still Proton, that's fine.
You can still play every other card, Archer as well, but the most important card, Ariana, can't be used. So this is going to be tough right now.
Oh, starting off with the one-off Liz Clefairy. It could be any other basic Pokemon. Tarantula, Mimikyu, Articuno, Mewtwo, Sneasel. Just not Lily's Clefairy EX.
This is the worst. Okay, from my own personal calculation, right, playing an 8-round Swiss tournament, right, there's 2 out of 8. I've hit a Lily's Clefairy start 2 out of 8.
Yikes.
Yeah, and then, so there's always that chance though, so, ooh.
Okay, so let's look at the prizes here. One of the Spider-Ups is in the prizes. One in Team Rocket's factory as well. Nothing too crucial, no one-offs, but few pieces that Quackho will want to get into right away. Team Rocket's factory 1 already in play here for Quackho, drawing cards as early as turn 1.
I like that. I was hoping that Quackho will attach an energy onto the Clefairy. That means that there is a world where if Chen fills up his bench, then there's a possibility that Clefairy can take a knockout. It's 20 plus for each bench Pokemon. So right now, if Chen fills up his bench to 5 and Quackho fills up his bench to 5, that is 200 plus itself 220. So we know that Chen knows that he's not going to fill up his bench. He's going to bench limit himself a bit, and he's going to pass. He is going to pass right now after one Teal dance.
And it's fine to pass as Chen because you could easily evolve your evolving basic Pokemon into the stage 2. On Chen's prizes, we see the unfair stem unfortunately stuck in the prizes there for Chen. So no unfair stem for either player. Well, not for Quackho obviously, but not for Chen. Quackho now, Ultra Ball, discarding it, another Ultra Ball and a Giovanni.
Forced to discard a Giovanni and another Ultra Ball, which he really needs to find his Spidops. So at this point right now, Clefairy will be doing 4 plus 2, 6, 120 plus itself 20, so 140 damage.
Yeah, that's not going to be enough. So I think going to the Spidops is a safer play here if he wants to get some damage on.
And because the Clefairy will discard that energy, Quackho can attach an energy from his hand, just the charging up ability right now, so he can... That Rocket Rush is going to do 120 damage. It's actually around the same though.
I mean, to be fair, I would like him to go into a Giovanni here to go after the Chikorita or the Applin.
Yes.
Does it pass?
Just gonna pass. He doesn't even have a Psychic energy in hand. Again,
no
the problem
supporter as well.
The thing with Team Rocket is that you don't have a way to find the Psychic energy very, very easily. So you just have to play the top end. And Quackho already plays a single Psychic energy, which we somehow saw in the last game though.
Yeah, that's true. For Chen here, he actually has a very strong line. If he goes to the Meganium right now and another energy attachment on the Tilmas Okapon in the active, he can take a knockout right away.
But it looks like he's not really moving as well. Evolved the Applin to a Diplin. Oh, he's counting.
Okay, I think just making sure that he has enough energy.
He's going to go for a Teal Mask Ogerpon. He's going to attach it to the one in the back for the Teal Dance. Gets a boss's orders,
That
but
is-
no energy, I think. And he's
Oh,
forced to pass.
Just passing.
Hmm.
So both these players are, in very simple terms, not having a very good start.
Ken, I think, doesn't want to take a knockout on that Team Rocket's Clefairy. Hey, sorry, Lily's Clefairy. It's not Team Rocket. He doesn't want to take a knockout on Lily's Clefairy.
Identity crisis going on for Clefairy right
I know,
now.
I'm just seeing rockets everywhere, right? Why isn't there a Team Rocket's Clefairy? It's too nice looking.
It's
I
too
think.
nice looking. Coco though getting in Articuno and just passing as
Passes
well.
again!
What's going on?
This is a very tight game too, but Chen does get a grass energy from the top deck. So now the Teal Mask Pokemon can attack.
And it's about who you want to attack. It's
Yeah, because with the boss's orders as well.
yeah, with the boss orders that he has full options here. He could go
120?
after it's just 120. So he's 10 short from the Spidops, unfortunately.
Yes.
Unless
So
there's a
Edmund
Meganium.
Dublin again.
Oh, another Applin. So second Applin.
Yep.
Chen here, do you have any target? Going for Tarantula isn't bad, I would say.
He's gonna go for the pivot. He's gonna go for Mimikyu.
Okay.
For interesting. Just taking a knockout here, take a prize. Let's see. Maybe he hopes that a prize can help push his game further.
I would have gone for a Tarantula. What do you think about that play going after the Mimikyu?
I think because his hand has no outs, right? He's just hoping to find some way to move his game. Hopefully, this prize would help him there. I think that's why he didn't want to go. But going for Tarantula probably would be better. Take out one of his attackers. But
Yeah.
I guess he doesn't want Coco to have that pivot. To be very honest, that free retreat pivot that for Mimikyu is actually very, very important, because then you could always have choose a different target later for Team Rocket's Giovanni. Because with Team Rocket's Giovanni, you've got to switch your own Pokemon in addition to picking your opponent's Pokemon on the bench.
That's a good call there. So for Chen, he went after the pivot. Quackhoon now has to promote against Liz Fairy. He will get an attack off if he so chooses.
He does have an energy, so that means he's going to be able to
Yes.
attack. But because if he attacks with this Tarantula, Chen can take a return knockout, because he will have 2 energy on this Spidops. So it's going to retreat. Perhaps he's going to send the Articuno out.
Quackhoon's trying to buy some
And gonna
time.
go for
Okay.
he's gonna go for the Chikorita.
Yeah, so Giovanni's
Yes, he
charisma?
must
No,
he
it's,
must use a Team Rocket's Pokemon.
Team Rocket's Giovanni,
to
sorry.
switch. Yeah, use
Yeah.
Team Rocket's Giovanni.
okay, I said Giovanni's charisma. That's 151.
So he's switching the
Yeah.
Articuno with the Spider. That's why he's forced to retreat.
So
And now he can take a knockout here.
And on the Chikorita, they didn't get to evolve. So Team Rocket's Giovanni here is essentially a Guzma from back in the day, but
Yes.
only for Team Rocket's Pokemon on your side of the field.
I wonder if he picked up the Team Rocket's factory. He did, but I don't know if he has a Team Rocket supporter to use next turn.
So here is a weird thing as well for Coco. I would have gone for the Applin for the sole reason that would limit the number of Hydrapples Chen would have.
Yes.
But going for the Chikorita also makes sense because you don't want to double up the energy on Chen's side of the field.
Not again.
But Pheasant Dippity here for Chen, getting 3 cards off the top. Do we see anything going for him? Because it's been a while since we saw support from Chen.
I see a grass energy, so he could probably Teal Dance again to the one in the active if he wants to. But again, once he reaches 4 grass energy, it could lead to a Mimikyu knockout. Count the damage probably. Mimikyu with the if he copies the Teal Dance, right, it's 30 base, right? So
Yeah.
if it has 4 energy, should be 120.
All to say, Team Master
150,
doesn't like
yeah.
seeing Mimikyu. It's
Yeah.
it's gonna be a horrible time if a Mimikyu is able to get an attack off against Team Master Pokemon, especially if there is a wild growth ability active. So I think if you're Chen here, I think it was a safe way to go after that Mimikyu as well, especially because there's 4 energy already on the Steel Mazogopon.
But he's looking at Koko's side of the board, right? If this Spidops gets knocked out, now he's forced to send out one of his Spidops probably, or an Articuno, and that's an energy that he's forced to discard if he wants to retreat.
That is true.
If he's likely forced to send out these Tarantula so that if he can evolve it to Spidops, he can attack. But again, this is why that Mimikyu would have been so key in this match,
Yes.
and now it's a little bit rough. And that Clefairy, which is a great card when playing against Dragapult, which again, there's so many Dragapults today, but unfortunately he's pairing up against a Hydrapple EX, and we are finally seeing Hydrapple EX return to the bench here.
Yeah, so Hydrapple is now online for Chen. Ideally, he'd want to be able to use some ripening charge and maybe an energy attachment. pivoting into the Hydrapple is probably better than leaving or leading with a Tilma Zogobon in the active.
But no energy. But does have a bug catching set though, and we saw his luck with bug catching set.
Well,
He's likely
let's
going to
see.
find lots of grass energy here.
2 grass energies off the top for bug catching set.
Let's see, 3, 6, 7.
Coco leaning back there is like, hey, do you have it? Do you have it?
Let's see how many energy he gets. 0.
Done.
0 energy cards, which means he's going to attack with the Teal Mars Ogerpon likely. It does have the Meganium, but no Chikorita.
It's still not horrible for Chen here, in a sense, because you still have access to an attack here. You will be removing the only Spite Ups on Coco's side of the field. But I would really much like to see an energy attachment onto the Hydrapple, be ready to pivot into that 330 hit point, stage 2.
Yep.
It's much better of an attacker. It's more resilient. The only thing that Coco can use to take it down is actually a Mewtwo, which he would also wouldn't want to have, because if you have a Mewtwo in play, that means Chen can go out for 2 prizes.
Yep.
Here comes a Mirrored Leaf Shower for the knockout onto Spite Ups. Chen now taking 2 prizes. Coco down to 1 in this game 2 of top 8.
What he do? He drew into a bug catching set now. I think he's hoping to get a Grass Energy and a Spite Ups.
Do we see it though?
Will we see it? It's gonna be a Tarantula and a Grass Energy though.
Okay, so it's one out of the 2 that he needs. Do we see an Ultra Ball perhaps?
Yes.
There any other search cards you can find? It's only Ultra Ball, right? And he discarded 1 and used 1 already.
Yes. So he's gonna play this Tarantula down. I see an Ultra Ball, I think.
Right in the back there, right?
Yeah, right in the
Golden
back.
one there. Yeah.
I don't think he has a Team Rocket supporter that he can use so he can draw 2 cards. It'd be great if he had Archer right now, but it looks like he doesn't have it.
Yes, I think he has an Archer.
He has an Archer. If he has an Archer, you can play down the Team Rocket's Stadium card.
Yes, so bumping the Force of Vitality.
There we go. Here we go. It's factory time. And if he plays Archer, which he does,
yes,
he's going to be able to...
He should have attached energy first.
Oh, he didn't attach energy.
He should have attached the active or even the bench one. He could at least get an energy attachment, but he didn't do it.
Let's see whether this will bite him though. Chen though, he was actually considering to discard the Force of Vitality with his Ultra Ball earlier. With a Celebi, he was putting it aside, but decided not to, and now it's going to reward him because he still has Force of Vitality to bump away that factory.
And there you see the 2 grass energies we're looking for.
There's you can use Steel Dance again. Well, there's let's see what Koho gets now. So it's 5 cards plus the Team Rocket's factory. You can draw 7 cards in hand.
One of it is a grass energy, so not too bad. But
yes.
do we see,
do we see the Spite Ups though?
Nope. Doesn't look like it. Coco is just star for attackers here in this game 2. Same like game 1, rather unfortunately. Not going well for this Team Rocket deck. The first Team Rocket's deck on stream in 2 days.
And he's got both games. He couldn't really set up really well right now. That's tough.
Yeah,
it's gonna be an energy attachment. Is it gonna be on the Tarantula though? It's gonna be on the Tarantula. He can attack for 10 damage.
I think it's called
30 damage,
down, right?
Yep.
Take down for 30.
Then you take damage yourself as well. You take 10 damage. It takes 10 damage to itself.
Okay, no, it's
So
retreat.
it's gonna retreat.
Keeping the spider safe but giving up the legendary bird. Chen now will be able to take a knockout again.
There we go. It's gonna be the Teal Dance first.
And probably another one because he has 1 more energy in hand.
He has 1 more energy in hand. Gonna be the second Teal Dance. That Teal Mars Ogerpon has 5 energy on it right now. Gets a bug catching set from this Teal Dance. Coco is falling behind.
It's, if I'm being really honest, it's looking like his window of winning is very slim at this point.
Yep. So Grass Energy here plus another Teal Mars Ogerpon EX.
So either drawing more cards or potentially going into the Hydrapple are both legitimate options for Chen. Coco is not happy to see what's happening right in front of him. This is not the type of game you want to have as Team Rocket, Spite Up / Mewtwo.
He needs a lot next turn. He would love to have Tarantula with a Brave Bangle. He would love to have a Spite Ups. If Tarantula wants to Spite Ups with a Brave Bangle, get energy so he can knock out one of this Teal Mars Ogerpon, but now he's going to retreat it away. So this giant Hydrapple is going to use ability right now to get an energy attachment, and then 1 attachment from hand per turn.
I love this from Chen. He puts up the beefiest Pokemon he can up into the active, and now asks the question, do you have a way to knock this out? It has to be a very specific number of cards, which I don't think Quackho will have.
At the very least, the Team Rocket's factory did not get bumped, so with the transceiver, it's going to be able to play a card to draw Archer one more time to try and stop Chen. Will this Archer stick? It's not like Unfair Stem. There's one extra card for the opponent.
One extra card is huge though. One extra card is 50% more cards.
Correct. correct. Let's see now. It's going to be an Archer play. I think let's see if he can play any other card in his hand.
Yeah, it was a Transfer for an Archer, and now Kwako is hoping. Oh, we see.
He's going to drop the Mewtwo right now.
But
no energy attachment. He's going to go for a rocket. Going to go for the Brave Bangle here already. Committing.
Okay.
And now we go for the Archer. This means that if Chen does get out of this, he managed to find a boss's orders, that Tarantula is going to get targeted for sure.
And I would say Chen can fully shut the door if the boss order is on the Mewtwo. And all he needs essentially is, let me see how many energy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 already. So still some ways to
way to go.
get a knockout.
No Meganium is
No Meganium, but he did draw a Grass Energy as well as an Ultra Ball in hand for Chen. He still can play the Meowth if he wants to.
Yes.
He has access to that.
Another Archer with another fresh 7 cards, but are those the 7 cards that he wants to see? I see a maximum belt.
Oh, this is so rough. That Mimikyu knockout in the early game is really coming to bite Kwako back.
Yep.
Because without having a free pivot, Chen has prevented Kwako from having options.
Now he's just sort of deliberating here. What can he do here?
Imagine if the Mimikyu is still around. He
Yes.
could have promoted Mimikyu, Rocket's energy onto the Mewtwo, maximum belt, evolve a Spidops, get energy from the discard onto Spiral and any switch. It would have been an amazing turnaround here for Kwako. But without the Mimikyu, he's forced to push up something with a retreat cost.
He's probably going to have forced to attack. He's just going to attack for 30 damage and take 10. It's a Hyper left with 300 HP. This is a beast of a Pokemon at 330 HP. That's a very, very good set of cards in Chat's set. He has a Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking as well as this Night Stretcher, which he can probably use together with the Teal Dance. He's not going to though. He's just going to attach energy and draw 1.
Yeah, so Teal Dance without the Cypher Maniacs, I think hoping to get a boss's order.
Orders, yeah. It's just trying to hope for that.
Yeah, he's going for it now. I think, through this Ultra Ball. He's going to probably eye down that Clefairy, because that is a immediate knockout potential there for Chen. The Ultra Ball here.
They're just showing that he's discarded the Cypher Maniac and the Famous Ogopon with the Ultra Ball.
Then going after a Pokemon from the deck. I'm guessing Meowth into boss.
Yes.
And then he will go after that Liz Clefairy that unfortunately Kwako had to start with.
Now 1, 2, 3, 4.
There
5,
it is.
7, 8, 9, 10.
It's more than enough at this
Then it's 300. He could actually take out Team Rocket's Mewtwo at this point.
Oh
right?
yeah, true. After the double Teal Dance earlier on, that's actually a knockout on the Mewtwo as well. So completely shutting the door on any one-hit knockout on the Hydrapple, at least for now.
So can we change from Unfair Stem is a lie to Team Rocket's Archer is a lie?
Archer lies.
There we go. It's gonna be
dear.
The Mewtwo is gonna get knocked out right now.
Yeah, Syrup Storm for the knockout.
Takes 2 prizes. So he just needs to take another 2 more prizes to win this match to knock out the Clefairy, I think.
No, just one prize left.
Yep, 1 prize left.
Any Pokemon here can knock out here on Kwako's side. And is back against the wall. The Dragon Apple Hydra thingy has really ramped up its position in this metagame.
They're saying Dragon-type Pokemon, right?
You never know.
You never know.
You never know. Well, to be fair, it's a Hydra Apple / Dragon thingy. So I love to see Hydra Apple do well. It's going to be in top 4 in Singapore as well as in Malaysia.
Wow.
So
performing.
Yeah, 2 for 2 so far in the events in this metagame, at least here in Southeast Asia. Team Rocket Special for Kwako. I don't know what can you grab here.
I was eyeing Ultra Ball and Bug Catching Set.
But anything you play here on Kwako's side of the field, you're just going to get knocked out by a Mirrored Leaf Shower. Even if you can deal with the Hydrapple, you cannot deal with 2 fully charged up Tealmas Ogopon EXs.
Yes. He's got attackers left, right, and center right now. Bug Catching Set, he's going to try and gamble, I guess, for a Spidops, but again, Chen just needs to attack, and it should be over right now. That Clefairy really putting a spanner onto Kwako's plans here. 7 cards is nothing.
So that sums up Kwako's top 8 match here. Not getting anything off that Bug Catching Set when there is still Spidops, there's still Grass Energy.
both games, right, he only managed to use Spider to attack once.
Oh, Rocket Rush.
The
Doesn't
Rocket
feel like a rush.
doesn't feel like a rush at all. He can play a factory to draw 2 more cards because he...
A sad day if you're a Team Rocket Spider fan. He will try. He will give it his all here, Kwako, and it is a commendable performance for him to get all the way to top 8. But it is rather unfortunate here, it seems, for him.
Punch a ball once more. And it's always near the end game, right, where he manages to get double Spider-Ups, but no, even though he has energy in his discard pile right now, won't be able to do much, right? That Hydrapple is just so big.
And not just Hydrapple, look at the bench with the
those
Tilma
two
Sokopons.
Sokopons with 4 glass energy.
They're like
You
the...
can see how cautious he was, right, in game 1
Yes.
and now game 2. He was also very cautious that he didn't want to attach too many energy. But seeing how far ahead he's gone, right, he's just like, okay, I'm just gonna go keep using that for draw right now.
Yeah, and it feels like these Tilma Sokopons are the minions of Hydrapples, like just trying to wait in the wings for their big boss to give them way. But it will be Hydrapple that will likely progress to top 4 here for Chen.
Yeah, we're just gonna attack right now, and then Chen can just draw and just attack this Spidops.
Yep, announce
to
the
get-
Storm.
to go into top 4. Let's draw.
And
Yeah,
yes,
go for
here
the
we
attack.
go.
That's all. Congratulations to Chen. Hydrapple goes into top 4 at the Singapore Master Ball League.
And this is a back-to-back top 4 performance here in Southeast Asia because
Yes.
we had one also in top 4 in Malaysia. Will Chen be able to take Hydrapple to the finals though?
And Hydrapple take on any Dragapult in his path.
Yeah, that's,
I would
that's
love
gonna
to see that match.
That's going to be interesting to see whether or not Hydrapple is able to navigate Dragapults because we know there are quite a bit of them still in the tournament here in Singapore Master Ball League. Commiserations to Kwako.
Yeah.
A commendable, once again, a commendable performance in these 2 days to get all the way to top 8. So he can go home with his head held high.
Even the judges were like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry for you, Kwako. Those were really, like, he started very well. He started first and he got Proton both games.
Yes.
But again, game 2, that Lily's Clefairy, I think, really hurt him. Maybe he had an Ariana, but he couldn't play it out. Because he couldn't draw enough cards. So, very bad setup though. The beginning turns were good, but he couldn't follow up with like multiple Spidops, which is what you really need going up against this Hydrapple deck.
Yeah, it's one thing to get Team Rocket's Proton to be able to draw into or get into your Tarantulas.
Yep.
But you want to get into Spidops and you need Spidops with energy.
Yes,
Right. So in
yes.
that game 1, we saw him with an attack because the Spidops had no energy attached to it. In game number 2, we didn't even get to see the Spidops. So it's a rather rough time. And this is a Team Rocket's deck that
Yes.
has a lot of power, a lot of potential. But you gotta get into the mid game.
Yeah, you gotta get there. You gotta get enough energies everywhere. You gotta get it from your... Again, you see, as you saw with the buckets, as I mentioned, it's so difficult sometimes to find the energy you need.
Yes.
Like, I tried to switch up my bug catching set with an energy search.
Oh, wow.
Just so I can find the energy I want, right? With the time you open the top 7 cards, you just miss, as we saw at that
Yes.
match earlier.
Well, we know one deck that's not starved for energy. That's Hydrapple in that top 8 match. Chen would be really happy to see the deck perform really well in both matches. I would think that is a genuine contender here
powerful.
in the Master Ball League Singapore. It's a powerful deck. It is a... I would say a deck with a lot of options as well because you could pivot into Hydrapple, you could pivot into Mirrored Leaf Shower or Tilma Sokopon. You also have access to things like Tapu Bulu. So
It's a single price attacker,
a single
right?
attacker, yes. You have quite a bit of options for a deck that just wants to ramp up and get evolutions into play. We didn't even get to see the Meganium in either of these matches.
But good luck to him. I hope he can actually go all the way to the finals. Then we will see him again.
Definitely. So for now, though, we will take a quick break. Don't go anywhere, but we will have top 4 coming out real soon. One of these 2 players in the next round will be booking themselves into a travel award and the World's Invite. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system. In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere. And Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become...
And welcome back, folks, here at the Singapore Master Ball League. Erminjit, Nicholas Young, and we will have top 4 and finally a Dragapult mirror match here in Singapore Master Ball League.
It took a while.
It took a while.
To be very honest with you, I was expecting it to be in like some random Swiss round yesterday, but we are finally having a Dragapult mirror match. But at the very least, both Dragapult decks are slightly from each other.
Yeah, so we do have a wildly different one, I think, because Shauna from the previous round earlier today is now back, and she is in top 4 with Dragapult Dusknoir up against Noelle, who is playing Dragapult Hammers.
Yes, that's Noelle that we saw yesterday. So not much of the deck has changed, to be honest. So let's look at the brackets. Let's see who are the top 4 players of the Singapore Master Ball League. On the other side, we have Chen, which you saw earlier with Hydrapple EX. Going up against Terry, who's also playing Dragapult. So there are 3 Dragapults in the top 4 right now.
Out of the 4 that made it top 8. 2 were paired with one another, so 1 guaranteed went through. And every other Dragapult actually won in top 8. So I can safely say Dragapult is national deck of Singapore without anyone saying otherwise.
Welcome to Singapore, Mr. Aaron. Yeah, I'm actually genuinely surprised that a very top meta deck is actually dominating here in Singapore.
Yeah.
But if you think about it, you shouldn't be too surprised at all, because it is such an oppressive deck. Once you get everything set up, you have like all the tools you need to win a match. You can dominate from the beginning. You can even come back from behind.
That is true, and it's also a card that has so many variations. You can tune the deck to play the way you feel like it suits your playstyle, and it can navigate through any matchup, right? That's the reason why it's a tier S deck right now in the format. For now, though, with Chaos Rising on the horizon, we might see a different deck rise to the occasion. Hopefully, it might give Dragapult a run for its money. But before all that, we will have a Dragapult mirror match here in top 4. One of these 2 players will be in the finals.
Yes.
One of them will have to go home without that final spot, but at the very least, both the players are already locked in for the Mega Lucario promo as well as the trophy.
Right. All the top 4 players will have, even on the other side with Chen and Terry, they will also have the Mega Lucario EX with Master Ball League stamp.
Yes,
Card.
yes indeed. So I do want to do a quick call out here on the type of the trajectory for some of these players,
Yes.
right? So we saw Chen earlier take down the in the matchup that had no Dragapult, it was able to take Hydrapple up against Team Rocket's Mewtwo.
Yes.
He's now facing Terry, who is playing Dragapult, right?
Yes.
On this side of the bracket, we have Shauna, who actually had to beat Calvin from early on today's stream.
Yep.
In a Dragapult pseudo mirror match. It was Dragapult Blaziken versus Dragapult Dusknoir, and it went down to the wire. I was
Wow.
literally right on that table.
You watched that match,
I watched
right?
that
Yeah.
match. It went down to the wire. It was literally called to time, and it was at 1 prize each.
Ooh.
It was
On
2
game 3.
unfair stamps played back to back.
Wow.
And that
okay.
was how it eventually ended, with Shauna having the boss orders for the knockout.
So, Unfair Stem is a lie once more?
I guess. I guess. But essentially, we now have, of course, Noel also here in cut. He's now going up against Dragapult Dusknoir. So
Yes,
Dragapult
that's
Hammers is a deck we've seen quite a bit
We've
today.
seen quite a bit, and the hammers, if it sticks, will definitely slow down Shauna.
And I think, yeah, if you're Noel, you're happy to be seeing Dragapult Dusknoir on the other side instead of Dragapult Blaziken.
Yes, correct. So there is that, triangle of which Dragapult deck is the strongest. Not one of them is truly the strongest, but usually one can beat the other.
The Dragapult love story here in Singapore
Indeed,
Master Ball League 2025-2026. So I would say this being our first Dragapult mirror match, who are you backing, or which of these variants are you backing to get themselves to the finals?
Would it be the new one with the Crushing Hammer, or with
Yep.
the old one with the Dusknoir? I like the Crushing Hammer build. Of course, you got to need a little bit of luck for that. It's also very straightforward. Because sometimes, you're using Dusknoir to try to take one-hit knockouts, especially in the mirror match.
That's true.
But you're also giving away prizes, right?
Yes.
In that situation. So, if Shauna is able to get a couple of Dusknoir out and go for an explosion, maybe she can take the game. But Noel, I think, has a little bit more consistency in his build. So, I would lean more heavily towards Noel in this case. But again, hands up, because anyone can win here.
Yes, I think the main saving grace here for Shauna would be if in this best of 3 she's able to go first and get those Duskulls down.
Yes.
Evolving those Duskulls early protects it from being sniped off later on, which is the biggest flaw of playing Dragapult Dusknoir against any other Dragapult variant.
Correct.
Duskulls have 60 hit points.
So that's going to be knocked out, right? With Phantom Dive.
Phantom Dive takes a knockout. So a cheap knockout to be given away. So she'll be playing without potentially benching Duskulls through
Yeah,
the
later
game.
on in the game, right?
And that's going to be rough,
Yes.
right? You essentially lose 4 or 5 cards of your deck due to the fact that you can't bench down Duskulls. We also will have to see how these players manage resources, where if you're Shauna, you want to be able to have energy attachments every turn,
Correct.
with Crispin or even manually attachments. If those Crushing Hammers stick, and we see a lot of hits going the way of Noel, it's going to be pretty rough for her. On Noel's side, though, he also has to play it very carefully, because if he leaves a Duskull or Dusclops in play, Shauna can go for huge knockouts, taking off a Dragapult EX right in one turn.
Let's not forget the Budew Wars is going to happen
That is
probably here. So the player going second will definitely be able to item lock the player going first. We haven't seen who is the player going second here. I believe
Looks like Shauna.
It looks like Shauna going to be one going second right now. So she
Yeah.
will have the advantage with an Itchy Pollen. The judges right now just explaining the best of 3 rules, right? Just to give them a reminder, right?
Yes.
Time is called. Again, it's still 50 minutes for this BO3, but we will have a winner.
Someone has to go to the finals.
Yes, someone has to go to the final. So if
And to San Francisco.
yes, to San Francisco, because the winner of this match will guarantee a ticket, a paid trip to play in the World Championships in San Francisco, representing Singapore.
Yep, it's going to be 1-0 bite of a game, especially because it's a Dragapult mirror match. Something that we somehow have not seen all
I
weekend
don't know how
long.
we managed to
We
avoid this.
dodged it. We did see many mirror matches at the top tables, both
Yep.
yesterday and today. However, we dodged it all the way until top 4. It has to be someone with some machinations going on at the back, trying to prevent us from seeing it. But we are going to see it now. Full display of skill and ability from
Yes.
these two players. And as you mentioned, both these players have been playing
Yes, have been playing very
Pokemon
for
TCG.
quite a long time.
Yes.
Yes. especially with Shauna. Shauna's been playing a number of UBLs and GPLs as well, Ultra Ball Leagues and Great Ball Leagues. Noel has been traveling. He's not just playing in Singapore, he's been playing in regionals in overseas too.
Right. So both players with a lot of experience, I
Yes.
want to say, both locally and abroad. And now they're trying to book themselves at the top table of the biggest event in Singapore Pokemon history.
Going straight into the match right now, you are right. Shauna is the one going second here. Noel will be able to start first. Shauna hopefully gonna drop a Bidou on her turn.
You do get see prize cards here for Noel and Shauna. On Noel's side, a Crispin, a Judge, and a couple of Pokepads, Ultra Ball and Fire Energy. For Shauna, one Dragapult prize, not two, what we saw earlier today.
Yes.
One Monkey Dory prize as well.
Shout out to Noel's judge card. It's a gift from Heart Gold Soul Silver. It's my second favorite judge.
I was going to say, that is the original print of Judge.
Yeah, my second favorite judge. My first favorite is gotta be the XY one.
Oh,
XY variant. I believe it's XY variant, right?
a man of class.
Yes.
Man of class.
Here we go. It's presented start for both players. This is truly a mirror match.
And I just want to say, there's a crowd building up at the side of the hall, and they just went ooh the moment we went ooh.
Yes. This is truly a mirror match. It goes Buddy Poffin now for Noel. Gonna drop a GP and likely a second GP, I think.
Yeah.
At this point, right, I won't be surprised if Shauna plays a Buddy Poffin in return.
Well, to be fair, both these decks like to play 4 off of this card. Noel here will probably eye double GP. Shana, though, might want to go into a GP and a Duskull.
Duskull, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so...
Triple GP right now for Noel. Hopefully, you'll be able to go into Dracloaks next turn.
Well, both these players will get to try to get into Dracloaks this turn. One card that I see that Shauna's playing that may come to play here for her is that she has a Rosa's Encouragement. So that's a card that we rarely see on stream, but it is a card that exists and has been seen with Dragapult. Shauna, though, here, before we get too far, does play Pokepad for the first deck search. She'll be looking to see what's prize.
Let's see if she can find. Definitely has all her GPs available. She's also it's got to be a GP though. I don't think she's going to play a Duskull unless she has a Buddy Poffin or a second Pokepad. So first Pokepad going for the GP. Looks like she can play another card right now. It's going to be Ultra Ball.
Okay.
Ooh, discarding a Dawn.
And also the Rare Candy. That's one of the 2 Rare Candies she has.
Wow, that's really rough. That discard such an important card because you can get Duskull the Dusclops as well.
Exactly.
There's always this option, right, to have a big bomb early turn. So the second GP coming to play here is a Duskull.
I don't mind this play because...
It's a lead determination as well, so she can shuffle those remaining cards in, draw 8, hoping that she could get a Buddy Poffin. Buddy Poffin would be nice. Getting an energy would be good too.
Yeah, for Shauna here, getting 2 GPs is probably the safer play than going GP and Duskull, because now if you draw Duskulls, you can just play down. Potentially, if you don't get a Duskull, it's still relatively okay, because Noel is playing a variant that doesn't run Rare Candies, if I'm not mistaken. It's not the typical aggressive type of Dragapult. It wants to play it slow, play it from the back. We see prizes here again for Shauna. Just a pass after attachment of energy.
That was a bad Lilith's Determination. That's quite rare as well. And here comes the first Crushing Hammer out of 4. What is it? It's gonna be a tail. So that energy. Oh, a second Crushing Hammer immediately. And this time it's a hit. So goodbye to that Darkness energy there for Shauna. Again, Shauna only plays 2 Night Stretchers. So that energy is getting discarded. Really wanted to use it for retreat though if she could.
It's a little awkward going after the Darkness energy, but I guess with Noel, he's probably playing the fact that next turn Shauna has to pay another energy to retreat.
Yep.
He wouldn't be able to use an energy attachment onto the GPs. Because one way that Shauna can go aggressive here is go with a Crispin onto a Rare Candy Dragapult, but not right now because you can't get the Fesdipity out of active without energy.
That's very tough. And that's where this Crushing Hammer getting hits could be very key for Noel to set up right now. He's playing his Crispin here. So one of the energy is going to be onto the... Oh, it's going to go for Zendipity's attack right now.
Yeah, Cruel Arrow.
First time we are seeing Cruel Arrow. It does 100 damage to any Pokemon he wants, including the bench. So picking out one of the GPs here.
It's such a rough hand from Noel to have to go for that play rather than anything else. But it does mean that Shauna losing a GP still has 1 GP in play. Now with a Duskull. However, he doesn't have anything going, no attackers at this point. no. Well, she has access to flip the script though, which
Yeah,
is
she has
good.
the script, so she can flip the script right now.
But the problem is, if you evolve this GP into a Dracloak, it's going to get Cruel Arrow again as well. So
Yeah,
this,
yeah. She definitely needs more than this one lone GP. And if she uses one of the night stretches, it means that she will have to one less night stretcher. She wants to get the darkness energy for places. That is going to be the night stretcher
Okay.
as predicted.
So
Teamwork's
going-
Watchtower is online. Not really going to. It will stop.
it's not a me out.
Yeah,
it's not a
stop
me out.
Noel's. Meow
Yeah.
stops Noel's the Rune's Pass as well. But I don't know if it's played too early. Again, it's the only copy of Team Rocket's Watchtower.
Yeah, but I think that's fine for Shauna because you're just trying to hold Noel back as much as possible, and you also thin one card out from your deck. You're hoping to draw resources here, hoping to draw a Dracloak, another Drippy, even another Duskull, anything to keep you going. The issue here is that she's always going to be a turn behind because she cannot evolve both of these Drippies. Only one can evolve. One Recon Directive, which then goes back to Noel's turn.
Yes.
Cruel Arrow on a Dracloak is probably incoming.
Shout out to Shauna. She's sort of bending the card for us, so that we know that those two Pokemon just came out, right? So they can't evolve this turn.
Yeah, a good visual reminder for herself and also for us and for everyone at home. Shauna here does get a Buddy by Poffin, so a good, well, better late than never, right?
So here comes all the GPs. So that all 4 GPs are out right now. I guess Noel can also go target the Duskull, but of course, we'll see how it goes for his turn.
yeah, I think that's a little awkward here for Shauna. I would have gone for triple GP double Duskull because it would mean that Noel has to go for an awkward option. There are no optimal play here, I would say, but it's fine, I think.
Yep.
Shauna now goes for Fire Energy Attachment onto the Pheasant Deputy, and it's likely going to be just a pass.
Yes.
And Noel now will... Let's see if he draws out of his hand, because he's also having a pretty rough hand, having to go for the Crispin play onto the Pheasant Deputy.
Yeah, pass right now, so it's back to Noel's turn. Here comes a Fire Energy onto the GP. This is going to be an attack. I don't think he has anything else if he attack right now. It's going to be a Lily's Determination though. So now he's going to be able to draw a fresh new hand, but it's only going to be 6 cards, not 8.
Was
We
it
picked up
off-
a prize earlier.
Was it off the prizes? Was Lily's Determination off the prizes,
my
perhaps?
gosh, let me just check.
It-
No, it's not
okay.
definitely not for the prizes.
So maybe a top deck
probably
Lily's
a top
Determination.
deck. Yeah, there should be a top deck.
Okay.
There we go. So it's going to be 6 cards instead of 8. A Pokepad and a Buddy Poffin.
Okay.
So Pokemon will get him his first Dracloak and our first Dracloak of this match.
I was going to say the first Dracula of the series, which is so awkward to say because this is a return 3 for both these players. But Noel, better late than ever, having a rough start. At the very least, getting a Dracloak now. And we do see, well, what happened to the other GP? I just realized it's under the Buddy by Poffin. Hopefully we don't lose that GP.
Don't lose that GP there by accident. He decided to put GP. He wanted to put a Dunce Pass. Then remembered, I think there's a Team Rocket's Watchtower right there. You're not going to be able to use the Dunce Pass ability unless you bump that stadium away. So here comes the first Recon Directive. It's going to be another Dracloak. That's exactly what you want to see. It's going to evolve a second GP. Go for a second Recon Directive. Is it going to be 3 in a row? No. Not a third Dracloak. Let's see. I think it's a supported card and actually we're not really sure. So it's going to be all under the deck right now. It's going to be a Crushing Hammer is one of those cards.
Not again.
And it's a tail,
Okay.
so the energy sticks for Shauna. She can use it to retreat the Pheasant Deputy if needed.
Or maybe she might take a page out of
Oh.
Noel's book here. She might actually go for Cruel Arrow herself because
Yeah.
now the targets are more valuable as an energy as well as a Dracloak on the bench for Noel. Shauna playing it safe, saying, I'm not going to evolve my GPs. I'm going to let them go to Dracloaks first. And at this point right now, actually, it's going to be almost like a blink. Who's going to blink first? Because
Correct.
both these Pheasant Deputies will be attacking if Shauna goes down that route. Or she might go down a Crispin into Red Candy route. That's also
Possible.
online for her.
So here we go. It's going to be flip the script first. Noel picked up the Crispin from his prize, so he should be able to attack next turn if he can get a Dragapult. Here comes Shauna's first Dracloak, first Recon Directive here. There's also the Duskull. I believe she has a Dusclops, not a Dusknoir in hand.
So there's a very fine line for Shauna here to go 2 prizes in this game,
Okay.
in this particular turn. If she's able to get a Red Candy Dusknoir, as well as a Crispin onto the active Pheasant Deputy, she can remove Noel's double Dracloaks.
Yes.
And yes, you might give up a Dracloak in return to the Pheasant Deputy, but and also a prize card, but you're able to prevent Noel from getting into a Dragapult EX. However, looks like Shauna's having a different idea here. She grabs the Dragapult EX. Will we see a rare candy Dragapult
Looks
here?
like it, because he's already
Yes.
picking it up. So here comes the rare candy. Is it a Crispin play after this, though?
Should be.
Here we go,
There it is.
Crispin. He's playing a Crispin. Should be both the fire and the psychic energy. So she's going to be able to attack this turn. Won't knock out the Facility, but will leave it with 10 HP remaining.
Yes, and if she can get into the Dust Clops, she can remove the Dracloak on the bench with the energy.
Yes.
So that's something that she can use here.
I see she wants to go for that play right now. It will give Noelle a prize, but will leave Noelle with 3 prizes remaining.
Which
a
is
little
not-
bit awkward.
It's awkward, yep, exactly.
Can retreat. You can use discard the energy on the Facility to retreat. Here comes the Recon Directive.
The Dust
No is
Nor.
there, but I think
Out of rare candies.
yeah, the rare candies, right?
Unfortunately, she's out of rare candies because she discarded one earlier on and she just used the second one.
So they've just evolved into this Dust Clops, I think.
Ah,
Wants
does
to
she
go for
have
that
it?
play. Or maybe she just wants to evolve and retain. Let's see. Yeah, just checking how the flow of the game.
Oh, she had it in hand.
Yep, the Dust Clop
So
is in hand.
That
so
play is live now.
could go for a knockout on the Dracloak. I don't know if he wants to do that and give up a prize. We'll see how it goes right now. He's going to
Yeah,
go for it.
I think you should because you're able to remove the energy on Noelle's side, forcing
Yes.
him into a Crispin play. And then
So
on
Noelle's
Shauna's
already
side,
prepared.
yeah, so this math works out very well for Shauna here. It's one of the best ways she can get back into the game. He does leave a Dragapult in the active with full target on his back for 200 damage, but he has a Dracloak on the bench.
Yes.
So at the very least, he has a backup attacker. A Crispin or Rosas will help here. So yes, taking a knockout on the bench Dracloak and getting 200 damage onto that active Pheasant Deputy EX.
Now it's Noelle's turn here to respawn. Both players play unfair stamp, but both haven't had the chance to do so. Noelle could play unfair stamp, plus Crispin, plus a Dragapult to start attacking in response. So
That's true.
I can see that I think he has the unfair stamp in hand. I wonder if this is the turn to play it or not. Unfair stamp is right there. Dragapult is right there. And I believe he picked up the Crispin from the prizes. Is it going to be Recon Directive first or Crispin first? It's going to be Recon Directive first. Opening those top 2 cards of the deck. Got to be an Ultra Ball and a Dunsparce to pick up the Ultra Ball instead.
If you're Noelle here, I think the line that you need to see here is that you want to be able to either get into a Dragapult EX
Yep.
and go aggressive on Shauna's Dragapult because this Pheasant Deputy is going down.
Yes.
It is. He has a huge target on his back. It's just a matter of when. But if you put pressure on your opponent's Dragapult, then they cannot just ignore your Dragapult. And the whole mirror is a complicated slugfest here going on in top 4 of the Singapore Master Ball League.
It looks like he's going for Ultra Ball. Also, I hope Noelle doesn't forget that he has flipped the script active as well. He
Oh,
that
that's true.
Because the Dracloak was knocked out last turn.
Well,
Now he's
potentially going for a Recon Directive to thin the deck first, and then you go for the script. Maybe
Yeah.
looking at the cards that you might want to filter out.
Correct. I think that's why he doesn't want. Probably why he doesn't want to play Crispin. Maybe he's looking for another out. But Crispin is the only way he's going to be able to attack this turn, I believe.
Yeah.
So it's deciding what other card to discard right now. Is a Night Stretcher.
That's a big burn of resources. He could have Night Stretched for the Dracloak.
But he's deciding to not do so and use the Ultra Ball to get it out of the deck instead. Again, I believe to thin the deck.
And then hope to grab a Crispin. Oh, Crispin's already there.
Yeah, so Crispin already in hand. He picked up from the prizes. That's why.
Yeah,
So
why
here we
go
go.
down the route of burning resources when you could just Night Stretcher for the Dracloak?
I believe he's used the Ultra Ball to pick the Dracloak out from the deck instead of the one from the prizes, so that he will have in the deck. I mean, it's likely a chance for you to draw to a card that you don't really want.
Fair enough, but then in the sense you also get a chance to evolve the other DP as well if you use the
Draw into the
Night
thing, right?
Stretcher. So I think that's a little bit of a misstep from Joel in terms of resource management. But it's okay
it goes.
for now. We don't see it hurting him at this point because there are more targets on Noelle's side of the field than that Drippy. Shauna has to navigate now an unfair stamp to 2.
Yes. Let's see if this unfair stamp is a lie or not. Will it stick? We will see on Shauna's turn after Noelle retreats this presentability for an attack, I believe. Just checking the discard pile right now. There should be that 1 GP, 1 Dracloak. The second Night Stretcher has come out. So somehow it worked out.
Somehow it worked out.
In the end. So recon directive here. Look at the top 2 cards, picking 1 to the hand.
So that means Noel has no access to any more Night Stretchers. So this is a 4th
Crushing
and
Hammer.
final
and
Crushing Hammer.
3 tails, 1 hits.
That is not a
That's the
good
result.
return.
Risky Ruins coming out though. So now, if Noel decides to play Dunce Pass to evolve to Dunce Pass, it will be active. Deciding to attack with the Fazendipity going for another 100 damage, keeping that Fazendipity on the active spot.
So I like this play because it forces Shauna to have a boss's order this turn in order to take an efficient knockout.
Yes.
There's
Otherwise,
three
it's going to be 200 on a Fazendipity, but for what, right?
Exactly. So you will have to find for a boss's orders in order to get a knockout on a Dracloak and the
Dracloak?
Fazendipity, or just 200 onto the Dragapult with the energy. There's also a potential play here.
If the script now, from the unfair stem should be 3, then evolving the Dracloak should have 2, and then using Fazendipity, flip the script, draws 3 more cards, so we have 5 cards now. This will add 1 more card to the hand with this recon directive.
I want to say one thing though. Both these players chose not to bring Lisk Fairy, which is a card that you sometimes see in Dragapult, and you expected a mirror match. That's a card that is so valuable, but both players say, you know what?
No, we don't need it. We can just hit slowly right now.
Oh, but that is a rough way to get a boss order.
Yeah, dropping down a Meowth EX with 170 HP is a free prizer for Noel. If Noel has a boss's orders, this game will go straight to game 2.
Yes, and well, the good thing here is that you are going to be as Shauna. Let's see, what's the play here? She can go for
Going to be a 200 on this Dragapult. Phantom Dive is going to spread damage here.
okay, she's not taking knockout.
Not
So the
taking a
key thing
knockout.
here is that she doesn't want Noel to draw more cards off the Fazendipity. However, he has 2 recon directives, and there's a boss for game number 1 for Noel.
Unfortunate, that boss is already in hand. The Meowth spelled doom there for Shauna. We're going straight into game 2 right now.
And Joel baited that play because in taking out the Watchtower with the Rescue Winds allows Shauna to play the Meowth for boss.
Yes.
Hits up play there for Noel, leaving the Fazendipity into the active, saying, you know what? If you can play a Meowth, I will have game.
Yeah. So
Well played from both players.
That's very good. This is the Singapore Master Ball League, guys. So Noel winning game 1 here of our best of 3. I think Shauna would want to go first. Anyway.
Yes, indeed. So I think overall here, it was a decent match, I want to say, because it was firmly in Noel's favor at one point with the Fazendipity using Cruel Arrow
Yeah.
quite a bit. That put him in a very good lead. Shauna came back though with a well-timed Curse Blast in addition with a Phantom Dive. It all looked pretty good in the end, and she was able to set up a board state where she had quite a few options to actually taking maybe even a 5-price turn.
Yep.
However, in the end, benching the Meowth sealed the game there.
Yeah, because Noel did manage to somehow luckily get a Crispin from the prizes, so he didn't need to play a Meowth, didn't need to play a susceptible Pokemon to be knocked out by Shauna's Dragapult. So, in response, I think that response play was really, really cool though, getting a Crispin out, getting Dragapult EX, but deciding not to attack and baiting out with that Fazendipity again. That Cruel Arrow did a lot of work in that match.
It did. It was one of the... It kind of goes back also to the first and only Crushing Hammer hits.
Yes,
because having that hits on the first Crushing Hammer essentially meant that Shauna was able to do the same thing that Noel was doing.
Yes.
Because if there was an energy available on that Fazendipity, she could have gone Crispin as well, and she could have gone after those 3 pieces before they evolved.
He could go for Cruel Arrows too.
Yes.
Well, but she saw the play though, so it could be a possibility for game 2 if we somehow, by a miracle, start 2 Fazendipity again.
Let's call it Fazendipity Mirror Match.
If it really goes to that though.
Yes, yes indeed.
I believe Shauna would want to start first. I think.
I think she... Yeah, so in this case, she's going first. So it's a pretty... well, I wouldn't say a default option, but I think having a chance to evolve the Dracloaks first is so much more valuable if you're Shauna here. Noel, on his side of the field, he's probably okay with going first or second. Going second does allow him to go into the Badoo. And with being 1 game up, he probably doesn't mind. Shauna just passes with
Ooh.
a Drippy and a Duskull.
Shauna forced to use Ultra Ball as well to find a GP at the bare minimum. That's like the rough. That's really, really rough there. I wonder what's stuck in the prizes too. Noelle does have a Buddy Puffin turn 1. Seeing the board on Shauna's side though, I wouldn't be surprised if Noelle just goes for double GP, and he does go for double GP. Is he? Or changing switches mind? He's going for the Budew.
Yeah.
Going for the Budew lock. Make Shauna start a little bit more if he has energy in hand. Pokepad as well to give it a good start here with a third GP in play.
Third GP in play or
Dunsparce.
even Dunsparce here for
Also
Noelle
possible,
because
yeah.
no, deciding to go for the GP setup Dracloaks here being the more efficient run of play for Noelle. Shauna staring down those 3 GPs and hoping she could get some of her own. And we see a Pheasant Deputy in the prizes for Noelle. Nothing. Well, the 4th GP is there as well.
Like the winner, the card that basically helped him win the previous match is stuck in the prizes right now. We won't be able to see it until very, very late in the game.
Yes.
He's just doing a last exercise to make sure. And here comes the Dunsparce. So Noelle with an excellent start right now. Buddy Puffy with double Pokepad and Risky Ruins as well. Into a Lily's Determination. He's going to draw a fresh new hand of 8 cards right now. Shauna, if she plays another GP down, next turn going to get 2 damage counters, leaving herself open to Phantom Dive knockouts.
I want to say though, Shauna just leaning back, seeing the play there from Noelle's turn, saying that you have everything that you ever need and more.
But he needs an energy right now, which he does
Which
get.
he gets. We are seeing Noelle here pull off a perfect turn 1 for any Dragapult deck. Energy also to the active, and the Budew on the bench ready to come in and Ichipollen and force Shauna to find for other options.
So Shauna now cannot play item cards.
No
this
item
turn.
cards. Hopefully she has at the very least a supporter. She's looking through her hand, looking through the cards here. Will we see things like a release termination? I don't see it though. It's
Gonna
just a
be
Dawn.
Dawn, so at least she can find some Pokemon.
So a GP would work. A Dracloak as well would be ideal. She could technically go for a Curse Blast if she feels like it.
It's possible. It would give her a prize. Maybe she can go for it. But Noelle will also take a prize.
And get the Budew out of the way because that item block can be a little painful, especially because she may also be able to go into her own item. Oh no, she can't. The Budew is priced.
Yes, her Budew is priced though. So no Budew Wars for this semi-finals.
Yes, no Budew for Shauna. These decks running 1 apiece. She does get into the Dusclops. She's eyeing that potential play there. Maybe saying, you know what, if I can draw the Budew when you don't have one, maybe.
With Dragapult, Dusclops, and GP. I wonder if it's Rare Candy. But again, if you're evolving to Rare Candy, though, you can't be able to attack this turn.
Well, you go Ichipollen. There's no items for you this time around.
No items. Usually, right, I would have this marker on my table just to remind myself that I have been item locked.
Yeah, so Shauna here will bench a second. Oh, she had a Dracula.
Oh, nice!
Okay.
She does have a Dracula though, so we still have a game right now. Recon Directive. Hopefully, she can get a third basic Pokemon. It's a Meowth.
Meowth and Lily. So Lily's go to the hand here for Shauna. At the very least, a supporter for next turn. Now she has to consider, does she pop the Dusclops this turn, or does she want to preserve a potential 8-card Lily next turn?
GP is going to take 2 damage counters from the Risky Ruins.
She's going for it.
Evolve right now. She's going to go for it, I think. She's going to take a knockout using Cursed Blast.
So Cursed Blast here will be important because it does allow Shauna to get away from item lock. No, it just passes.
Just going to pass right now.
I was going to say, there is another very cool line that Shauna could have had there. If she had Monkey Dory, Darkness Energy, she could have benched those 2, abused the Risky Ruins that Noelle plays down, and actually go for a knockout on a Drippy with the Cursed Blast and Adrenaline combination. But, well, that play's still around. That play's still active for next turn. But Noelle will sit nicely with a Budew in the active.
Noelle is free to play item cards because Shauna does not have Budew stuck in the prizes, unfortunately. There goes an Ultra Ball, discarding a Buddy Puffin and a Dragapult EX, getting a second Dracloak right now. Noelle is in the driver's seat here with a very good setup.
A good setup, but we have seen before how Dragapult decks come back.
Yes.
Shauna can have a good line of play potentially next turn with the Lease Termination We are likely not going to see Noel go for an attack here. And crucially, Shauna has not played any energy, so Crushing Hammers are not going to be played anytime soon.
Here we go. It's going to be another 8 cards for Noel. And I think he's definitely going to attack. This turn is going to be another Itchy Pollen to keep that item lock going for Shauna. Here comes the second Recon Directive, which he has 9 cards in hand. Taking the Crushing Hammer, preparing for when Shauna attaches an energy card next turn. So here comes the Pokepass for a third Dracloak.
I was going to say, if you're Noel here, you're just hoping to find another Dracloak, and he plays the Pokepad right off the bat.
This is insane right now. Noel is just steaming ahead with 3 Dracloak. A third Recon Directive means another card added to hand. Here we go. It's going to be... Put it aside right there. It's not like something he wants to see though. Either one, either or.
So 3 Dracloaks for Noel. He probably would have asked, wouldn't need to ask for any better turn. However, there's still the lack of energy on his side of the field. That is something that he can easily correct with a Crispin or an energy attachment from hand.
Probably going to do so. He has a fire energy in his hand right now.
Okay, that's that potentially asks the question of a Dragapult next turn, which Shauna has to prepare for. Shauna,
Bench a Monkey Dory. Take 2 damage counters from Whiskey Ruins. They have a Darkness energy though, or is he going to attach the fire energy onto the Dracloak? Looks like he's going to go for the Darkness energy and start using Adrenabrain first. That would move his 2 damage counters from the Monkey Dory to one of Shauna's Pokemon.
I think the Drippy is an ideal target here, forcing Shauna to either have an evolution or actually putting it within range of a Phantom Dive. So Shauna will be forced to try and evolve that Drippy into a Dragapult early on.
Trying to move 1 damage. You're going to move both damage counters, both damage counters.
Both.
Yes.
So puts it at 40.
Yeah, 40 damage.
Itchy Pollen as well. So Shauna here actually has access to Dusknoir. I saw the Dusknoir in hand.
Oh, that's why she decided not to use the Curse Blast ability
Yes.
yet. Keeping it for a bigger target, and there are some very delicious targets on Noel's bench right now.
So Crispin, being the card of choice for Shauna, she's going to pivot into the Dragapult, I would think, with this Crispin.
Very likely right now, she decided to go straight into Crispin. Getting the Fire and the Psychic means she probably does have Dragapult EX in hand too. Let's see who are the targets here. First, it's gotta be a Dusclops play to get the Dusclops out of the active spot. First, Recon Directive before evolving.
Yes. Night Stretcher and Energy, I think. So
yeah, I think it's gonna be the Night Stretcher, which
she can't play.
She can't play this card. She can keep it in hand though. She really decided to pick this card. There is a Fazandipity to play this card. She's not a Pokemon been knocked out yet. It's gonna take 2 damage counters though from Whiskey Ruins.
No, it would not because it's
oh yes, it's a Darkness type, right?
Yes.
So Whiskey Ruins actually does 2 damage counters to non-Darkness type Pokemon.
Okay. So let's see what we hear from Shauna. She's gonna pop the Dusknoir.
130 damage. 13 damage counters. It's gonna go to one of the Dracloaks. Both players will pick up a prize right now.
Imagine if she had a chance to go boss's orders onto another Dracloak here. It would be such a huge swing.
It would be, yes.
But no, it's gonna be just purely a knockout on one Dracloak with Dusknoir and a knockout on the Badoo with Phantom Dive.
Shauna picked up the Darkness energy from there.
Okay, that's not too bad actually because she can also then pivot into a Monkey Dory later on.
Yes, so here we go. It's going to be the Phantom Dive of first round of game 2 right now.
Yeah, so Shauna here has to go into aggressive, I think, because it is imperative she gets damage onto the field and attack her onto the field.
She's spreading it right now because of Monkey Dory.
It'll be 20 each on each Dracloak. And yes, that's the case. So even if Noel evolves one of his Dracloak, the second one is susceptible to an Adrenabrain Phantom Dive combination.
Yes.
Dracloak here is likely the one that is going to be evolved into a Dragapult. So while Shauna is in a 2-prize lead right now, Noel can also respawn with a knockout on that bench Drippy.
There's going to be 2 energy onto the active Dracloak before it evolves though. Recon Directive first. Always play that ability before you evolve to Dragapult EX. Going to be an evolution now, or is it going to be Recon Directive first? It's going to be I even seen Crushing Hammer being possibly played, but it's going to be Recon Directive first. Picks up a Dragapult EX from that top 2 cards.
Yep, that's what you're going to see. I think he didn't have it actually, so he was trying to dig for it after the Crispin. So glad that Noel was able to get it. Here comes Crushing Hammer. Shauna leading back saying, what's the result?
Tails.
It's Tails. Okay.
So that's 5 flips, right? At this point?
5 Tails and 1 hit so far in the series. Noel did get 1 hit earlier on, and that actually proved critical for game 1.
Ultra Ball here. Can find Dunsparce actually. Discarding. Let's see. He's got discarding Lily's Determination. Thinking about discarding Crispin as well, and he does do so. So let's see what card he wants to pick out here. Will it be? Should be. Yes, it's gonna be a Dodoon's Pass right now. Got a runaway draw. You can draw 3 cards. And unfair stamp on Shauna. This is probably the best timing to play this card. Shauna now, if that GP gets knocked out, all she's left with will be a damaged Dragapult EX with only 2 hand cards in hand. At the very least, though, she did play that for Serendipity. She's able to draw 3 cards next
I was
turn.
going to say, the Serendipity is essentially an insurance policy for Shauna, but here comes Gonna Crushing Hammer. It's a hit this time.
And this time, this hits would be very, very crucial now. If Shauna doesn't get any energy, just checking which energy is in the discard pile so he can choose the one that probably Shauna doesn't get.
Yeah, so going for 5 energy for Noelle on the Crushing Hammer. Finally, it hits. It does put Shauna in a far worse position than if it was Tails, obviously.
So before the attack, though, Adrenaline Brain coming to play, removing the 2 damage counters on the Juggler in the bench. Let's see where she decides to put it. He's going to put it on the Fazendipity. Going for...
Well, to be fair, it's not really consequential, I think. But at the very least, Noelle does get some damage onto the board, onto that Fazendipity. So now it's at 60 damage. The Dreepy is probably going to get knocked out. Oh, no, it's not.
It's going to go for a slow burn right
so
now.
Getting hits on that Crushing Hammer flip is likely a very, very important thing because Shauna doesn't have access to flip the script.
Yes.
Noelle did not go for a knockout on the Dreepy on the bench. And, oh no, Shauna's saying, oh, if I bench the Dreepy, it's going to get knocked out.
It's going to get double knocked out right now, right?
Because of the risky ruins.
And Noel's going to take 4 prizes next turn.
With the boss orders, or even without, to be fair.
Yeah.
Oh, we do see the Night Stretcher. So Night Stretcher into the hand for Shauna.
That means, she's deciding to go for that. Gonna get
to draw cards.
To
draw cards.
See 2 cards here with this Recon Directive.
Let's see, will she draw a supporter of any kind?
1
card, 2 card.
It looks like a supporter.
I think it's Lily's.
Could be a Lily's Determination. There, she can be able to draw.
No.
Here comes the energy. She already has energy in hand.
No, it's Lily's.
It is a Lily's Determination, so she can shuffle her hand, draw 6 cards.
Draw 6, yeah. So unfair stamp actually getting Shauna the card she needed to draw out of it. At the very least, though, she will have a play. The fire energy from the Night Stretcher, negating the Crushing Hammer, and now Lily's off the top from the Dread Cloak. This is not over, folks. Shauna is trying her best to claw back here.
This time, this very instance, unfair stamp is a lie.
Yes. And I think one card that Shauna's looking for here is potentially another Dreepy.
Ooh, that would be good, right?
Because right now, both these, the Dreepy and the Dracloak on the bench is going to get knocked out. Well, not all of it.
Yep.
But to be fair, with Monkey Dory, it will be a double knockout. So,
yes,
another Dreepy is needed at this point.
Noelle can just play any Pokemon to his bench to get 2 damage counters. Also, if Shauna attacks anyway, Noelle can spend 3 damage counters instead because that Dragapult is going to take 200 damage right now. And that 200 damage is ammo for Noelle. Adrenaline Brain.
Does Shauna have anything else?
That's why Shauna is just thinking right now. She just go for it, and she does go for it.
But this plays into a 4-price turn for Noelle.
And it does, so Noelle can take 4 prizes here, take out Shauna's Dragapult EX, Dracloak, and GP, essentially sealing this match.
Yeah. There's no other play for Shauna. She did have a Buddy Poffin, but I believe, I look at the price cards again, if you recall, I think there are no other options, no other targets. Yeah, so the Duskull and the Badoo are in the price, so she couldn't even go for a Duskull with a Buddy Poffin. And I think the last GP is in the discard pile already.
Yes, runaway draw right now. Oh, this is rough. So Noelle, now we can see the true power of Phantom Dive using the Recon Directive from the Dragloak, evolving to Dragapult EX, now playing an Ultra Ball, just making sure that he has the game right here.
I think this is game at this point for Noelle, going after...
It's going to be double Monkey Dory, probably. It's even worse now if he has a Darkness Energy.
He does!
He does have it with Crispin. This will practically seal the match here. Darkness Energy and a Psychic going on to... I think Shauna is just shaking her head right now. This is practically over because now Noelle can use double Adrenaline Brain to spread 6 damage counters onto Shauna's side of the board here.
To be fair, this just adds salt to wounds because at this point,
knockout.
It's a 4-price turn for Noelle and leaving Shauna just with a stranded Pheasantipity with no energy. Yes, you can flip the script, but there is nothing to probably grab at this point.
Of the second Adrenaline Brain.
Yeah, it's just
It's
piling
gonna
more
be
damage on.
to this BP.
It is so rough for Shauna.
And a Buddy Poffin as well. And there's the Dunsparce.
The return of Dunsparce.
Yep. Return of Dunsparce. Another 2 damage counters. And cleaning up shop right now.
The key card here was that Risky Ruins.
Yes.
The extra damage being sprinkled on is just so much and too much to handle for Shauna. Now left with a lone Pheasantipede. And what will we see here? Noel down to the last prize. Shauna still with 4.
Gets a Buddy Poffin.
She had that we had earlier.
Yeah,
there
so
was, hang on a second. There was a GP in the deck.
there was a GP today. Yeah, because she does have all 4. So
She could have gone for the Buddy Poffin then. She had it in hand the previous turn. Might be a misstep there for Shauna though.
So now with this Buddy Poffin, she can get a GPR. It's gonna take 2 damage counters, but a little too late for Noel for Shauna actually. Noel's practically sealed his ticket to the finals
Yes.
of the Singapore Master Ball League.
In a very convincing 2-0 win here
Yep.
in a pseudo Dragon Mirror. I think Shauna
was really extending a hand to scoop here.
she's trying to stay in the game, but
yeah,
she's saying, you know what? I have
she's
no
just
outs.
scooping right now. So Noel wins the semifinals and goes into the last ultimate match of the Singapore Master Ball League.
Yes, indeed. Noel here booking his place at the World Championships in San Francisco with this win.
Congratulations to
Congratulations.
Noel. Wow.
Congrats also to Shauna for
Yes.
going all the way to top 4. We have 2 Dragon Ball players who played, I would say, masterfully this whole
Yes.
weekend. And they're now, one of them heading into the finals, obviously. One of them having to settle for top 4.
Yep.
But still, an amazing run for both these players. However, we will see Noel again in the finals.
Yes, we will see in the next match. But we did see straight Dragapult with Crushing Hammers dominate
Yes.
the Dusknoir variant.
Yes, indeed. And it really goes to show that, in a Dragon Ball mirror match, that final differences between the variants
Yep.
can give such a huge advantage. In this case, Crushing Hammer played a key role,
Crushing Hammer was
was
so powerful.
both in game number 1 and in game number 2, forcing Shauna to go into the back foot right away from the start. Shauna, to her credit, came back strong in game number 1,
Yep.
couldn't find the line. In game number 2, tried to go aggressive, but was immediately, having to pay the price to being that aggressive.
Yep.
The Risky Ruins.
Yeah,
essentially
shout out to
ruining
Risky
the plan.
Ruins right now. It's
Yeah.
not only helped Noel, it also hurt Shauna's play there. Like when she put down that GP, it was like, oh no, it's gonna take 2 damage counters. Oops.
I guess she was really considering if she wanted to even play it, but in the end, she had to
No
because
choice right at that point.
there's no real choice, right? So, right now, with a lot of time left in game or in top 4 match,
Yes.
we will obviously take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the finals real soon. We will crown a champion here at Singapore Master Ball League. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Yeah, I think just got a footnote here that
Precious memories. Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system. In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system. In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Two players locked in here to the World Championships, but only one of them will be crowned champion of the Singapore Master Ball League. It's
Yes.
Aaron Midget, Nicholas Young, and we're at the grand finals. here at Suntec City Convention Center.
Welcome back to the Singapore Master Ball League live stream. And for the finals,
Yes.
it's gonna be Singapore's national deck taking on Singapore's national deck.
It's going to be a Dragapult mirror match here. Dragapult Hammers mirror match, I
Yes.
might say. It's a... well, we knew the odds were high. There were 4 Dragapult in the finals, or I should say in top 8. Then you see here Terry winning against Chen in the other side of the bracket earlier.
Yep, the
beating the
Hydrapult,
Hydrapult deck. Yes. Noel, though, beating Shauna 2-0, was able to navigate the matchup and come out on top there as well.
Yep, so we're gonna see Terry play against Noel. This is the first time we have Terry on stream for the whole weekend, which I'm quite surprised. Terry is the #1 ranked player in Singapore. He is also the first player to be ranked #1 for 2 seasons in a row, which is quite amazing.
And I should say also, he's also ranked #1 here at the Day 2 qualifiers. So he's going into this finals being the #1 player across the board and multiple facets. And here you can see Terry's full deck featured for you here. Let's run through the deck a little bit, Nick.
It's going to be slightly different to Noel's deck. So take note at the handheld fan, which is something that that Noel doesn't play. So we've seen it before in previous matches at handheld fan. If Noel attacks into a Pokemon handheld fan, Terry can push that energy to one of Noel's Pokemon.
Well, it's probably something like a Badoo.
Probably.
Yeah, probably something like a Meowth even. Now let's take a look at Noel's deck very quickly. It's also a Crushing Hammer build, but this here having 4 Crushing Hammers rather than a handheld fan combination. We will have also both players having Unfair Stam as the aspect of choice, and with a Dunsparce and the Dunsparce inclusion as well. So I would say it's almost a perfect mirror match.
Yeah, we're gonna see what the differences matter right now, because Noel does play 4 Crushing Hammers, Terry plays 3 Crushing Hammers, Noel plays 3 Darkness Energy, and Terry plays 2 Darkness Energy. We're going straight into the match right now.
And if you're in chat right now, shout out to either one of these players. Who are you supporting to take the win here? Terry or Noel? One of these players will be crowned champion of the Singapore Master Ball League 2025-2026. Terry kicks us off right away with a Dunsparce inactive, and then a Drippy on the bench. Noel having a Monkey Dory inactive.
Here we go, Ultra Ball here, discarding the Serendipity and the Dragapult EX there. Coming out a Meowth on his first turn, coming out the Lily's Determination.
Okay, so Terry here not taking any risk, not wanting to run into an Itchy Pollen, saying, you know what? Let's give me a supporter because my hand requires refresh. Noel probably eyeing down that Meowth as a potential 2-prizer later on in the game. We see him do it earlier on against Shauna in that top 4 match. Terry now passing turn over to Noel. Noel, what do you have? I see Drippy, I see Crispin. I don't see Buddy popping a Pokepad.
It'll be very slow here for Noel. Unlike the previous semifinals match, he's thinking about going for Crispin here and going for Mind Bend, I think. That's going to be the play.
Yeah, a pretty rough start for Noel, having to play a Crispin. And we haven't seen prize yet, so maybe this also will give him a chance to look at the prize cards for his game #1. Getting a Psychic Energy and likely Darkness Energy.
Yes, probably.
Yes.
A shout out to our one of our local shops right now, Goodness Gracious Games. This is actually a regular match that we see on Weekly Locals in Gym here, Terry versus Noel. So it's so cool to see them playing in the finals of the Singapore Master Ball League.
And then we see prizes for Noel's side. A couple of energies, a Buddy Puffin, a Crushing Hammer, Judge and Pokepad. Nothing too out of the ordinary. We do see a couple of consistency cards in the prizes, which means Noel is going to have to dig for those cards. We'll take a look at Terry's one very quickly as well. But Noel's turn 1, not great, because he's going for Crispin and getting a Drippy down onto the bench. Does he go for another attachment onto Makidori? Yes.
Energy instead.
Okay.
Which means he can be able to use Mind Bend right now. That's going to be a 60 damage and confusion, right?
Yes, a Mind Bend here for 6 damage and confusion on the Dunsparce. Terry can remove the damage in a sense by shuffling in the Dunsparce. Hits on Crushing Hammer is interesting here. Going for the Darkness Energy, but Noel has a backup Darkness Energy in hand.
Actually.
That is interesting for us to see.
So it's going to be a handheld fan onto the Drippy.
Drippy!
Wow! Double
For Terry.
Drippy in the prize for Terry. Oof, this is rough here.
Yeah, so again, we've seen double Drippy in the prizes. We see a lot of doubles in the prizes on stream today. So Terry will have to play with that slight handicap for this game 1. We only see one 3P on the bench for Terry at this point, so he's going to hope to be able to draw into the second one, or at least a Buddy by Puffin or Pokepad. For Noel, he only has a 3P and nothing much else on his hand.
Gonna be a now Buddy Puffin. Terry would love to see that, so he's gonna flood his board here with GPs. Budew as well coming into play here.
This is
If he has
big for Terry.
If he has an energy, he can retreat this Dunce Pass and go for a item lock. Could be
He will go for the Dance Pass. He will go into the Dance Pass, removing the damage.
even
potentially.
better, yeah, even
Yes.
better. You can evolve this Dunce Pass into the Dunce Pass. Going for a Druglock, which will gonna evolve it into you want that 3P? Use Recon Directive, pick up a card from the top deck. Pick 2 cards, pick 1. So here we go to be
Yes.
Recon Directive right now. Shout out to we're actually seeing the all art GPs and Druglocks here.
Yeah, I mean, Terry's going full bling on his side of the field. Can't blame him. These artwork look amazing. So Terry now first Recon Directive of the grand finals here
It's
in
a
the Singapore Basketball League.
Termination is gonna drop it down, pick up the Night Stretcher, I believe.
Okay, so Night Stretcher pick up for Terry there.
He has
Has
the Dunce Pass in hand
The Dance
already.
Pass
He's
in
gonna
hand.
run away draw for 3. Here we go, 3 free cards, and then he can shuffle his deck. Then he can decide which card he wants to send to the active spot, which is likely going to be Budew right now.
I would think it should be the Budew, at least preventing Noel from having access to items. We didn't see any played last turn, so his deck is still full of all those Body by Pokémon and Pokepads, which he will not be able to get to play now. Terry considering his options, but I would presume it's a Budew, so we do see the Budew there for Terry. We will see a Itchy Pollen on turn 2 for Terry. And then
Goes-
asking the question, what Noel, what do you have?
A Night Stretcher is not what he wants to see. You have to take note as well that for the finals, with a special extended time limit right now, 75 minutes for both players to, we hope, to play out the entire finals BO3.
Yeah, we don't want to be seeing a sudden death situation, which we may see. But here Noel will want to try and build up his board. His board looks very weak now compared to what Terry has.
Eyeing a Crispin play once more. Don't think he has a way to find Druglock right now. He got the Darkness Energy as we saw. He saw his hand already, so he can use Mind Bend. Gonna move the 10
he's
damage
a
wave
boss.
first.
That
As a
Itchy
boss
Pollen.
order can take out this GP, pick up the first prize of the game.
Yeah, so this is big for Noel actually, bringing Terry down to a single Dragcloak on the field here for Terry's side.
Should be able to pick up a Pokepad, I think. But now, if Terry has Unfair Stamp,
yes,
it would really ruin Noel's plans here.
I would say though, for Noel, not having drawn a supporter that he could actually play out, he's probably fine being stamped down to 2 to see fresh cards.
Yeah.
There's no Lily's Termination, there's no, I would say, Buddy by Puffin even. There's a Pokepad, but with Itchy Pollen, then he's likely not going to be able to play it.
Ooh, nice stretch to pick up a Fazendipity right now. So if you guys flip the script here, it's active. You draw 3 cards because his Pokemon got knocked out the last turn.
Yeah, so probably hoping to get a couple more GPs on Terry's side of the field.
Here comes the Crushing Hammer again, second turn in a row, and it's a hit again. That's 2 hits in a row here for
So
Terry.
now we know Terry has taught us how to use Crush Hammer. It has to be the gold version.
Yep, it has to be the gold version. You
It's
gotta play the
2 for 2.
full art gold version. 2 for 2 here compared to Noel. Didn't really have much luck with his Crushing Hammers the previous game, although the one that he did get hits on was the one that he needed to win. Pokepad
Yes.
being played right now by Terry.
The Pokepad for Terry here, likely going another Dreepy or Dunsparce.
Going
Yep, going for
Dance
Dunsparce.
Pass again.
Oh, there's no more Dreepy. The other 2 Dreepies are
Yeah,
the
but
prices.
G2 is in the price. Noel doesn't know that yet. Right
That-
now, though,
Actually, this puts a very big strain on Terry's resources because it means that one of Night Treasures has been used. The other one has to be reserved for either the second Dreepy to come back, or potentially Terry has to just race and get prizes.
Yep.
But if you do race and get prizes here, you are going to leave yourself susceptible to unfair stamp because you have only one Recon Directive available to you right now. Oh, has the Night Stretcher. So got the second Night Stretcher from the deck.
he has a backup GP
Okay.
here, which can evolve to Druglock next turn. There always is that opportunity there.
Yeah, so if you're Noel right now, you're just hoping unfair stamp me just something.
Yes, please. Both players, again, it's a reminder they do not play Rare Candy, so they are both going to slowly
Yes.
evolve into Dragapult EX. And we're seeing the first Dragapult EX being played by Terry right now with a Fire Energy, with Handheld Fan on it. Just use 1 energy to attack. I think it's likely going to go for another Itchy Pollen. This determination here. Still drawing 8 cards right now. His setup is insane. Is this the power of a number 1 player? And a Psychic Energy is going for an attack
He
here.
has everything here for Terry's side of the field. It will be a knockout onto the Monkey Dory with 60 more damage on the Drippy. Noel staring down a full board here on Terry's side.
Also a Drippy?
He gets a Drippy, but that's not going to save him, I think. He needs to have more here. Potentially another Drippy or even a Dracloak if he wants to get into the Recon Directive.
We're looking through for the Dracloak. It's going to evolve this Drippy in the active spot and able to use Recon Directive. See if you can find an out right now. Finally able to use items. Let's see.
Yeah,
his
he didn't have
cards.
much. He didn't have many items to begin with, actually,
That's
for
true.
Noel's side. He just got the Pokemon of the prizes.
That's true.
Unfair Stamp is good.
Unfair Stamp is good. He might be able to turn the game around with that. So here comes the Drippy. Here comes the Monkey Dory. Will he attach the energy card in his hand?
I think you have to. You want to get the Dracloak out from the active here. So if you are able to get a Darkness Energy, you could potentially remove 30 off the Dracloak.
Yep.
And then sort of hedge. Well, he can go for a prize on the Badoo. He can do that if he wants to. That is a live play. Or maybe just get... Okay, so Night Stretcher for the Darkness Energy. Adrenaline Brain is online. Now you could play if... Yep, Unfair Stamp as
first,
well.
yes.
So, okay. At the very least here, Noel will get to see a fresh hand of 5. Terry will be down to 2. And once again, no access to a Dracloak at this point. That Drippy did get recovered. However, he's navigating this very nicely here, Terry, even though he's at the handicap of having just 2 Drippies to play because 2 of them are prized.
Yep.
He's doing pretty well here, going aggressive with this Dragapult EX.
With a full bench as well. So Terry just picking up his 2 cards, putting it aside, letting fate be decided after this. See what he picks up. Gonna be a Buddy Puffin for Noel. So Noel can actually flood his board right now. He doesn't have any GP price, unlike Terry. So here we go. It's gonna be Dunsparce and a GP. Noel slowly coming back into this game right here.
Yeah, I think he still has a bit of time here, even though he did lose a Monkey Dory earlier. He still has access to a couple of GPs. We see a Meowth here being played. I'm going to presume it's for a least elimination. Or go for the Crispin. That is interesting. So once you get energy to play, potentially the Grass Energy. Oh, sorry, Psychic Energy. Sorry, what Grass I mean. The Psychic Energy will go to potentially a Drippy or a Monkey Dory. Unfortunately, he cannot retreat this Dracloak unless he's doing so by putting something else up in active.
There's no point for him to retreat that Dracloak.
Yeah,
right?
it's going to go down regardless. So I think leaving it inactive is probably a better play here.
He's going to push it away for... He's going to go for the fire and he's going to attach it to the Dracloak anyway. He cannot attach energy again because he already attached to the Monkey Dory
Oh, I think
earlier.
he might realize it's a misplay. He's scooping it up.
Yeah, he
It's a
just
misplay from Noel.
realized.
He attached the Darkness Energy thinking that he could go for a Mind Bend that turn, but no. He was 1 energy short. That was rough there for Noel. Terry takes game 1.
So it's going to game 2 right now. Congrats to Terry for that dominant setup play right there. I think that's exactly what you want to see as a Dragapult player.
And with only access to a couple of GPs, that was actually pretty cool to see. Considering that we had games today where 2 GP prize meant game over for some of the Dragapult players. But for Terry, decent game 1.
I like this because now we have a lot of time for 2 more remaining games if there is another 3rd game coming up.
Yep, for sure. I think if you're Noel here, you'll be a bit flustered for that game 1. You want to come back strong in game 2. Not having a supporter, a meaningful supporter, I should say, was quite detrimental to his game plan. Crispin was weak, I would say, for a turn 1 play.
Well, Terry, though, even with 2 GP in the prize, he managed to play that game out really well there. And with the double Night Stretcher, he get back a Serendipity and the 2nd GP once more for that backup attack. He was really, really on the driver's seat for that match.
Yes, and having a Dragapult EX very early and aggressive meant that he was taking prize cards fast and putting a lot of pressure on Noel. Noel, unfortunately, couldn't get anything going, but we'll see in this game 2. I would think Noel wants to go first. What do you think?
Yeah, I think Noel wants to go first,
Okay.
and I'm hoping that both players do not price out any GPs and any key Pokemon.
Yes.
I want to see the best finals for the Singapore Master Ball League.
For sure, and I think we do have enough time. As you say, we have at least an hour to go for 2
lot of
games.
time. Yes, got a lot of time for
So
2 games.
if Noel can come back in game 2, we'll be able to go for a full best of 3 series, and I'm excited for that.
I'm very, very excited too. And hopefully both players can start with Budew, maybe get Buddy Puffin out, get some GPs out onto the board, flood them out with Dracloaks, and we see how it goes. Again, the 2nd player likely is going to go for a Budew player unless we see how stuck they are. So we've seen throughout the weekend, right? If you choose not to go for Budew, you can opt to flood the board with GPs, go for multiple jog clocks and continuously flood the board, keep on driving the match aggressively.
Yeah, I think that's one of the key things about Dragon Ball, as we talked about. It has so many ways of playing, right? It has a control mode, it has an aggressive mode, it has a mid-range mode, and in this scenario here between Terry and Noel, these players can actually opt to switch gears as needed. Terry went full aggressive, and Noel was not able to stand the heat. So unfortunately for him, at the very least, though, game 2.
Gonna be a
That's
mulligan here
3
for Terry.
mulligans already for Terry. So Noel saying thank you very much.
Well, smiling there, happy to receive 3 free cards from Terry.
Buddy Profit already in hand for Noel, and that's without drawing the 3 cards for the mulligan.
Exactly. So here goes another 7 cards right now. Let's see if Terry gets something he wants to see. Let's have a look. It is going to be a dreepy start for Terry.
Yeah,
and
but here Noel gets 3 cards. And
Darkness, Dark Look, Buddy Poffin. Not too bad.
not too bad. He has a Dracloak for the full upturn and any attachment as well, potentially to switch into a Badiou. So let's see here. Game number 2 in this grand finals of the Singapore Basketball League. Noel down 1 game against Terry. 2 of these players here now trying to either take the full win or claw themselves back to 1-1. The prizes are interesting because Noel's Badiou is prized.
Ooh, looks like we're going to see Noel flood the board with GPs after all.
And no access to dance bars as well.
Terry has 2 energies in his prize, but he has both his Ultra Balls. Is likely the first card's going to pick up from his prize if he takes a knockout. Noel here's going to realize that, oh, I don't have a Badiou, so it's going to be just 3 pieces right now.
And I think that's fine for Noel because all these GPs were turned into Dracloaks, and he's not in any rush to play anything else on turn 1.
Let's see if he gets an energy attachment as well.
I think I might have seen an energy on Noel's side of the field. He could easily go into a Dracloak next turn, and Dracloak actually takes a good knockout on GPs because Dragon Headbutt does 70 damage.
Yes, exactly. So we'll see. Here's a Darkness Energy in hand.
Oh,
I
it's a
think.
Darkness Energy, so not the ideal energy card.
Here the force to be passed here. I don't think there's anything else you
No
can play.
Pokepads for Monkey Dory, so
That's it.
yes.
So Terry's turn right now. Get a Fire Energy attached to the active. And going to be Lily's Determination. There's nothing else he has
This
though.
is scary for Terry actually because if out of his 8 cards he gets nothing, Noel can win with a Dracloak into Crispin.
Yep, that is a possibility. So let's see if Terry gets to draw into something. Buddy Poffin maybe?
Buddy Poffin, Pokepad, these are cards you want to see. Other basic Pokemon. If you draw nothing here, that's pretty much game.
Let's see. Here we go. 7 cards. It's 8 cards in fact because he still has 6 prizes remaining.
Do we see anything? Okay.
Okay, he gets 1 GP at the very
Ooh.
least. So we still have a game right now.
So GP, it just passed.
Passes a pass though. Noel can take a knockout on this GP with energy attached.
Yeah, and doing it with a Dracloak is quite important here because that Dracloak will then threaten to become a Dragapult next turn.
Yeah, so here we go. First Recon Directive of game 2.
He
Picking
gets
up this
double
psychic
energy. So he does get a Psychic Energy. He can get a Fire via the Crispin.
The play is Crispin now. Yes, really eyeing it. Here we go. Should be a Crispin. Could be a Dragon Headbutt coming here.
I think so too because you want to put pressure. There's an energy attachment already on the GP on Terry's side of the field. Dragon Headbutt will get a knockout here for Noel and put immense pressure back on Terry and ask the question, do you have any other Pokemon?
Yep. Do you have something that can respond to this? Maybe a fun, unfair stand maybe. But I did see on Terry's end there is no A-spec cards. So Dragon Headbutt. Here we go. Should be
Dragon Headbutt
here.
will be the play.
Yep, it's going to be 70 damage, take a knockout. Noel takes the first prize on his second turn. Terry top decks into a Buddy Poffin, so he's still in the game right now. So
We have a game. We have a game here thanks to that Buddy Poffin.
So will Terry go for Badiou or drop in double Dreepy here? It's a little bit too slow right now. Noel does have advantage here with a... Terry is eyeing a Badiou right now for an item lock response, which means that he needs to try and buy one more turn right now. Dreepy? Is he going to go for a second Dreepy or the Badiou? He's thinking. He's thinking.
Going for the Badiou here is interesting because it does try to slow Noel down, but Noel's hand is not filled with items. It's filled with supporters and other Pokemon and energy. So he decides to go instead to the Dunsparce. Now, there is a line here where Noel actually can go even... I would say take a knockout even on Dracloak because he has access to Risky Ruins, Darkness Energy, Monkey Dory. That can actually cause a knockout on this Dracloak in the active for Terry, and he will essentially lose 2 energy attachments and 2 Pokemon in 2 consecutive turns.
Terry's not giving up right now. He's got
Yes.
involved in Dracloak in the active spot, gets a Psychic Energy attach and a List Termination. It is the Heart Gold Soul Silver energy, though, the Espeon energy. Both players actually playing with the best energy possible in English.
I'm seeing this all through the weekend, so no surprise there. You see a bunch of Dragapults there in Terry's
5,
hand.
6, 7, one more card, 8 cards. So there's another Dracloak.
Can
But
evolve it though. Ooh,
Rushing Hammer though, here we go. It's going to be a hit, so what to discard? It's going to pick the fire energy of Noel.
I think either one will be fine. Either one
Yep.
will be okay.
Here we go, so another Recon Directive. Yep, use the token, so we all know that you're using the Recon Directive. Here we go, 1, 2 cards.
Noel immediately shifting the Crispin to the front here, knowing
Yep.
that, okay, that is potential card that I can use. And if he has access to Risky Ruins, that can be a huge turn for him, taking a knockout on the Dracloak.
If he can respond, it's going to retreat.
I like
Send
this
the
play from
dance
Terry.
pass
I like
up, so
this.
it's keeping the Dracloak alive.
Yes. I think this is heads up play from Terry saying, you know what, I'm not going to take any risk. Take my dance bars. I want to keep my dragons.
Here we
Noel
go.
now.
So Noel does have a Dragapult in hand.
I think he drew that off the top.
Wow, okay. That's some insane luck there. If he does it,
Yeah.
could be a Crispin coming right now after this.
I-
Ultra Ball is
I
eyeing
think so
that
too.
for a Dracloak, possibly. Here we go. It's going to be the first Recon Directive, so we see what he has. I see.
Was that a
Crushing Hammer?
Pokepat or a Crushing Hammer? Not
Yeah,
too sure.
not too sure, but we will see if he does play either one in a while. It could be a nice stretch, I think. Ultra Ball right now, discarding Crispin.
Yeah, because the next stretcher in hand already, it
Yep.
could go for the fire energy from there. But discards the dance bar, saying, you know what, I can say goodbye to you for now.
Yeah, I don't really need you. My hand's quite big, so going for Crispin discard. Here we go. So Dracloak should be the play here. He's going to pick that out. There we go. It's going to be
Yep.
a Recon Directive. Going to take another top 2 cards of his deck and pick one out. I think I said Recon Directive at least 50 times, or maybe 100 times.
We have said more Recon Directives than Phantom Dive, that's for sure.
Yes,
Right?
definitely.
So here, second Recon Directive for
Ooh, a
Noel.
Dracloak is what he wants to see.
Yes!
That's a very good Recon Directive. So he's going to go to combo into a second Recon Directive.
And all this with already a Dragapult in hand. And
Yes.
energy in hand as well. So a lot of resources for Noel here and a lot of resiliency on his board. So even if he takes knockout here and he's met with an unfair stamp, he can potentially draw out of it with 2 Dracloaks and 2 Recon Directives. Now we see the Dragapult. Nice stretcher for the fire energy. We're going to see a Phantom Dive for the knockout. Do we also see anything else?
Yeah,
Oh!
for a supporter. He has to play a
Going for the
supporter
boss!
again.
The boss is key here. Going
Yes.
for the Dracloak.
Yep,
Ensure that
boss
Terry
order.
will not have a response of a Phantom Dive.
Terry
Next
asked me
turn.
though, which one are you taking? Are you picking the Dracloak?
And he's scooping!
He picks the Dracloak, so he scoops.
That's it. So Noel has tied up the series 1-1. Both these players saying, you know what? If I'm not going to get to play a game, let's just go next.
Oh,
1-1 now.
I'm having chills, man. I'm having chills. This is such an intense match, right? Both players really are playing each other right now. Again, of course, though, one player does have a really, really big advantage over the other. So I'm hoping that for the third match, for the third game, nothing else is prized. Both players have all their resources ready.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't think anything was prized in
Yeah,
game 2.
yeah.
Game 2 was pretty smooth, I would say. However, it's all about
Better
the
than game
setup.
one. Yeah, better than
the
game one.
setup on Noel's side was just immense. 3 Dracloaks and then 1 evolving to Dragapult with the boss order as well. He had literally everything he needed to just push Terry's side of the field against the wall, and that's pretty much it. They don't run rare candies.
Yes.
These Dragapult builds rely on evolving to Dracloak on turn 2 and then eventually Dragapult on turn 3. If you have no way to get Dragapult turn 3,
MVP though, Dracloak. Dragon Headbutt taking that first knockout, right? Giving the price advantage
Yes.
to Noel. And with that large hand size, he was able to take out Terry's other Dracloak. So it was really hard for him to come back from there. So we have a lot of time for Game 3. Both players can take their time right now. This is the finals of the Singapore Basketball League. So I'm crossing my fingers for an amazing match coming up.
I do hope it's a closer one.
Yep.
Game 3. I hope both these players get an ideal setup. I want to see Dracloaks on both sides of the field. As boring as it sounds, it's not. Trust me on that. We have seen Dragapult mirrors, maybe not on stream, but mirrors that can go all the way to the end, right? With players having 1 prize each, trying to navigate each other, not attacking when they don't need to attack, taking cheap prizes where they need to, but they're holding back to control the ability to play around things like unfair stamp. And essentially, we have the potential with 2 of the, I would say, almost best players, right, in Singapore in these finals.
Don't forget though, because you're both playing Dragapult decks, you can't expect, like, there is a possibility that a big comeback can always out of nowhere, right?
Yes.
So Terry's deciding to go first. It's expected.
So much time for game 3 here for both
Yep.
players. 52 minutes is actually more than enough time because 50 minutes is actually what we budget for a best of 3.
Terry has a really bad start right now. He's forced to start a Meowth EX.
Oh, that is not great for Terry. So Noel's side of the field is going to be a Dreepy, I believe.
And I see Drakloak. I see, is that a Pokepad at the very end?
I think so, but Terry's going first here with the Meowth in the active. And it's going to be super weird there navigating this situation for Terry because he would prefer to have started anything else but the Meowth.
You see, both players are good friends right now. He's telling that he didn't really have anything in his hand though for this finals match. I hope that he gets a good top deck.
Yes, it's great to see friends going far in tournaments. It's even great to see friends meeting in the finals. So Terry now in game number 3 going first
Top
with the Meowth.
deck. Is it a Buddy Poffin?
I think it was an Ultra Ball and a Pokepad, I think.
Yeah, it's an
that he
Ultra
has
Ball he had.
access to.
So Ultra Ball here. Gonna pick out. Forced to discard a Darkness Energy, which I think he would love to keep instead. Oh, I would have want. Oh, he's still keeping discard the Darkness Energy. He did have a handheld fan in hand as well as Crushing Hammer, which he wanted to keep. Okay, so here comes the first 3P.
Yeah, I think he had to do this as Terry because he needs to have GP, and I believe the rest of the hand is playable still. So get rid of cards you don't want to play, right? Get rid of the Dragon Ball EX that you can't play right now.
Yep.
Get rid of the Darkness Energy that you can potentially recycle later on with a Night Stretcher. Terry has an energy attachment and just passes.
Passes. That's just that one lone GP right here. What does Noel have in response? It's going to be a Pokepad at the very least, plus an Ultra Ball.
So if Noel goes into a
Gosh, look at
look at the hand.
That is just a. Oh my god, that's a handheld fan, Crushing Hammer, and a Dragapult EX.
Oh, that's so rough. Noel here actually can potentially go into the Badoo. We have not seen prize cam yet, so when we see prize cam, we will know if the Badoo is prize, but he goes for the GP instead.
Yes. There
is the prizes for Noel's side of the field. Unfair Stem at the bottom, not horrible because you can probably get into it quickly.
Yep.
The GP up there top with the Night Stretcher, those can be pivotal resources. We will see, of course, Terry's prizes very shortly as well. For Noel here, doing the first deck check, trying to figure out if there's anything else.
So already eyeing a Badoo lock here.
So he swapped the GP for the Badoo.
Yep, going for Badoo instead. Seeing that Terry just had a GP energy pass, I think he can keep a lock on Terry there. So if Terry just draw into a Buddy Poffin or to a Pokepad, that's not going to help him at all.
Yes, indeed. I think he also has a Crushing Hammer, eyeing that up as a potential play as well, seeing that there is a Fire Energy on the bench. But no, deciding to discard it with the Ultra Ball and also the Crispin.
I think Crispin, so it's going to look. So he probably has a better support in his hand.
I think
Maybe
it might be a Lily's.
Elimination?
I think it might be a Lily's in hand already for Noel. I might have caught it. Not sure of the look. Oh, okay. So he's going for the Meowth. Okay.
That's going to find a Lily's Determination.
So in this scenario, I think that's fine because you're
Energy.
trying to get into the largest hand size possible. He also has a backup Crushing Hammer.
There's a second Crushing Hammer. Let's see if Noel gets a flip hits this turn. No,
it's a tail.
His luck continues to not. You're saying, right? This could be a full art golden Crushing Hammer for it to get hits.
Don't quote me on that for real though. That was just something in passing. I love my regular art Crushing Hammers. They look very nice. Noel here with a Lily's Termination for 8 cards. That's a supporter you want to see on turn 1, which is great here. Will he draw into more Dreepies or potentially more Buddy Poffins and Pokepads for more Dreepies?
8 cards. Again, you can draw up to 8 cards if you have 6 prizes remaining.
Okay, I saw one.
Did you see
At least a Pokepad.
I see a Pokepad and that Dunce Pass. There's a Dunce Pass as well. Wow, so here comes the Pokepad.
Okay, so a decent hand in for Noel, a decent start. Asking the question then whether or not you can meet my setup here, Terry, or will I be able to take over? Goes into the Drakloak. I like this from Noel because he's anticipating a potential Badoo next turn and saying, you know what, let's play a little safe. I'm grabbing a Drakloak. I think 2 is enough, and I can also Ichipollen you this turn.
Yes, because again, Terry only has this one lone GP in the bench right now with a Meowth EX. Again, the starting of Meowth EX is probably one of the worst things for a Dragapult player because you can't use its ability if you start it.
Terry here will draw a card. Does he have anything to play here?
Is he gonna pass? Oh my gosh. Let's see. It's a card.
It's a Crispin.
It's a Crispin.
So it would have been fun if he attached the fire to the Meowth. Then he could have actually attacked with the Meowth.
If he kept the Darkness Energy, right?
No, if the attachment on the bench, Drippy, if that went to the Meowth instead, that would have been an interesting situation where he could Crispin and attack with a Meowth.
Yes, he could have, but again, you never know what you're gonna top
You
deck,
never know.
right?
Yes, you never know. So in this scenario here, I think Terry is playing a Crispin on this turn. It feels so bad.
It feels so bad, yes. So now he's gonna attach the energies onto this GP right now. Doesn't have a Drugloak, gonna attach the energy onto the Meowth, get a handheld fan on the GP.
So it's going for a
Retreat right
knockout.
now. It's going for a knockout here.
I
Taking
think
the
that's
price and
with
see
a
if
bite though. So bite, but these leaves Noel with the exact play that he can make. Crispin into the Dragcloak will take a knockout on the only GP on Terry's side of the field.
Yes, let's see if he does that. It's gonna be the Drugloak once more, and is it gonna be a Crispin? Does he have one though?
He discarded one earlier.
Yeah,
He has access to maybe a couple more, I think. The Dance Bars can get him there. Recon Directive can also get him there.
Let's see though. The Dance Pass here gonna draw 3 cards first. Then you shuffle your the Dance Pass back into the deck.
I think you should have gone for Recon Directive first, no? At least you draw something
Yeah, then
without
you
having
won't-
to worry about drawing the Dance Bars.
Right, now, so that's a chance with Recon Directive. You draw into the Dance Pass.
Yeah, so a bit of an inefficiency here for Noel because he's in the driver's seat. And we'll see here what's okay. So I think there's gonna be a judge call.
Let's gonna pause right now.
Okay, so pause for a judge call. I'm not sure what happened there. I didn't see anything wrong there.
Everything seems to be okay.
Yes.
But then maybe there was I don't know, slight error there. I'm not really so sure.
We're not sure. We'll get information real soon. But at the very least, though, this is
Not what I wanted to see.
not what we
I
expected.
didn't want to see Terry get stuck right there. I was really hoping for a good match between both players, especially in the finals of Game 3.
But we're not done yet. Obviously, if
Yep.
for any reason there the game continues and we don't see the Crispin, knowing that one was discarded,
Yep.
2 more in the deck. But eventually, if we do see that particular play, then it's probably game over at that point.
Correct.
We just got told that the judges are clarifying an action that was made by the players.
Yep.
So it's good that we have judges on hand to ensure things are going smoothly. But yeah, advantage to Noel. I think.
Noel right now. So if Noel takes that knockout with the Dragon Headbutt, if he does get a Crispin, then Terry will need to somehow draw into a Buddy Puffin, get a list determination, anything, right? They can help him find a way
Yeah.
to recover from there. But it is always possible though.
It's true. This is Dragapult we're talking about. A deck
Yes.
that can come back out of nowhere. However, if it's up against another Dragapult that has an insurmountable lead, I think it's probably game, set, match, and championship for Noel. But we'll see. We'll
Yeah,
see.
we'll see. We never know what's gonna happen right now. So I'm hoping that Terry can come back so at least we have a good game.
And we have time for it as well. So if you're just joining us, my question to you is, where have you been all weekend?
Yeah.
We have so much of good, awesome Pokemon TCG action here at the Suntec City Convention Center. This is the last final match of the entire weekend, and we
Yes.
just got told the match continues. Noel now with a Recon Directive, grabbing a card. I don't know
Two
what
Recon
it
Directives,
is.
second Recon Directive now. He has 2 Drugloaks in play.
Okay. I don't see Crispin.
Here we go. It's going to be Pokepad right now. It's going to find probably a Dance Pass or a third GP here.
Yeah, I think if you know well there, you'll probably be thinking, well, where's my Crispin? I should have discarded it turn 1 because that would have been an amazing card to have.
Right now, right? If Noel does attack this GP, the energy will get pushed away because of the handheld fan. So that could be key right now.
Unless it's with a Bidoof, and because Bidoof has no energy,
Yeah.
handheld fan doesn't have any effect. But we will see what that is. We don't know yet.
Going to be the third GP right now
Okay.
onto Noel's bench.
He says access to a Lily's Termination supporter from the hand,
Yep.
which can refill that hand up with resources for Noel. Terry there staring down the board with so many Draclocks, wondering where are my Dreepies.
The fire energy, so that means that's not going to be a Crispin right now. It's just going to be Risky Ruins into Lily's Determination, likely. It's going to be a pass.
There's a pass, and Terry gets a
Pokepad
Pokepad.
from the top deck, which means he can get Drugloak right now.
But it's not over yet, though, because if he goes to the Dracloak and not draw anything, Noel has Dragapult EX in hand.
Yes. Oh, Dragon Headbutt though.
The Dragon
Yeah,
Headbutt, though.
Won't be enough. But
it's-
Dragon Headbutt attack is an attack.
Well, there is a way. Because Risky Ruins was played by
Yes.
Noel, he could go for Dragon Headbutt with Adrenabrain for the knockout.
If he's got to get probably a least determination, I think, from the top 2 cards.
I think so.
Let's
I
see.
think so too.
What is the top 2 cards? Is it a support? It's a Dunsparce.
And I
I
think
think
it's
it's
Lilies.
Lilies. I think it's
I think
Lilies.
Lilies. It's Secret Rare Lilies. So I think it might be the Secret. Oh, it's a Crushing Hammer.
There we go. Oh,
It's a
it
Tails.
looked like a 6 and then it flipped to a 3 at the very last minute.
Oh, that's so rough. Terry has nothing going on right now, so he's going to retreat run back behind the Meow saying, you know what, I don't feel safe.
Yeah, since I got Jocklo right now, I'm just going to keep it around.
Yes, and also next stretcher to grab back a Fire Energy.
Did get his determination.
We're on a roller coaster here, folks, because yes, there is a least determination. Terry's going to hope to get more basic Pokemon, more Dreepies, and maybe even a couple of other resources for the following turn. Noel, they're thinking, well, that was a very close instance where if he had a Crispin, it would be game over, I would think.
Terry here hoping to find something from these 8 cards right now. He did use a Night Stretcher before playing Least Determination, get a Fire Energy back to his hand, which has been shuffled back into the deck. There's always a chance that it might get drawn right now. Let's see how it goes here.
6 cards though from his Least Determination, not 8 because he's taken a prize. Noel has not taken any prizes.
Ooh,
Buddy Poffin.
Buddy Poffin is what he wants to see, definitely. So let's go GP time.
Better late than never for Terry. At the very least, we now have a game. We have a game with more GPs on Terry's side of the field. However, it is the same situation as last game.
Yes.
It's only a single Dracloak, and Noel has momentum. He's on tempo with an energy attachment, boss orders, Dragapult, the exact same play that he can pull off.
That was the nice stretcher probably that he picked up from his prizes earlier. So it's going to be an energy attachment. It is going to be attachment to the Dracloak and a pass right now.
Oh, this is rough here for Terry because thinking out loud here, that's a good turn. That's a good turn, but not a great turn because Noel here has the potential to go boss orders, Dragapult EX onto the Dracloak and take 2 prizes and be firmly in the driver's seat this game.
Decided to take the pass, I believe, from the top 2 cards of his first Recon Directive. Putting away the Crushing Hammer in his second Recon Directive.
He's digging for the boss. He needs to dig for the boss orders right now. If he can get it, that's going to be, I would say, championship winning for Noel here.
Does he even have an energy card though? Guys, I know he has Dragapult EX. Just like he doesn't have an energy. He has an Ultra Ball that he can get a 3rd Recon Directive online.
I think you have to go down that route. You have to go down that route to get another Dracloak online. Discards the Dragapult EX? That's interesting. Does he have another one? I think he might have another one behind there. So, okay.
Picking up both his Ultra Balls here. One of the Ultra Balls being used as cost to discard to find a Pokemon. Any Pokemon was from the deck though. Recon Directive number 3.
This is going to be huge here for Noel. He needs the right pieces. Energy attachment alongside the boss orders into a Dragapult EX can be huge for him. If not, Terry has bought himself enough time.
Let's see though. Here we go. It's going to be 3rd Recon Directive.
Pokepad and Risky Ruins. That's not what you're going to see as Noel.
Keeping the Pokepad. Is he going to play it this turn though? It's going to evolve into the Dragapult.
At the very least, we will see a Dragapult EX here.
Oh, Monkey Dory.
Do we have everything here?
There's a Darkness Energy as well. He can able to use Adrena Brain.
He had the boss
order, but he doesn't have the energy.
This still works because 70 damage from Dragon Headbutt,
plus
from
the 20.
Jet Headbutt, plus 20 from Adrena Brain. Takes out the only Dracloak. Puts a Fire Energy onto the Monkey Dory. That's fine, Noel says. You know what? I'm fine with it. I just need a Crispin for next turn.
Yes. So here we go now. It's Terry's turn. Can he find some Jocklocks to try to come back from this? Now he has a lot of supporters.
He has way too many now. You want to see
Draclocks? Boss's orders right now. That's like he has probably every supporter that he plays. He's Ultra Ball to discard 2 of them. Oh, he's discarding the Judge. Wants to make sure that he has a good hand. I think so. Probably gonna play Lily's Determination right now.
Yeah, I think Lily's here is what you need to play for Terry because you need resources here. You need to get into energy attachments, potentially other DPs, even Nitro to recover the DP and the Dracloak even. For Noel, you're sitting pretty. You have a Dragapult EX. It has no energy, but with enough Crispins, you can get an attack off. With at this point here, I'm favoring Noel. Even though energy is stuck on that Monkey Dory, that's fine if you can get an attack off next turn.
If Noel can get a Crispin, he can definitely take a knockout on this Meowth. 3-2 prizes there. Both players taking 1 prize. So Pokepad now for Terry, so you can get a second Dracloak. So luckily for him, he'll have 2 Recon Directives here to use. Let's see if we can get more GPs on the board. Give Noel to cut the deck. Let's go for the first Recon Directive.
And it's nice to see Terry at least getting Recon Directives up and running.
Crushing Hammer. He's up to use a Crushing Hammer here. Now the second Recon Directive should put the 2 damage counters back on. Here we go. Lazy Termination again and a Buddy Poffin.
Oh, that's such a weird choice though. Refill your hand or grab basic Pokemon that you really desperately need in your side of the field on your bench.
I think he would really love to have seen Unfair Stamp instead. Good picks
Yeah.
up the Buddy Poffin and gonna go and play it right now. Should be. That should be a Buddy Poffin play. There we go. So it's gonna flood his board once more.
Yeah,
That's
so
fast and
there's
that's
only
fast and
one. I think only one 3P though, right?
Yeah, because the got GP in the prize.
Yeah, so
Gonna
he's
be
just go with
dance
dance bars. Yeah, so the one 3P in the prize card, one already in the discard pile, so he
Yep.
has to go for the dance bars here.
He's gonna have to shuffle his deck right. That's the only basic Pokemon he can find.
But just so you know, this also opens up a potential 3 prize turn for Noel because that dance bars has 2 damage counters from his range. It's just a
No
pass.
energy cards. for
energy.
Terry. So now Noel has the turn once more. Pokepad being played here.
I think just to thin the deck here, he wants to potentially get cards out of the deck so he can get into his energies and into the Crispin.
Gonna be Spas? It's
Yeah.
gonna be Dudun Spas,
Getting
right?
the dance bars into the hand. So just purely thinning here, so his recon directives become even more powerful. So it'd be interesting to see how this turn goes off for Noel because he's actually really close to just closing the door on
Yep.
Terry ever coming back here from this game. He has to do it though with a Crispin.
So it's gonna be a first recon directive right now. What's gonna pick from these two? It's a judge. Thinking about the judge is putting it away though. So another recon directive coming up here. The second drug lock. Darkness energy. Which
Yeah,
would
recon
he
directive.
pick?
Such a strong ability because it digs through the deck so quickly every single turn. And I'm sure most of you at home already know this. And it's another Dread Cloak, but there's no Dream to evolve.
Yep, so that's just going to be in the hand for now. It's going to be a Dance Pass play. We can evolve to the Dance Pass next turn. 2 damage counters thanks to Whiskey Ruins. Both players not really playing Darkness type Pokemon right here.
And Noel, I think almost opting to play Judge here. Yes, so we'll see a Judge.
Ooh, Judge play. Terry would want to love. I think Terry is kind of happy to see this Judge play though because his hand is just.
And he rather sees a Judge than a Crispin. So
Yep.
Noel discarding the Crispin early on has come back to bite him a little bit. But I think that was his only way to get the current setup he had. So fair enough. You gotta trade. You can make trade-offs, right? So
4 cards.
4 cards.
Rushing Hammer, Buddy Poffin, a Psychic Energy. It's only going to be enough for another Dragon Headbutt. But at least he has an energy card though.
So Dragon Headbutt here can be interesting because with 70 damage onto the Meowth, next turn, if this Dragon Pult takes some damage, Adrenabrade and Dragon Headbutt actually can take a knockout, interestingly enough.
I think Terry knows that that is a possibility though. Let's see what is the 5 cards he has in his hand. It's going to be a Pokepad.
So that's a Dead End Spars, most likely to draw more cards.
Yep. Pick it up right now. Checking the damage, I think.
Yeah, no, just making sure that the Risky Ruins triggers are all correct, which
Yep.
is what is the case. So thank you to our judges and our players. So the Dunsparce now into the bench for Terry. He will have access to that runaway draw.
Draw 3 cards and then shuffle back to the Dunsparce.
Rinse and repeat. Recycle that Land Slug for more card value every single time you can. But
Be nice.
first,
Let's go
Recon Directive.
You got directive first, so there we go. See 2 cards. There'll be Boss's Orders and a Buddy Poffin. Speaking of the Buddy Poffin, Buddy Poffin.
Let's recycle the Dunsparce,
Yep.
most likely.
Here we go. It's gonna be Ultra Ball first.
Oh, okay. Discarding it off. So getting rid of something that he doesn't need. That's also pretty good for Terry.
He can't play the Whiskey Ruins there. So if a player
Oh.
plays a stadium card, right, you cannot play the same stadium card to bounce it away. So that card will be just stuck in your hand.
Yes, I think Terry here has the Crispin lineup probably because that's a... Oh,
Oh,
no.
it's a Lily's Determination. So that means he's gonna shuffle and draw 6 cards instead of 8 because he's already played a prize card.
This is such an interesting matchup right now because both these players are not at the optimum level. They're
Yep.
both trying to vie for board presence, but not having enough energy to do anything.
No Phantom Dives. You haven't seen a Phantom Dive in Game 3 at all. Both players just missing something. They're all both missing something. Here comes the second Recon Directive. Once again, somehow Terry keeps picking up Buddy Poffins from this Recon Directive.
Yeah, no target to grab because 1 3P is in the prizes. He can, however, use Runaway Draw here to recycle the Dunsparce and Buddy Poffin out the Dunsparce again.
1 Fire Energy attached to this Dragapult, but it's not going to be able to attack with that Meowth stuck in the active spot. Is he just going to pass? Yep, he's just going
Oh,
to pass right
it's-
now with a Dunsparce there.
This is huge for Noel. He has bought himself time as well for some reason. Or I should say both of these players are essentially just in a stalemate almost, but
Yep.
Noel is the one in a much better position on his board. Both
Recon Directives.
Both plays on 5 prizes. Recall directive for Noel. Both already used. Can he find a fire energy?
Crushing Hammer could be very key here with hits, and it is a hit! That
It's
fire
huge.
energy is gonna get discarded by Ho-Oh Fire Energy.
Oh, Terry just smirking there. It's like, well, now it's your
Uh.
turn to get hits there on your crushing hammers. So Noel here, does he have the fire energy? That's what he's looking for. No. So it's there it is. So nice picture.
Yep, nice
That
Stretcher will pick up the fire
energy.
energy he needs.
But I was discarded from the crushing hammer earlier, so he
Yes.
does have it now. We will see a knockout on 2 Pokemon most likely because Adrenabrain will give Noel enough damage onto the Dracloak on the bench. And here it is, 3 prizes for Noel, down to 2.
Ooh,
Harry on the back foot right away.
Also take note that Noel did only move 1 damage counter and not 2 from the Dunsparce. So
That's
again,
it's up. That's it's up there.
that's just enough. So now he still has 1 more as ammo if he needs to use it. Harry now.
Which means Terry cannot bench a Dreepy.
Yes.
That is such a painful situation for him because any Dreepy comes down, it will be targeted with a Phantom Dive and Adrenabrain combination. Terry, do you have anything going on for you right now? It doesn't seem like it.
Oh, and there's no way for him to bounce away the stadium as well. It's going to be unfair, Stamp. Can he find a way out of this? I think he wants to... For Terry, I'm hoping he gets a Crushing Hammer, maybe?
A Crushing Hammer and Crispin are 2 cards that Terry would love to see right now. Crispin, more importantly, to get an attack off. Crushing Hammer to prevent Noel from getting an attack off. Also, key point here, a handheld fan can also be quite key for Terry in this particular instance because if Noel attacks into this Dragapult, that fire energy will end up on the Monkey Dory.
Well, only with 2 prizes remaining right now, which means that he has that Psychic Energy and Lily's Determination that he probably picked up. So we're gonna see a Fire Energy, so that's not a Crispin, unfortunately. It's just gonna be a Dragon Headbutt, I think.
Oh no, that's
Oh,
so...
pass! It's gonna be a pass.
A
He
pass,
doesn't want
okay.
to have. He doesn't want to get damage. He doesn't want to give Noel damage
But
counter.
this is so bad for Terry. There's nothing to bench, nothing to play other than just fire energy. Noel here, he'll be happy to continue using Recon Directive, and I think he sees the writing on the wall for himself. He sees himself as champion of the Singapore Master Ball League. He's so close.
This Determination right now, gonna draw 6 new cards from here, and it's gonna be able to do a Phantom Dive attack as well. Here we go, 6 cards. What could it be? Another Dunsparce probably. Dunsparce would be nice to evolve.
Don't think he even needs it to be
I
fair.
don't think it needs to be fair, but in case though, you never know. So Crushing Hammer again is gonna seal the deal here for Noel. Here's the dice they need to roll with.
Hits!
a hit!
That's so rough for Terry. None of his energies sticking all those fire energies into this card. It's actually the same fire energy, I believe, because he night stretched back at energy. And now, Phantom Dive for Noel. 1 turn away.
From winning the
And
game.
that's it.
He passes.
That's it.
It's over.
It's over.
Noel wins the Singapore Master Ball League. Congratulations to Noel.
Noel,
Wow.
your champion here at the Singapore Master Ball League. And both these players, congratulations to both of you for being able to represent Singapore at the World Championships.
Yes. Both players will be able to get that paid trip to San Francisco.
Yes, indeed. And we just saw a full series for a Dragapult mirror match. Not the kind we were expecting.
Not the kind we were expecting. Terry really was trying to come back, right?
Yes.
He did have a chance. Unfortunately, the unfair step, none of his cards really did stick though, so he was run over by Noel.
Yes, and this brings us to the end of the weekend here at Suntec City Convention
Wow,
Center.
what a great weekend, guys.
It's a long one for everyone, especially for those of you who have been tuning in all through these 2 days. So thank you for staying with us. I have to ask you, Nick, what was your favorite moment of the weekend?
If you consider the whole weekend, I think I really liked when I got to see Arboliva take first turn knockouts and Greninja take first turn knockouts. That was great.
You're reading my mind a little bit there, Nick, for some reason, because I was going to say, are you a believer? So I'm glad you mentioned that.
I am an Arboliva right now.
Well, it's Dragon Ball's Day here in Singapore, though, so we are essentially seeing the deck, the national deck.
Yes, Singapore's
the
national
event.
deck, the Dragapult EX deck. We can officially crown it Singapore's official deck.
Yes, indeed. So, at the very least, so here is a quick recap on the top 4. Noel Lim, your champion here at the Masters category of the Singapore Master Ball League. Terry Tai making it to the finalist position as well. Zichen and Shauna Lim, congratulations to both of
Yep.
you as well. You also take home a top 4 trophy and top 4 trophy promo card.
Yes.
So all these players here, I think as well, if I'm not mistaken, Zichen and Shauna are also pretty much in the running for a World's Invite as well.
Yeah, as well. So wow, this is a very impressive thing. So big congrats to Noel, right? That's why it turns out you can actually play Pokemon after all.
So here we see the category, the master category top 8 here. Terry Kaiser, Zichen, Kwakho, Noel, Yujie, Shauna and Calvin, congratulations to all of you. Thank you for giving us an amazing top 8. But in the end, congratulations to Noel for taking it all down here in what is the largest event in Singapore history.
Yes. And again, just a reminder, all the players here who played at day 2 got this really cool play mat, right? Again,
Yes.
I love this play mat. I managed to hold it in my hand earlier today.
Okay.
Really nice.
Yeah, it looks amazing as well. Of course, these weren't the only prizes. We did give out, of course, the Mega Lucario stamp promos. There are only 4 available for each age division. So in Singapore, there was only 16 given out today.
Yes.
In addition also to the trophies for the champion finalists in top 4, with also the Pokemon Home medals, which is a very unique prize, I would say.
You can only get it here by winning, right? And now the World's Invite plus travel. Again, we did mention it a couple of times right now. Both Noel and Terry will be getting a travel award to play in the World Championship 2026 in San Francisco. First place senior player and the first place junior players as well will also get this travel award. So big congratulations to them.
Yes, indeed. Congratulations to all these players for their immense plays, their amazing deck choices, and most of all, the camaraderie that we're seeing. We talk about the finals as well.
Yeah.
Both Terry as well as Noel knew each other. They were fist bumping each other all through the match. It's great to see because it's not just a competition. It is a way of life.
I
Pokemon
think a lot
is
of
a way
us,
of life.
a lot of us are playing Pokemon card game because of our friends, right? The friendships that we make along the way.
Yes, indeed. And I think for the most part, it is so good to see the growth here in Singapore. We had, I think, almost 1,000 players. I would say almost. And this is a great...
count everybody. If you can't even the side event players as
Yes,
well.
exactly. So a lot of people came by here to enjoy Pokemon. If you are keen to enjoy Pokemon, whether is it Pokemon TCG or Pokemon Champions or anything else from Mesa Star to Nintendo Switch on Pocopuya, for example, come on down to an event next season. We kick off with the Premier Ball League sometime later this year. We'll then have Great Ball Leagues and Ultra Ball Leagues at the grassroots levels, I should say. And then, once again, at the end of the season, the Master Ball League, the ultimate celebration of Pokemon here in Southeast Asia.
Right now, though, go search now for Trainers Web, right? Search Web Singapore. Look for, you can use the location finder to search for gym shops around you. Play some weeklies, right? Try your hand at Pokemon Competitive. Who knows?
You never know.
Maybe next season you could be the one on stream at the Singapore Master Ball League or Singapore Premier Ball League, in fact.
And you could be the one essentially representing your country, representing Singapore, even if you're in the Philippines and Malaysia, represent your respective countries at the World Championships. But for now, though, this is the end of the weekend.
Thank you so much for coming over to Singapore, man.
Thank you for having me, Nick. It's an amazing experience. I'm so happy to be here. This is also marking the end of my season in a sense.
Yeah.
I'm done after this, folks. It's been
This guy's been traveling all over.
It's been a great pleasure, and I'm so humbled to be part of the Master Ball Leagues across Southeast Asia. Nick, again, thank you for having me, and shout out to all the people that made our events the way the events have gone. It's been such an amazing Master Ball League season.
It is. So, signing off, Nicholas from the Southern Islands.
Aaron Minjit from Malaysia. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye now.
Bye, guys.